Chapter 1, The Daddy Growth System. Su Xinghe looked at the little girl in front of him who had just learned to walk and was a little dazed. Daddy, Daddy. The little girl tried to get Su Xinghe to hug her like she was being nice. What the heck? Just after crossing over, I'm going to be a cheap father? Su Xinghe couldn't help but complain in his heart. He had read a lot of novels and was not unfamiliar with time travel, and he even looked forward to it. After all, before crossing over, they were all cows and horses, but after crossing over, they could all reach the pinnacle of life. But this present package of time travel is not what Su Xinghe wants. How can he woo a girl and marry a rich and beautiful woman when he has a little girl tagging along? Seeing that Su Xinghe did not respond, the little girl called out again, Daddy. Her soft, sweet voice made people's hearts melt. The body that Su Xinghe had traveled to was also named Su Xinghe. He was an obscure little anchor. The little girl in front of him was the original owner's daughter, Su Mengyao, and the original owner's wife had divorced him because she disliked the fact that he couldn't make any money. Su Xinghe digested the original owner's memories. Although he didn't want to, he had to accept the little girl. Since the child's mother was willing to abandon her, it meant that Su Xinghe was unable to send the child to the mother. The father hugged Su Mengyao, who swung her two small hands and stumbled into Su Xinghe's arms. In his previous life, Su Xinghe was a single guy, let alone raising a child. He had never even kissed a girl. There was no other reason, except for poverty. Because of his poverty, he became a good person. Su Xinghe had no choice but to hold Su Mengyao in his arms. In fact, Su Mengyao was a very cute little girl, with big, watery eyes, a plump face, and two pigtails in her fluffy hair. Congratulations, you have obtained the Daddy Growth System. Reward, basic skill, lullaby upgradable. After upgrading, it can improve your singing skills. Reward, Daddy Gift Pack, 1 cubic meter of system space upgradable. Considering that you are currently too poor, you will receive 20,000 yuan in cash. The source is reasonable, so you can use it without worry. The mechanical voice in his head excited Su Xinghe. Here comes the package of the time traveler. I will definitely marry a rich and beautiful woman, become the CEO, and reach the pinnacle of life. However, the last sentence of the system made Su Xinghe unable to laugh or cry. How poor the original owner had to be for the system to feel sorry for him. Su Xinghe looked at the brand new red banknotes that had inexplicably appeared in his hands, and a wry smile appeared in his heart. No wonder the original owner's wife ran away with someone else. Dad, I'm hungry. Su Xinghe then remembered to find food for the child. Through the original owner's memories, Su Xinghe knew that Su Mengyao was already 2 years old. I'll make you something to eat. Su Xinghe was still not quite used to the role of father. You sit here first, I'll go cook for you, okay? Yes. Daddy is going to cook meat for me. Yesterday's noodles were not delicious. Okay. Su Xinghe nodded, but after searching the refrigerator, he could not find a piece of meat. The runaway mother in the dilapidated house, the destitute father and the starving child. The house is still rented by the original owner. There is no living room and one bedroom, and the kitchen is set up on the balcony. This guy is really in a mess. Although I used to be a slave, at least I didn't live in such a shabby place. You stay at home alone for now, I'll go out and buy some groceries. Su Xinghe said to Su Mengyao, who was sitting obediently on the bed. Dad, you won't leave me alone, will you? Su Mengyao pouted, her eyes brimming with tears. Seeing Su Mengyao's expression, Su Xinghe's heart trembled. This child is so insecure. Never mind, I'll take her with me. Su Xinghe walked over and put Su Mengyao in his arms. Then I'll take you with me. Well, Mengyao will be good, I promise not to ask for things. Su Xinghe's mouth corner rose up inadvertently. Walking on the road, Su Mengyao hesitated and whispered to Su Xinghe, Daddy, do you not like yo-yo anymore? In the past, you called me baby, but today you didn't. Su Xinghe was stunned. This little girl is too sensitive. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was normal. After all, she was abandoned by her mother at such a young age and only brought up by her father. Her young heart must be very sensitive. How could that be? Daddy will always love you. Then will Daddy still call me baby? Be a good girl. Daddy loves you. Perhaps Su Mengyao's words touched the softest place in Su Xinghe's heart, and Su Xinghe's heart unexpectedly felt a trace of compassion for Su Mengyao. Hearing Su Xinghe's words, Su Mengyao instantly became happy. Yoyo also loves Daddy. After saying that, she gave Su Xinghe a kiss on the cheek. Su Menyao's cute appearance made Su Xinghe laugh, and the strange feeling in his heart also faded away. When they arrived at the supermarket, Su Xinghe put Su Mengyao in the shopping cart and pushed it. The vegetables and fresh food were all at the back of the supermarket, and to get there, they had to pass the snack area and the drink area. Su Mengyao looked at the wide range of snacks and unconsciously gulped. Su Xinghe laughed to himself when he saw this. This little girl is obviously dying of hunger, but she just won't say she wants to eat. Do you want to eat that? Su Xinghe asked, pointing to the potato chips not far away. I don't want to eat it. Su Mengyao said, but her mouth watered uncontrollably. Su Xinghe laughed. He walked over to the snack area and picked up a few bags of potato chips, jelly, cookies and other snacks and put them in the shopping cart. Daddy, are you buying all this for me? Su Mengyao asked with a tilted little head, knowing that her father had never bought these things for her before. Of course I am. Su Xinghe said with a smile. Yes. Daddy, I love you so much. Su Menyao's eyes were shaped like crescent moons as she hugged a large bag of potato chips. Luckily, the system gave away 20,000 yuan, otherwise Su Xinghe really wouldn't have had the money to buy snacks for this little girl. It looks like he'll have to find a way to make money. Pushing Su Mengyao to the fresh vegetables section, Su Xinghe bought a piece of lean meat, some ribs, broccoli, carrots, and corn. Children this young need a lot of nutrition, but fortunately Su Xinghe used to cook for himself a lot, so he was familiar with selecting vegetables. After selecting the vegetables, Su Xinghe went to the condiments section. Before leaving, he looked around and saw that there weren't many condiments left at home. After buying everything, Su Xinghe pushed Su Mengyao to the checkout. Dad, is today New Year's Eve? Why did you buy so much stuff? It was obvious that Su Mengyao was very happy. Today is not New Year's Eve, but Dad wants to cook something delicious for Mengyao. Su Xinghe smiled, gradually getting used to his role as a father. Yes. Yes. Su Mengyao clapped her hands and pouted, giving Su Xinghe a kiss in the air. Who could stand such a cute little thing? Who wouldn't love it? Su Xinghe stroked Su Mengyao's little face. In the future, Daddy will cook you delicious food every day, okay? Well, when I grow up, I'll cook delicious food for Daddy too. The 2-year-old girl was actually thinking about the future. Then we have a deal. Su Xinghe was very gratified and liked the child even more. Chapter 2, Cooking Skills Improve. At the checkout, Su Mengyao looked at the lollipop next to her and said to Su Xinghe, Daddy, can I have a lollipop? Su Xinghe stroked Su Mengyao's little head, full of affection. Of course you can, but only one. Eating too much will give you tooth decay. Yao Yao only wants one. The cashier next to him took down a lollipop and handed it to Su Mengyao. Your daughter is so cute. Su Xinghe responded with a smile. Perhaps due to a lack of maternal love, Su Mengyao has always been very sensible and pleasing. Thank you, sister. Su Mengyao said thank you to the cashier in a sweet, mellow voice. You have to call her auntie. The cashier also smiled and chatted with Su Mengyao. But sister is very young. How can you call her aunt? Su Mengyao tilted her head, her eyes blinking, as if she was very confused. Hearing Su Mengyao's words, the cashier couldn't stop smiling. This little girl can talk so well. After finishing the transaction, Su Xinghe carried the bags in one hand and hugged Su Mengyao in the other. Walking home, Su Xinghe felt a sense of emotion in his heart. It seems that he needs a car. Although he now has system space, he can put the things he bought in the space, but it is a bit unbelievable in front of everyone's eyes, so he still chooses to carry them by hand. It is better to keep the system a secret. As the saying goes, no crime for an ordinary man, crime for the one with a precious gem. Are you tired, Dad? Yo-Yo can walk by herself. Su Mengyao saw beads of sweat on her father's forehead and knew that he must be tired of carrying her in the groceries. I'm not tired, Dad. Su Xinghe smiled. The child really is sensible. It's a little heartbreaking. Dad, I'll tell you a secret. I actually called you sister on purpose just now. After she said that, she covered her mouth and giggled a little, as if she had played a prank. You're so clever. Su Xinghe was amused by Su Mengyao's words. Young girls are called sisters, older ones are called aunts, and the very old are called grandmothers. Su Mengyao said, while wiping the sweat on Su Xinghe's forehead with her sleeve. You've worked hard, Dad. She finished and kissed Su Xingha's forehead. Ah, who can stand this? I have to say that this little girl is amazing. She makes my heart flutter every now and then. If she grows up, she'll be trouble. Su Xingha vowed secretly that he would definitely drive all the young men within a 10-mile radius of his home away in the future. He couldn't let such a cute daughter fall for a young man. Su Xingha smiled wryly when he thought about this. Right now, he doesn't even have a house of his own. There is still a long way to go in the future. When he got home, Su Xingha put Su Mengyao on the bed. Mengyao obediently sat there. Daddy will cook you something delicious. Okay, Daddy. Su Mengyao nodded understandingly and played with her toys while lying on the bed. Su Xingha carried the dishes into the kitchen, tidied up a bit and started preparing the meal. Ding! The system has detected that the host is about to cook. The system rewards master-level cooking skills. The system's voice sounded, and Su Xingha's eyes lit up. This works. Master-level cooking skills sound awesome. It's equivalent to a 3-star Michelin chef, and it will increase with the number of times you cook, until you reach the level of Grandmaster. The system explained. It seems that Grandmaster is the highest level. Su Xingha chopped vegetables, heated the pan, stir-fried the food, and arranged the dish, all with fluid movements, as if he had done it countless times before. A braised pork ribs and a dish of corn and minced meat were quickly ready. The rice had been cooked in the rice cooker before they left the house. Su Xingha carried the dishes to a small table by the bed, where Su Mengyao had already been sitting waiting. Wow, Daddy's cooking smells so good. Drool was already uncontrollably dripping from the corners of her mouth. Hurry up and go wash your hands, sweetheart, so you can come back and eat. Su Xingha said to Su Mengyao with a smile. I already washed up a long time ago, while Daddy was cooking. Su Mengyao even held out her 2 little hands for Su Xingha to check if they were clean. They're very clean. Su Xingha brought his nose close and pretended to smell. Then let's eat. Su Mengyao picked up her bowl and started eating on her own. It made Su Xingha very happy that such a young child could eat independently and didn't need adults to feed her. If it was the kind that was very disobedient and had to be chased to feed, Su Xingha would probably collapse. Su Mengyao still doesn't know how to use chopsticks very well, and after half an hour of trying, she still couldn't pick up a piece of spare rib. Su Xingha saw this and picked up a piece of spare rib and put it in Su Mengyao's bowl. Thank you, Daddy. Su Mengyao said, and then she started eating, with oil all over her little mouth. While eating, she didn't forget to praise Su Xingha for cooking well. Su Xingha thought to himself, with master-level cooking skills, of course it tastes good. Watching Su Mengyao devouring the food, Su Xingha was also happy inside. Yodio, eat slowly, in the future, Dad will cook for you every day. Su Mengyao just nodded, her mouth was already full of meat and she couldn't speak. After dinner, Su Xingha prepared to clean up the room. The original owner had probably not cleaned the room for a long time, and the originally small space was in a mess, with dirty clothes thrown around casually. The small table by the bed was not only used for meals, but also for the original owner to do live broadcasts. Su Xingha frowned. This home was really too small. It looked like he would have to find a bigger house first. Ding detected that the host is about to clean up, and rewards the host with improved physical fitness. Regular exercise can improve physical fitness. Exercising for 1 hour increases physical fitness by 1 point. Exercise can improve your physique? This is a very good reward. Your body is the foundation of a revolution. Changing your physique and constantly improving your physical fitness will be of great benefit to you in the future. What is my current physique attribute? Currently, the host's physique is 50 points, the normal human is 60 points, and the host's physique is relatively poor. Upon hearing the system's reply, Su Xingha almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. The original owner was really too bad, no wonder he died suddenly. After a brief tidy up, he threw the dirty clothes into the washing machine to wash them. The cramped room also seemed much more spacious. While tidying up the room, Su Xingha kept thinking about making money. The entertainment industry in this world is very developed, and the online novels, movies, and music are basically no different from those in the past life. Although Su Xingha used to read novels, he could never imitate the plots because he would forget them after reading them. It was even more impossible to write songs, as he could never remember all the lyrics. So it was impossible to be a plagiarist, and it was also unrealistic to write songs and make movies. Other industries were also similar to his previous life. Su Xingha did not stand out in any way, and there were no better ways to make money. He could not go back to being a slave. Su Xing has set his sights on the computer where the original owner was broadcasting live. Why not try broadcasting live? In his previous life, Su Xing had some understanding of live broadcasts, and he often watched them, too, except that he only watched those little sisters who loved to dance. But what to broadcast live? Lullabies to help children sleep? Su Xing thought of the reward given by the system. Chapter 3, House Hunting. Su Xing looked at the time on his phone and saw that it was still early. Live broadcasts generally had better traffic at night. After tidying up the room, it was only a little past noon, not the time for a live broadcast. Su Xing thought about it and decided to take Su Mengyao out to look for a house together. If there was a suitable one, he still wanted to move to a bigger place. As for the money issue, he wasn't worried. After all, how could someone with the system lack money? Just the utilization of system space can make him a fortune, but it's best not to let others know about such incredible things. Yo-yo, shall Daddy take you out to look at some houses? Daddy, are we going to move to a bigger house? Su Mengyao's eyes became visibly excited. Yes, we're going to move to a bigger house. Su Xing petted Su Mengyao's face. Yes. Dad, I've been wanting to move for a long time. Su Mengyao climbed out of bed by herself and put on her shoes. Dad, do you think I'm amazing? My baby is amazing. Su Xing praised Su Mengyao without reservation. In Su Xing's heart, he already regarded Su Mengyao as his own daughter. Su Xing searched for properties on his phone and saw several nice-looking communities with reasonable rents. One of the listings was called Longwan Garden, which was not far from Su Xing's current place, but the neighborhood was much higher end. Since it was a little further from the city center, the price was quite reasonable, only 3,000 yuan per month, which was quite a bit higher than where Su Xing currently lived, but not expensive relative to the environment of that neighborhood. Since the listings were all posted on the agency's website, Su Xing went to an agency near Longwan Garden. Hello? How can I help you? A staff member came over and politely asked Su Xing. Hello? I'd like to rent a house. Su Xing simply stated his requirements and the house he had liked on the website. Okay, the house you mentioned is still available, but the landlord is planning to sell the house. If someone wants to buy it, you may have to move out. Are you sure you still want to go see it? The staff member kindly reminded Su Xing. It's okay, let's take a look first. If there's no problem, we'll rent it. If my daughter likes it, I might buy it in the future. Su Xing didn't hesitate. First of all, the environment of this community is really very good, and it is not inferior to those of high-end communities. It is only because it is relatively far from the city center that the price is low. For Su Xing, the distance from the city center did not have a significant impact. What mattered more was that the community had very good facilities, and there was a good kindergarten next door, which Su Mengyao would attend in the near future. The staff did not say much more, and led Su Xing to the house. As soon as they walked in, Su Mengyao ran in, beaming, "Wow, this house is so pretty. I love it, Daddy. If you like it, let's rent it." Su Xing was also quite satisfied. The house faces south and is well ventilated, with 3 bedrooms and a living room. Although it is not very large, it is big enough for the two of them to live in, and the furniture is all complete, so they can move in with just a suitcase. I also want to ask, why is the landlord in such a hurry to sell this house? Su Xing was worried that there might be a problem with the house, so he asked. It's like this, the landlord originally bought this house for his son, but his son is going to study abroad, and the landlord's family is going to immigrate there together, so they want to sell the house. After hearing the staff's introduction, Su Xing nodded. As long as it's not a problem house, it's fine. Okay, thank you. We'll rent this house. How do we pay the rent? The landlord's family doesn't lack money, so they can pay the rent quarterly. The landlord said that the house may be sold at any time, so no deposit will be charged. Su Xing did some mental arithmetic. The monthly rent was 3,000 yuan, so quarterly payment would be 12,000 yuan. He only had less than 20,000 yuan in his hands, so after deducting the rent, he would have more than 7,000 yuan left, which would be enough to support him for a while. No problem, then let's sign the contract. The staff also liked such a prompt guest, so they quickly signed the contract. Sir, I'll hand over the keys to you. Okay. Su Xing took the keys. By the way, if someone wants to buy this house, will they come to look at it? Su Xing suddenly thought of this question. If people often come in to look at the house, it will be very inconvenient for his life. We will arrange to come at a unified time, and we will call you in advance to let you know. I see. Su Xinghe nodded, and then said, "Could you please discuss with the landlord and not sell the house for the next 3 months? This is not a big problem. The landlord is in no hurry to sell it." The staff member answered with a smile. Although the house has been vacant for a long time, it is very clean inside, except for some dust that needs to be cleaned up. Yo-Yo, shall we clean the room before we go back? Su Xinghe squatted down and asked Su Mengyao. Yes. Su Mengyao nodded vigorously. Yo-Yo also wants to help Dad clean up. After saying that, she walked to the corner and brought a broom taller than her. Seeing Su Mengyao's cute appearance, Su Xinghe smiled. It's better if Dad does it, and Yao Yao can rest nearby. Su Xinghe took the broom from Su Mengyao. Working out improves your health, so Su Xinghe didn't feel tired, but rather refreshed. After cleaning the entire room, Su Xinghe and Su Mengyao started walking back. Dad, when are we moving in? Su Mengyao couldn't wait to move into the new house. She didn't like the small one either. Later, Dad will find a car to pull our things over here, and we can move in tonight. In fact, Su Xinghe didn't have too many things. The appliances in the house were basically rented with the house, and only a computer was bought by the original owner. Great! We can live in a big house tonight. On the way back, Su Xinghe contacted a moving company. He had already packed up the things at home, so all he needed was for the moving company to help move them over. When he got home, the movers were already waiting at the door. Excuse me, are you Mr. Su Xinghe? I'm from Li Moving Company. You can just call me Li. Hello, I'm the one who called you. Su Xinghe and Li explained what needed to be moved, and the movers quickly loaded Su Xinghe's things into the truck. Since there weren't many things, it was quickly finished. Su Xinghe communicated with the landlord here, and the landlord promised to refund half of the rent, which was unexpected for Su Xinghe. After all, it was his own breach of contract to return the house. The service of Li Moving Company was very thoughtful. After a busy afternoon, Su Xinghe finally settled the house. In the evening, Su Xinghe celebrated by cooking a sumptuous dinner for Su Mengyao in the new rented house. Chapter 4, First Live Broadcast. Su Mengyao patted her little belly, looking contented. Dad, your cooking is much better than before. Su Xinghe smiled, thinking to himself, of course it's better than before, it's now a 3-star Michelin level of cooking. Because Dad said he would cook delicious food for Yo-Yo. Although it was only for one day, the father and daughter had already developed a very close relationship. After cleaning up the dishes, Su Xinghe's physique and cooking skills have steadily increased. His physique is now about twice as good as normal. After settling Su Mengyao down, Su Xinghe turned on the computer and logged into the original owner's live streaming software. After looking at the interface, he was surprised to see that there were only a pitiful 2,000 followers. The original owner didn't have any talent, but his appearance was passable, so he could be considered a mediocre-looking anchor. However, he hadn't signed with a guild, and no one was helping him operate the account, so his viewership was average. Sometimes he could get a reward of 100 or 200 views, but sometimes he couldn't earn a single point. Seeing that he was about to run out of money for food, the original owner stayed up late to broadcast yesterday, but in the end, he ended up getting himself into trouble, which provided the conditions for Su Xinghe to time travel. The house that Su Xinghe rented had 3 rooms, one of which was set up as a study for work and for Su Mengyao to study in the future, and one was set up as a children's room for Su Mengyao to sleep alone in the future when she grew up. Is Daddy going to broadcast again? Su Mengyao wore pink Hello Kitty pajamas and walked into the study with a doll in her arms. Yes. Daddy is going to make money, so you have to be good. Yes, Yo-Yo will be good. After saying this, she moved a stool and sat next to Su Xinghe. Seeing that Su Mengyao was not sleepy, Su Xinghe did not hurry to urge her to go to bed, but instead took her to go live streaming together. As soon as the live streaming room was opened, a few fans entered to watch. In the past, when the original owner went live streaming, he had never let Su Mengyao appear in the camera. Today, Su Mengyao appeared in the camera, and the few fans who entered saw Su Mengyao sitting obediently in front of the camera. Who's the little kid next to her? Su can't have a kid already. No way. My man has always been single. Through the original host's memories, Su Xinghe knew that the original host had been creating a single persona, but Su Xinghe didn't think it was necessary. He didn't want to rely on his appearance to attract attention, and he didn't plan to stay in the live streaming industry. Hello everyone, I'm Su Xinghe, and this is my daughter. A few words instantly made the fans in the live broadcast room boil. What? You already have a child? I've liked you for so long, and you've been deceiving me. Unfollow. Unfollow. He's a liar. So Susu's full name is Su Xinghe. It's actually quite a nice name. It's none of your business whether someone has a child or not, and they didn't say they were going to marry you. There were all kinds of comments in the live broadcast comment area, most of them saying that Su Xinghe was a liar, but there were also a few speaking up for him. I'm sorry, it was all my fault. I set up a false persona and deceived everyone's feelings. I sincerely apologize to everyone here, and I will only be the most authentic me in the future. Su Xinghe did not try to persuade the fans who said they would unsubscribe, because he simply didn't care. The host is so open-minded, I support you. I support you too. A few people were posting comments in the comment area. Su Xinghe smiled. Thank you all for your support. Today I will show you a talent. Su Xinghe is relatively outgoing, so the live broadcast did not make him feel nervous or constrained. Wow, the host has talent. Su, you're amazing. The host can't be joking. The account's nickname is Su, so the fans all call him Su. Actually, I don't have any talent, so I'll sing a children's song for you. As soon as he said this, the comments in the comment area were all. The host is treating us like children. But I'm Su's little baby. Su Xinghe didn't pay any attention to the people in the comment section and started humming to himself. The system rewarded lullaby skill is of course not just about singing nursery rhymes. Although Su Xinghe's singing was a common nursery rhyme, the feeling he produced was indeed melodious, warm and peaceful. It was like the moonlight on a summer night in the courtyard, the slow flow of the river, and the occasional chirping of insects, making people feel like they had returned to their childhood. Wow, this is so beautiful. Yes, it's so soothing. My husband fell asleep while listening to it. Upstairs, even though she has a husband, she's still fighting with us for Su. Su Xinghe sang softly, and Su Mengyao sat next to him. At first she even helped him clap along to the rhythm, but slowly her eyes began to droop. Su Xinghe gently held Su Mengyao in his arms and continued humming. This song makes people want to sleep. Look, his daughter is asleep. No, I have to watch the little brother dance, or I'll fall asleep. I have to say that Su Xinghe's lullaby is so effective that many people don't want to stay up late after listening to it. However, there are also some people who are willing to watch Su Xinghe's live broadcast because they also have a child at home who doesn't like to sleep. They put their phones by the bedside, and the originally naughty children now lie there obediently sleeping. Su Xinghe sang while patting Su Mengyao. On the other end of the phone, a woman with delicate features, bright eyes and white teeth was also watching Su Xinghe's livestream. The red silk sleepwear outlined her perfect figure, and her slender legs were casually but deliberately resting on one end of the sofa. She sways the red silk robe and takes a gentle sip from her wine glass. This Su Xinghe is quite interesting. Xiao Ying, a guest on the National Voice of the People program, is also a singer herself. Recently, she was given a difficult task by the other guests on the show. She needed to train an amateur singer to compete with the other guests' trainees. Originally, the trainees she had chosen were all taken away by the other guests, resulting in her having no trainees to participate. The TV station also gave her a final notice that if she could not find someone, her guest status might be cancelled. Now is the perfect time for her to gain popularity. If she doesn't get disqualified this time, the company may abandon her in the future. After all, the company will not waste money on someone who has no value. So when she heard Su Xinghe sing the children's song, she was captivated. She casually clicked on a carnival, swiped Su Xinghe over, and sent Su Xinghe a private message in the background. I'm Xiao Ying, this is my phone number, is tomorrow convenient for the two of us to meet? I have something I want to talk to you about. Xiao Ying directly stated her intentions and left her phone number. In the live broadcast room, the special effects of the carnival filled the screen. Wow, who is so generous as to give the anchor a carnival? It can't be that some rich woman has set her sights on my Su. Oh no, Su mustn't let money cloud her judgment. Everyone in the live broadcast room was shocked by this carnival. Su Xinghe was also very surprised, as this was a gift that the original owner had never received. Thank you user 9457682 for the carnival. Su Xinghe paused for a moment. He really couldn't pronounce the name, it was too long. Xiao Ying then realized that she was using a newly registered account and hadn't even changed her name. Remember to check your private messages. Xiao Ying replied in the comments section. A single stone stirs up 1,000 ripples, and the comment section exploded. Chapter 5, a song called 10 Years set off a firestorm on the internet. It's over, my Susu is really going to be picked up by a rich woman. Some women in the live broadcast who like Su Xinghe started their own performances. Su Xinghe did not reply to Xiao Ying's words directly in the live broadcast, and continued to sing softly, because he had not seen the message Xiao Ying sent at all. At this time, the voice of the system was ringing in his head. Congratulations, host, for singing for an hour. You have been rewarded with master-level singing skills. It had only been an hour, but Su Xinghe's singing skills had already reached master level. The speed at which his skills had improved was astonishing. He could now sing many songs perfectly. Susu has been singing nursery rhymes for an hour, and my husband has fallen asleep. How about you do something exciting? At first, listening to Su Xinghe sing children's songs was novel, but after a while it got a bit boring. Even the parents who had been listening to Su Xinghe's children's songs to put their own children to sleep had already left the live broadcast room, because their children had already fallen asleep to Su Xinghe's singing. Having received a reward from the system, Su Xinghe also took a look at the comment section, because after all, the audience's opinions still had to be listened to. Okay, everyone wants to hear me sing other songs, right? Then I will sing a song for you next, 10 years. When Su Xinghe mentioned the name of the song, everyone in the live broadcast room was very confused. 10 years? Whose song is this? Why haven't we heard of it? Su Xinghe didn't explain, but started to sing a cappella. Don't ask why a cappella, because he couldn't find the accompaniment, and this song was the only one Su Xinghe knew how to sing. If he were asked to sing another song, he really wouldn't be able to sing it straight away. Although he had masterful singing skills, he had no idea what songs were out there in the world. If those 2 words hadn't trembled, I wouldn't have realized how hard it was for me. Lovers inevitably become friends in the end. When the melody of 10 years started, the audience in the live broadcast room fell silent. The song was so deep and heartbreaking that even a cappella singing could make people unable to extricate themselves. Everyone listened quietly. In a corner of the city, a young boy was watching Su Xinghe's live broadcast on his phone. There was once a girl he loved deeply. The two studied in different cities, and he once said he would marry her after graduation. But before he could graduate, the girl left him. After graduation, he went to the city where the girl was. That day, he went to the girl's building, just wanting to see her one last time. But the girl hid upstairs and didn't see him. It was snowing that day, and he left sadly. He never saw the girl again, but he heard from a friend that the girl had already married someone else. Thousands of doors. There is always someone who has to go first. Enjoying while weeping. The boy hummed along to Su Xinghe's tune, and it eventually turned into heart-wrenching sobs. This kind of situation plays out in many places. Who doesn't have a place in their heart that no one else can touch? Xiao Ying, sitting on the sofa, listened quietly to Su Xinghe's singing, but didn't notice the 2 lines of tears hanging on her cheeks. After a long while, Xiao Ying wiped the tears from her face with her hand and gulped down the red wine in her glass. I have to meet the Su Xinghe tomorrow no matter what. Xiao Ying made up her mind. After the song was over, Su Xinghe smiled and said, "Dear friends, my daughter has fallen asleep, so this is the end of today's live broadcast. Su, don't go off the air. Su is so loving, and his daughter is so happy. Su, I love you. Su, sing another song." When Su Xinghe said he was going off the air, many people were reluctant to let him go and wanted him to sing a few more songs. But Su Xinghe didn't continue. Instead, he turned off the live broadcast, hugged Su Mengyao and walked back to the room, gently placing her on the bed. Su Mengyao fell asleep still hugging the doll, occasionally smacking her lips. "Daddy, don't leave Mengyao, Mengyao will be good." Su Xinghe stroked Su Menyao's face, even when she was sleeping, afraid that her father would leave her. "In the future, I will never leave you." Su Xinghe vowed secretly in his heart that if there was anything in this world that he would cherish, it would definitely be his daughter. After settling Su Mengyao down, Su Xinghe opened his phone. It was a habit for many people to check their phones for a while before going to sleep, and Su Xinghe was no exception. There is also TikTok in this world, and he uses it for live streaming. As soon as he opens the app, there are many message reminders. Today's livestream has increased his followers by more than 100, and there are more private messages from his followers, all of whom want him to broadcast again for a while. Su Xinghe carefully reads each one and replies patiently, saying that if everyone likes it, please come and support him next time he broadcasts. It took a long time to see Xiao Ying's message, because this account had sent him a carnival, so he had a deeper impression of this account. What's the matter? Su Xinghe didn't know who Xiao Ying was, but he didn't think it was a rich woman who had fallen for him, sent him a carnival and then asked to meet him. Although Su Xinghe's appearance was quite good, he was definitely not the kind of handsome guy that would make someone fall in love at first sight. The other person had not replied to the message, perhaps because they had fallen asleep. Su Xinghe did not dwell on it, thinking that if they really needed him, they would contact him again. He lay on the bed and spent some time on his phone, watching the many clips of him singing 10 Years live. He had never imagined that the song would become so popular in this world. If only he knew a few more songs, he might be able to make his debut and enter the entertainment industry. Su Xinghe was regretting that he had only worked hard to earn money in the past, rarely listening to music, watching movies, and reading novels were his few pastimes. Is it convenient to contact by phone? Another message popped up in the background. The username was still user 9457682. Yes. Su Xinghe sent his phone number, and soon the other party called back. Hello? Mr. Su Xinghe, this is Xiao Ying. Hearing Xiao Ying's voice, Su Xinghe paused for a moment. The other person's voice was very pleasant. Hello? What can I do for you? I would like to invite you to participate in the Voice of the People program and be my assistant trainee. Xiao Ying told Su Xinghe directly what she had in mind. Voice of the People? This program is not well known to Su Xinghe. The original owner is also not a person who likes to watch TV very much, so he doesn't have much of an impression of Xiao Ying in his memory. You don't have to answer me right away, you can think about it. If you're willing to come, just call me tomorrow. Xiao Ying was also very direct and didn't say much to Su Xinghe. The two ended the call. Su Xinghe has searched for this program on Douyin and learned that it is still in the preparatory stage and has not officially started broadcasting. The Voice of the People is a singing competition program. There are 4 guests who each select a few trainees to help them, and then they go on stage to compete. This tests both the singing skills of the trainees and the guests. With his current singing ability, he can give it a try, but he won't know what songs are popular in the world. Let's meet up somewhere tomorrow and talk about it in detail. Su Xinghe replied in the Douyin background. Good. Xiao Ying also quickly replied to Su Xinghe. Chapter 6, Working with Xiao Ying. The next day, Xiao Ying called Su Xinghe and they agreed to meet at a cafe in the city center. After breakfast, Su Mengyao was given a clean change of clothes and a fluffy princess dress. Daddy, Mengyao really likes this dress. Mengyao looks like Snow White in this dress. Su Xinghe was not at all stingy with his praise, which made Su Mengyao giggle and laugh non-stop. Daddy, where are we going today? You've dressed me up so pretty. Su Mengyao tilted her little head, like a curious baby. Daddy is taking you to meet a big star. A big star? Is it a beautiful sister on TV? Yo-Yo likes beautiful sisters. It's like the ones on TV. Su Xinghe picked Su Mengyao up and gently closed the door. The city center was quite far from where Su Xinghe lived, so he had to take a taxi. Although he didn't have much money on hand, he couldn't bear to take Su Mengyao on the subway. Su Xinghe had looked up Xiao Ying's information. Although Xiao Ying had been in the industry for a long time and had a few good songs, she was a popular singer but not a celebrity. Her songs were very well known, but not many people knew her personally. Therefore, she chose to participate in this program to increase her popularity. This was what Su Xinghe had found out. The deeper reason, however, was only known to Xiao Ying herself. Hard work alone was not enough in the entertainment industry. When she walked into the cafe, Xiao Ying was already waiting there. Su Xinghe? Seeing Su Xinghe walk in with Su Mengyao in his arms, Xiao Ying called out tentatively. Although she had seen Su Xinghe in the broadcast room, there were still some differences in reality. Hello, I'm Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe walked over to where Xiao Ying was sitting with Su Mengyao in his arms and said, Hello, I'm Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying also politely introduced herself. Your daughter is very cute. Thank you, sister. Su Mengyao said in her sweet, mellow voice when she heard Xiao Ying's praise. I asked you out today because I want to invite you to participate in the Voice of the People and partner with me to challenge the ring. Upon hearing Xiao Ying's words, Su Xinghe did not reply, but waited quietly for the rest of the sentence. Actually, I have no choice but to invite you. The trainees I originally chose to help me have all been taken by the other 3 guests. I won't lie to you, this challenge is not friendly at all. They are deliberately targeting me. I watched your live broadcast yesterday and thought your singing was quite good, so I want to ask you to help me. I will pay you a certain amount of money. Xiao Ying did not hide anything and told Su Xinghe about her situation. It was precisely this openness of Xiao Ying's that made Su Xinghe feel even better about her. Thank you for trusting me and telling me such an important matter. I agree to participate in this program, but we need to agree in advance how much the compensation will be and how it will be paid. Also, I don't know many songs, so please consider carefully whether you want to cooperate with me. Since Xiao Ying so frankly told Su Xinghe everything, Su Xinghe also told Xiao Ying about his situation. In this way, if the two parties cooperate, there will be no problems. I heard you sing 10 years yesterday. Did you write that song yourself? Xiao Ying was curious about the song because she had never heard it before and didn't know who the original singer was. I didn't write the song. A friend of mine wrote it. Su Xinghe didn't claim the song for himself, even though there is no Isan Chan in this world. Is your friend in this city? Is it convenient to meet up? It's not very convenient. Su Xinghe directly rejected Xiao Ying's request, not because he wasn't in this city, but because he wasn't in this world. Okay, a bit of a pity, but let's make another appointment if there's a chance in the future. Xiao Ying actually wanted this friend to help her write a few songs, even if it cost a bit of money, because she really needed a few good tunes to break into the market. You don't know many songs, but that's not a problem. I think your singing is okay, and when we compete in the ring, I'll basically sing my own songs. I'll also release a few new chorus singles, so you and I can practice together. Xiao Ying didn't mind what Su Xinghe said. After all, she didn't expect an amateur to have their own songs. So there's no backing track for that song 10 years? No. Xiao Ying froze for a moment when she heard Su Xinghe's reply. Such a beautiful song has not been bought. Can I buy the copyright to this song? This came as a surprise to Su Xinghe. He didn't expect Xiao Ying to want the copyright to 10 years. In fact, Xiao Ying wanted to sing this song herself. I'm sorry, but I don't own the copyright to this song. Su Xinghe's words made Xiao Ying feel a little down. The reason why Su Xinghe didn't sell the copyright of this song was because he didn't have an accompaniment, and he didn't want people in the world to casually accompany this song, for fear of ruining it. Ding system detected that the host is about to participate in a music program, and rewards master-level songwriting skills including but not limited to lyrics, composition, and singing. In addition, it rewards the Blue Star Music Library all Blue Star songs. I just feel as if countless pieces of knowledge about songs are flooding into my head, as if they were innate, and I know all the songs on Blue Star, both the music and the lyrics, like the back of my hand. This is awesome. Su Xinghe couldn't help but say. What? Xiao Ying looked at Su Xinghe in confusion, wondering why he had suddenly said such a thing. Dad, what are you talking about? Su Mengyao was also very surprised. No, nothing. Su Xinghe awkwardly covered up. I mean, it's great to be on this show. By the way, can I sing a song I wrote? A song you wrote? Xiao Ying found it hard to believe. Just now, he said he couldn't sing a few songs, but now he's suddenly talking about singing a song he wrote. Could it be that this Su Xinghe is not what he seems? I've learned a bit from my friends and tried writing a few songs myself, so I'd like to take this opportunity to show them. Su Xinghe found an excuse for himself. Dad, when did you learn to write songs? Su Mengyao ruthlessly exposed Su Xinghe. Dad secretly learned it. Su Xinghe was full of black lines, and this little girl actually undermined him. It's okay, but you have to let me review it first. Xiao Ying was half believing, but she still agreed to Su Xinghe's request. Even if Su Xinghe's song wasn't very good, he could help revise it, which would also be considered a favor to Su Xinghe. Since we're just talking, it's better to sign a contract. I've already prepared the contract. If you have no problem with it, we can sign it now. Xiao Ying took out a tablet and added what Su Xinghe had just said to the contract. If you have no problem with it, I'll print it out. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ying had prepared everything so thoroughly. Su Xinghe took the tablet and browsed through it, feeling that there was nothing wrong with it. No problem, we can sign it. There is a printer in the cafe, so Xiao Ying asked the clerk to print it out in duplicate, and the two of them signed the contract on the spot. Chapter 7, You're cute too, sister. Mr. Su Xinghe, happy collaboration. Xiao Ying held out her hand, and Su Xinghe also smiled and said, happy collaboration. This trip was not in vain. Not only did he reach a collaboration with Xiao Ying, he also received a system reward, so it was a win-win situation. In a few days, when your song is ready, you can come to my recording studio and the two of us can finalize the song for the boxing ring. In Xiao Ying's eyes, Su Xinghe is not just an assistant trainee, but really treats him as a partner. Whether or not they can overcome this difficulty depends on this man. In fact, Su Xinghe does have the ability to do so, but Xiao Ying doesn't know it yet. The two walked out of the coffee shop at the same time. A woman dressed provocatively came towards them, almost bumping into Xiao Ying. "Why don't you watch where you're going?" Xiao Ying hadn't even finished speaking when the other person jumped to the defense of the woman who had almost bumped into her. When the other person saw Xiao Ying and Su Xinghe, she sneered. "Hey, who do you think it is?" "It's that loser ex-husband of Qingqing's." The flirtatious woman was Su Xinghe's ex-wife Chen Qingqing's best friend. Su Xinghe vaguely remembered that this woman's name was Si Chen. "How can someone like you be liked by the waste that our Qingqing dislikes?" "Su Xinghe, you're not a gigolo, are you living off someone else's money?" Si Chen saw that Xiao Ying was not dressed shabbily, and the bag she was carrying in her hand cost at least 30,000 yuan. This was something she had always liked, but could not afford. "Do you know this person?" Xiao Ying looked at Su Xinghe suspiciously. "Not familiar." Su Xinghe naturally did not have a good expression. "You must have shit for brains when you had plastic surgery, because you talk like shit." Su Xinghe didn't hold back at all, and just started scolding her. "Su Xinghe, you." Si Chen was so angry that she was shaking all over, and for a moment she didn't know how to retort. In the past, when she was with Chen Qingqing, Su Xinghe had never dared to retort to Chen Qingqing, and Chen Qingqing had kept on calling him a loser. "What? Didn't your mother teach you how to speak?" Su Xinghe simply didn't give Si Chen the chance to reply. Chen Qingqing had divorced Su Xinghe as soon as she gave birth to Su Mengyao, and Si Chen had played a part in the middle. Therefore, Su Xinghe didn't have a good impression of her. At this time, a man walked over and saw Si Chen stamping her feet in anger. He asked, "What's wrong, baby?" Seeing her boyfriend come over, Si Chen seemed to gain confidence and said coquettishly to the man, "Honey, he scolded me." She even squeezed out a few tears from the corner of her eyes and pointed at Su Xinghe. The man's gaze turned cold and he said, "You scolded my girlfriend?" She was the one who started it. Xiao Ying couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. This bitch is in cahoots with him, and Su Xinghe is the gigolo she supports. Si Chen's words made Xiao Ying feel a bit embarrassed. This woman is shameless to the extreme. Fuck. After hearing Si Chen's words, the man directly rolled up his sleeves and wanted to hit Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe's physique has now exceeded that of an ordinary person many times over, and his reaction has also improved quite a bit. Seeing the man raise his fist, he didn't hold back. With one hand, he grabbed the man's wrist and broke it with a forceful twist, only hearing a crack. At the same time, the man let out a scream. Su Xinghe had actually broken the man's arm, and Su Xinghe was still holding Su Mengyao in the other hand. Wow! Su Mengyao covered her eyes with both hands and let out an exclamation. Xiao Ying, who was standing next to her, also didn't expect Su Xinghe to be so direct. "In the future, when you go out, control your woman's mouth." Su Xinghe didn't bother with these two people. "Assault! Assault! You're not allowed to leave." Si Chen saw her boyfriend being beaten and yelled at the side, looking like a shrew scolding in the street. Two patrol policemen happened to pass by here and ran over when they heard the noise. "What happened?" "It's him, he hit someone." Si Chen felt confident when she saw the police coming and pointed at Su Xinghe. "He hit me, I was just defending myself." Su Xinghe said calmly. "No matter who hit who, you have to come with us," said the two policemen. Su Xinghe didn't care, as there were surveillance cameras outside the coffee shop, and what had just happened had been completely recorded. Moreover, there were many onlookers, and they were all accusing Si Chen of being the villain who started it. When the man heard the policeman say this, he hurriedly said, "It's fine. We didn't fight, we just bumped into each other accidentally." There was no trace of the arrogance he had just shown. "Are you sure?" asked the two policemen. "Yes." When the man said this, the policeman didn't say anything else. "That's enough. Disperse. Don't crowd around here. This matter is not over," the man whispered in Su Xinghe's ear after the police left. Su Xinghe ignored him and left with Xiao Ying. "Honey, how are you? Why didn't you let the police arrest him?" Si Chen ran over and helped the man to his feet. Shut up. The man snorted, and he wasn't as gentle with Si-Chen as he had just been. You called the police over here, are you afraid that I will live longer? Si-Chen did not dare to resist at all, and could only stand timidly aside. The man's teeth were gritted, and sweat was dripping from his forehead from the pain. Damn it, this is not over yet. Xiao Ying was now very curious about this man. He looked weak and feeble, but he had acted so decisively and spoken very harshly. You seem to really hate that woman, Xiao Ying said tentatively. The friend of the ex-wife is nothing but a jumped-up clown. I see. Xiao Ying had an expression of I understand. But the woman's words were really unpleasant, and she herself hated the idea of slapping her twice. It's a joke for you to see, Su Xinghe said with a joking tone. It seemed that what just happened did not happen to him. Dad, that auntie was so bad just now. Su Menyao's face was full of disgust. Su Mengyao was only 2 months old when Chen Qingqing divorced the original owner, so Su Mengyao didn't know that woman at all, nor did she know her mother. The original owner never told Su Mengyao about Chen Qingqing either. In the past, Su Mengyao also clamored for a mother, but every time, the original owner just brushed her off. Chen Qingqing is just a name to Su Xinghe now. Oh yeah. So if Yao Yao encounters a bad person like her in the future, she should just punch her. Hearing Su Xinghe's words, Xiao Ying was almost shocked. How could you teach a child like that? Dad, Yao Yao is a little princess. Yao Yao doesn't know how to hit people, so she needs you to protect her. Su Menyao's words made Su Xinghe and Xiao Ying laugh. Your daughter is really cute. You're cute too, sister. Su Mengyao laughed along with them, and didn't forget to praise Xiao Ying. It's just that the word cute didn't really connect with Xiao Ying. Su Xinghe glanced at Xiao Ying, and she had a perfect figure. Mr. Su, let's get in touch by phone. Okay. Xiao Ying was going to the parking lot, and Su Xinghe also needed to take a taxi to go back. Chapter 8 Daddy, I want to protect you. Stopped a taxi. Driver, to Longwan Garden. Su Xinghe gave his address. Daddy, are you going to sing on TV in the future? Su Mengyao sat in Su Xinghe's arms and asked him in a low voice, as if she was afraid that someone else would hear. Yes, Daddy promised Auntie Xiao Ying that he would sing with her. At that moment, the taxi was playing 10 Years, which had just become a hit for Su Xinghe. Hey, little brother, you sing too? Yesterday, a song that went viral on TikTok became a hit, and I've been listening to it all day. You say those celebrities sing every day, but I haven't seen anyone sing better than this. I heard that this song was originally sung by a young anchor. The driver was a chatty person and enthusiastically introduced Su Xinghe to the song 10 Years. Su Xinghe laughed to himself, thinking, you'd never guess that I'm the little anchor who sang this song. My dad sings really well too. Su Mengyao didn't know that Su Xinghe had sung this song. In the future, your dad will be as famous as this anchor. The driver laughed and responded to Su Mengyao. As soon as he got home, Su Xinghe received a WeChat message from Xiao Ying. You can start preparing the new song in the next few days, and once you've written it, we'll go record it. Let's record in 3 days. Su Xinghe simply replied. 3 days? Xiao Ying couldn't believe her ears when she read Su Xinghe's message. Not to mention herself, even those veterans in the music industry wouldn't dare say they could write a song in 3 days. Are you sure it's 3 days? 3 days is enough. Seeing that Su Xinghe had replied so quickly, Xiao Ying didn't say anything more. Just wait and see what kind of work you can give me in 3 days. Xiao Ying looked at her phone and fell into deep thought. Daddy, Yoyo wants to eat meat today too. Su Mengyao wrapped her small hands around Su Xinghe's calves and looked up at him with longing in her eyes. Okay, then Daddy will make you braised pork. Yes. Daddy, I also want chicken wings, can you make those for me too? Of course I can, but you have to eat your vegetables too. Okay, I'll eat a little bit of vegetables. Su Mengyao doesn't like vegetables, but Su Xinghe makes her eat a little bit every time. All children are picky eaters, but Su Xinghe never blames her. You're such a good boy. Go play in the living room, and Daddy will make you dinner. Okay. Su Mengyao nodded heavily, and then hugged the Hello Kitty doll and went to play in the living room. A simple home-cooked meal like braised pork is a piece of cake for Su Xinghe's 3-star Michelin cuisine. It didn't take long for the delicious-looking braised pork, chicken wings in cola sauce and stir-fried vegetables to be served on the table. Su Mengyao had already washed her hands and was sitting in a chair waiting for Su Xinghe. Dad, I've missed you so much. Looking at the steaming hot food, Su Mengyao's mouth was watering. Dad, I think what you cook is even better than what restaurants serve, and you cook exactly the same as what they show on TV. Su Mengyao didn't forget to praise him while eating. Of course, before the dishes were served, Su Xinghe took the time to arrange them nicely. Not only does the food have to taste good, it also has to look good. Of course. Otherwise, how can you capture your little one's stomach? Listening to Su Xinghe's words, Su Mengyao kept giggling. Be a good girl and eat. Su Xinghe gave Su Mengyao a piece of braised pork. Dad is eating too. After dinner, Su Xinghe watched an animated film with Su Mengyao. Su Xinghe also liked watching animated films when he was young, but his parents never watched them with him. It is said that young people nowadays are raising their children as if they were raising themselves when they were young, trying to satisfy their children with everything they longed for but never had. Su Mengyao sat quietly next to Su Xinghe, imitating the characters in the cartoon from time to time, and Su Xinghe also imitated the characters in it and played with Su Mengyao. After a while, Su Mengyao felt a little sleepy and leaned against Su Xinghe and fell asleep. Su Xinghe gently carried Su Mengyao to the bedroom, covered her up, and then quietly walked to the study. Today, he didn't broadcast live, but instead, he got a pen and paper and wrote a song. Although computers are very convenient nowadays, Su Xinghe is still used to writing with a pen. In fact, it is not difficult for Su Xinghe to write songs, because the songs are in his head, and both the lyrics and the music are at his fingertips. It is really cool to be a plagiarist. In 2 or 3 hours, Su Xinghe wrote 10 songs. I don't know how many I need to use, but I think this should be enough. If not, I can write a few more on the spot. Su Xinghe put down his pen and moved his wrists and shoulders. It's been a long time since I wrote something like this, and it's really tiring. Walking into the living room, Su Xinghe stood next to the window, where he could just see the street scene outside. Cars flowed on the road, coming and going. In the distance, there was a wide river, with the lights from the buildings on the opposite bank reflected in the water. It's nice to look at the scenery here in your spare time. Su Xinghe was very satisfied with this house. Over the next 2 days, Su Xinghe took Su Mengyao out to play a bit, and he wasn't very worried about money anymore. It was already written in the contract with Xiao Ying that Su Xinghe would get 50% of the profits from every song released. Su Xinghe had a good impression of Xiao Ying, so he didn't ask for a very high percentage. After all, it wasn't hard to make money with his current abilities. On the way back from the playground, Su Xinghe encountered a promotion for a children's martial arts class, and Su Mengyao pulled Su Xinghe to stand there and watch. Dad, I want to learn martial arts too. Why? Su Xinghe didn't quite understand who would want their little girl to learn martial arts. Because I want to protect you, Dad. Su Mengyao looked at Su Xinghe seriously. Perhaps it was because Su Xinghe had had a conflict with that man the other day that Su Mengyao had come up with this idea. Dad is awesome, not only does he not need you to protect him, he can protect you. With that, Su Xinghe bent his arm, making it look like he had a lot of strength. In fact, Su Xinghe's physique was already several times stronger than normal. But I want to protect Dad. Su Mengyao said relentlessly. Well, then, Dad will enroll you, and you can protect Dad in the future. Su Xinghe didn't expect Su Mengyao to learn anything, but he just didn't want to dampen Su Mengyao's enthusiasm. What's more important than a happy child? Ding! Reward the host with martial arts mastery including but not limited to combat techniques, boxing routines, weapons, and hidden weapons. Holy cow! Su Xinghe knew that the system's output would be of high quality, but he didn't expect it to be so extraordinary. A magnificent power filled Su Xinghe's entire body, and many martial arts routines were memorized in his mind. Some of the kung fu was even real killing techniques, not the kind of flowery boxing. At the same time, his muscle strength also exploded. If Su Xinghe looked at his body now, he would find that every muscle was just right, and the muscle lines of his whole body were perfect. Chapter 9, Why Not Have a Contest? Hello, sir. Are you here to register your child? You can tell from her clothes that this beautiful woman is a salesperson. Yes, I'd like to register my daughter. Su Xinghe glanced at the girl in front of him. She was considered to be of average appearance, but her figure was well proportioned, probably because she exercised regularly. Hello, please come with me and fill out the registration form. The girl wore a professional smile on her face. Okay. Su Xinghe nodded and followed the sales lady, holding Su Mengyao. Hello, sir, this is the registration form. Please fill in the information, and if you have any questions, you can ask me. The sales lady handed Su Xingha a registration form and went to attend to someone else. Su Xingha wrote his name and Su Mengyao's name on the registration form, as well as his phone number and other information. Dad, I want to learn Taekwondo. Su Mengyao held a brochure in her hands, with promotional photos on it. I don't know how Su Mengyao knew about Taekwondo, and Su Xingha was also very surprised. I guess this little girl has paid a lot of attention to these things. Okay, then Dad will sign you up for Taekwondo. Dad, isn't Taekwondo very awesome? I've seen it on TV and it's really awesome. That's all on TV, and Taekwondo is not the most powerful. Su Xingha didn't think much of it, but for him now, thousands of years of Chinese martial arts were in his mind, and compared to those killing techniques, Taekwondo was indeed very average. Ah. Then I want to learn the powerful ones, I want to beat all the bad guys away. Su Mengyao said this while making a fierce expression with her little fists clenched. Ha, the most powerful kung fu is only for Dad. Su Xingha thought no one would care if he and his daughter spoke in a low voice, but little did he know that the sales lady who had just accompanied her to register had heard everything. The sales lady felt a little resentful in her heart. Why did she say that Taekwondo was not awesome? She was a black belt 5th degree Taekwondo practitioner and had won the National Taekwondo Championship. She also owned this martial arts school. She never imagined that she would meet someone so ignorant who would actually disparage Taekwondo. Sir, if you don't like it, you can stop your child from learning Taekwondo, but you can't belittle it. I didn't belittle it. Su Xingha looked at the saleswoman in front of him with a dumbfounded expression. You just said that Taekwondo is not powerful, which shows that you don't know anything about it. If you know even a little bit, you should know that Taekwondo is not flowery and showy, but real kung fu. I don't deny that Taekwondo is kung fu, I just said it's not the most powerful. Su Xingha didn't want to waste time with this woman, but she obviously didn't want him to leave. You look like you know kung fu, so why don't we spar? If you can beat me, I'll admit you're right, but if you can't, you have to apologize. Seeing the woman's aggressive manner, Su Xingha sighed. You're the one who wants to spar with me, don't say I'm bullying a woman. In fact, Su Xingha also wanted to try his kung fu. I hope you don't beg for mercy then. There's a ring in our martial arts gym, please come in and spar with me. Many men are no match for her, so she didn't take Su Xingha seriously either, thinking that he was just a bit of show. Su Xingha followed her into the martial arts gym and discovered that the walls were hung with photos of this woman fighting others and trophies. Reading the martial arts gym's introduction, he learned that this woman was called Li Tianjin and was a 5th degree black belt in Taekwondo. No wonder she was so arrogant, it seems that she had some skills. But Su Xingha didn't care what rank she was, after all, compared to China's thousands of years of martial arts history, Taekwondo was ultimately not impressive enough. Sir, it's not too late to regret. Li Tianjin stood in the ring, having already changed into her Taekwondo uniform. You won't cry if you lose, will you? Seeing Su Xingha belittle her so, Li Tianjin gritted her teeth and thought to herself, I'll make you suffer later. Su Xingha didn't know what was going on inside her, so she put Su Mengyao on the chair next to her, took off her jacket, and revealed her shapely arms. Go, Dad. Su Mengyao saw her father competing with this beautiful young lady and gave him a little handclap to cheer him on. Be a good boy and sit there, Daddy will be down in a minute. Su Xingha said this and then walked onto the ring. Is this what you're wearing? Li Tianzuan looked at the man in front of him, who had just walked onto the stage wearing a short-sleeved shirt and casual trousers. Do you need to wear specific clothes for a competition? Su Xingha was a little confused. Does he need to change his clothes before fighting someone? Okay. Li Tianzuan was a little speechless, but he didn't say anything else. Instead, he bowed to Su Xingha, then assumed a fighting stance and let out a ha. Oops. Li Tianzuan's voice startled Su Xingha. Su Xingha didn't know much about Taekwondo etiquette, but he still returned the bow. As the saying goes, one should first learn morality when learning martial arts, and one should have the proper etiquette when sparring with others. Seeing that Su Xingha was just casually standing in the middle of the field without making any gestures, Li Tianjin was still quite cautious. Even a lion fighting a rabbit uses its full strength. Li Tianjin has been able to defeat many opponents in competitions and win championships, so his strength naturally cannot be underestimated. Yeah. Li Tianjin took the lead and kicked towards Su Xingha's face, but this move was just a test. Su Xingha leaned slightly to the side, reached out and grabbed Li Tianjin's ankle, and then lifted one foot to kick Li Tianjin's other foot. Li Tianjin was shocked that her foot was caught so easily. Despite her small frame, the force of this kick was no less than 100 pounds, and basically no one could withstand it head-on, let alone catch it so easily. But at this moment, she didn't have time to think much, because Su Xingha's foot was already kicking towards her standing leg. With the strength of Su Xingha's wrist, Li Tianjin jumped up, and the other foot also kicked towards Su Xingha's face. Su Xingha smiled slightly. I didn't expect this little girl to be good. Su Xingha reached out to block, pushing Li Tianjin away with both hands. Li Tianjin flipped in the air, dissipating Su Xingha's strength, and landed firmly on the ground. Many people had just followed in to watch the fun, and they all cheered loudly at the wonderful fight between the two. Su Mengyao was even more excited, clapping her hands and shouting, "Go daddy!" Not bad. Su Xingha couldn't help but praise. Just now he used 3/4 of his strength. An ordinary person would have fallen on their face, but Li Tianjin was able to stand steadily. You're not bad either. Li Tianjin also praised, but in his heart he became curious about Su Xingha. This man looks unremarkable, but he has such skills. Now Su Xingha looks like a master with his arm behind his back. It's my turn next. Su Xingha gave a reminder, but his figure rushed towards Li Tianjin like a ghost. The people at the scene barely saw how Su Xingha moved, and suddenly he appeared in front of Li Tianjin, who was also taken aback. This speed is terrifying. Chapter 10, Dad, you bullied that sister. Li Tianjin flew backwards without seeing him make a move. Su Xingha reached out and grabbed Li Tianjin's hand, helping to dissipate the force in the air. He was really afraid that his strength was too great and he would suddenly seriously injure Li Tianjin. This was the first time he had sparred with someone else and he didn't know how powerful his strength was. After spinning in the air twice, Li Tianjin finally landed on the ground. Li Tianjin, who was still in a daze, had not yet reacted. How did I fly into the air? And how did I fall back down? This is completely inconsistent with my own perception. Are you hurt? Seeing Li Tianjin standing there motionless, Su Xingha thought he had hurt Li Tianjin because his strength was too great. No. Li Tianjin answered blankly. This man is too strong, it's like a dream. This was the only thing on Li Tianjin's mind at the moment. Is that it? The people in the audience did not know what Li Tianjin had just experienced. Only Li Tianjin herself knew that if Su Xingha had not held her hand, she might have flown several meters away and fallen to the ground vomiting blood. Are you really okay? Su Xingha was still not convinced and double-checked. I'm fine. I admit defeat, I'm sorry. It's no big deal. Su Xingha replied with a smile. Li Tianjin realized at this moment that there are always people better than you. It was just a friendly competition, there was no need to take it seriously. Su Xingha just wanted to test his own strength, and he didn't expect it to be so amazing. Seeing that Li Tianjin was not injured, Su Xingha also let his guard down and turned to walk off the stage. Mr. Su, can you come to my martial arts school as a coach? Li Tianjin didn't know why he asked this. Su Xingha stopped in his tracks, looked at Li Tianjin, shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I can't do this, but my daughter will learn from you here. He walked off the stage, picked up Su Mengyao and left, leaving Li Tianjin on the stage. Although Su Xingha did not agree to be a coach at the martial arts school, what had just happened had given the school free publicity. Many people at the scene signed up their children, and of course there were also some parents who were envious of Li Tianjin's body and stayed behind. After leaving the scene, Su Mengyao still looked at her father blankly, and occasionally touched his face. Dad, are you really my dad? When did you become so good? Although she didn't know how her father had just won, she knew that he had. Silly girl, if I'm not your father, who is? Su Xingha looked at Su Mengyao with love. Dad, are you Superman? It feels like you're different from before. You cook better than before and you're also better than before. Upon hearing this, Su Xingha couldn't help but laugh. This little girl's insight is really extraordinary, and she has actually noticed all the changes in me. Dad is not Superman, but I will become your Superman. Su Xingha kissed Su Mengyao's little face. Dad, your beard is so itchy. Su Mengyao shrunk her neck and laughed. It stings? I'll try it. Afterwards, Su Xingha deliberately rubbed his beard on Su Mengyao's little face, which made Su Mengyao laugh non-stop. Daddy, did you just bully that sister? Huh? Daddy didn't bully her. But I saw that sister standing there blankly, almost crying. No way? Don't talk nonsense, Daddy never bullies girls. Su Mengyao pouted, and you just tickled me with your mustache. Did I? I didn't. Su Xinghe said, and then rubbed his mustache on Su Mengyao's little face again. Yes, you did. The father and daughter were having a great time. Back at home, Su Xinghe took out his phone and only then did he see the WeChat message from Xiao Ying. How's the song coming along? Don't forget to come over tomorrow to record it. I've already written it, I'll send it to you in a moment. Su Xinghe took a photo of the song written in the notebook and sent it to Xiao Ying. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Ying, who heard the WeChat prompt, immediately opened her phone. But when she saw the song written by Su Xinghe, she felt like crying but couldn't laugh. Are you afraid I'll steal your copyright? Ha! Looking at the message sent by Xiao Ying, Su Xinghe realized that he had sent the lyrics handwritten, not in electronic form. Sorry, that's not what I meant. I'm used to writing by hand, so I just sent you a photo without thinking too much about it. Su Xinghe hurriedly explained. Of course Xiao Ying didn't really take it to heart, she was just joking. Even if Su Xinghe wrote it well, she would never steal the copyright, that was her principle. Just kidding, let me take a look. Xiao Ying opened the picture, zoomed in, and looked at it carefully. 10 songs. Unconsciously, Xiao Ying hummed along with the melody a few times. She was impressed. The lyrics were truly superb. In particular, the song Dispel Sorrow was dedicated to a glass of wine to the rising sun, a glass to the moonlight, a glass to the hometown, a glass to the distance, a glass to tomorrow, a glass to the past, a glass to freedom, and a glass to death. Xiao Ying's eyes moistened. She believed that once the song was released, it would definitely become an instant hit. The lyrics were so awesome. These 8 glasses of wine are likely to set off a storm in the music scene. Come record a song tomorrow, I want to help you release an album. Xiao Ying didn't know what words to use to describe it, but she knew that if Su Xinghe was willing, he would become a new star in the music scene. I'll come find you tomorrow. Su Xinghe didn't think it was a big deal, as the songs he wrote were all relatively popular songs at that time. Yodio, go to bed early today, tomorrow you're going to go record a song with Daddy. Is Daddy going to be on TV? Su Mengyao looked at Su Xinghe happily. Maybe. Su Xinghe didn't know what the process was like, but sooner or later he would have to appear on a TV show. After putting Su Mengyao to sleep, Su Xinghe turned on Douyin live streaming again. Hello everyone, I haven't been live streaming for a few days, have you all missed me? Just as he opened the live streaming room, dozens of people entered. Wow, Su, you finally started streaming, I've been waiting for you for days. Of course people miss you. Su is so handsome. Su is not only handsome, but also very good at fighting carrot. I really like men who can fight carrot. The subtitles below were scrolling quickly, and Su Xinghe simply did not have time to read them. Today I'll just have a simple chat with you all. Su Xinghe smiled. He didn't know that today's video of him sparring with Li Tianjin at the martial arts school had already been uploaded to TikTok and was very popular. I didn't realize that Su was still a martial arts master, truly the man of my heart. Now Su Xinghe's fan base has increased quite a bit, and there are also many fans who have always wanted him to sing. Since everyone wants me to sing, I'll sing another song. After saying this, he softly hummed, singing Twilight, a song that is also very popular at Blue Star. Wow, who in the family understands it? Just listening to Su's singing, I can already sing along. I don't know what kind of foul language the other person said, but the system actually blocked it directly. After finishing singing this song quickly, Su Xinghe said, I have something to do tomorrow, so that's it for today. Goodbye, everyone. One more song. The fans frantically posted comments, but Su Xinghe had already gone off the air. Su is so decisive. But I love it. This song Dusk was, unsurprisingly, once again a hit on the internet. Chapter 11, Shocking Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying's studio is on Beishir Street, a bit far from Longwan Garden, where Su Xinghe lives. In the morning, Su Xinghe took Su Mengyao in a taxi to Xiao Ying's studio. Since they got up relatively early, Su Mengyao fell asleep in Su Xinghe's arms. It seems like I need to buy a car. I will definitely be going out a lot in the future, and a car is essential for getting around. When Su Xinghe arrived at Xiao Ying's studio, Xiao Ying had already been waiting for a long time. Hello Mr. Su. Our boss has been waiting for you in the recording room. Xiao Ying's assistant saw Su Xinghe and led him to the recording room. Su Xinghe was not surprised and followed the assistant to the recording room. Is this where you go on TV, Dad? Su Mengyao had already woken up and was being held by Su Xinghe. This is where the songs are recorded. Daddy will be busy with work in a while, so you have to behave and play nearby. Su Xinghe whispered to Su Mengyao. Don't worry, Daddy, Yo-Yo will definitely behave. Boss, Mr. Su is here. The assistant greeted Xiao Ying, who was intently looking at the songs written by Su Xinghe. You finally arrived, I can't wait. The songs you wrote are really great, much better than I expected. Xiao Ying could not hide her excitement at seeing Su Xinghe. You wrote all these songs in just 3 days? In fact, Xiao Ying believed that Su Xinghe had already written these songs before and was just taking them out today. No. Hearing Su Xinghe's words confirmed Xiao Ying's suspicion. Even a genius could not have written so many excellent songs in just 3 days. To be precise, I wrote them in 3 hours, and my hands are a little sore. Su Xinghe looked calm and collected, and it was impossible to tell whether he was showing off on purpose or not. What? 3 hours? Xiao Ying's eyes widened, and her tone was full of disbelief. What kind of genius could write so many perfect songs in just 3 hours? Not to mention that Xiao Ying didn't believe it. If she told anyone else, no one would believe it either. Yes, it was just 3 hours. Seeing Su Xinghe's confident tone and sincere eyes, Xiao Ying couldn't help but believe him. Writing 10 songs in 3 hours, and the key is that these 10 songs are all perfect. It can be said that each one of them, taken out separately, can easily dominate the current music scene. What kind of genius is this? Could it be that she has found a treasure? Seeing Xiao Ying's strange look, Su Xinghe felt a little uncomfortable. Could it be that Xiao Ying has fallen for me? Why is she looking at me with such a strange look? Although I am a little handsome and have some extraordinary talent. Sister, you don't like my father, do you? Children's words have no harm, and upon hearing Su Mengyao's words, Xiao Ying's face suddenly turned red. Ah, this, how could I have been so rude? Xiao Ying thought to herself. Cough cough, Mengyao, don't talk nonsense. Xiao Ying coughed to hide her embarrassment. Su Xinghe had turned his gaze to the window and pretended not to have heard Su Mengyao's words. But in his heart, he said, this little girl, she's so eloquent. Let's start recording the song. Xiao Ying straightened her hair and said. Be a good girl, Yao Yao, go play over there, and don't make a sound. I know, Dad, you guys want to sing, I won't make a sound to disturb you. Su Mengyao finished and winked at Su Xinghe. Her quirky appearance was irresistible. Xiao Ying had already set up the equipment. Are you ready? Xiao Ying asked Su Xinghe. Let's start. Although it was the first time Su Xinghe had come into contact with these things, he felt very familiar with them. While the system was upgrading his skills, it also transferred these things to her brain. Putting on his earphones, Su Xinghe opened his mouth to sing, and Xiao Ying stood in the control room watching Su Xinghe record the song. The young man in charge of sound recording couldn't help but be shocked by Su Xinghe's singing. The lyrics are so awesome. The sound engineer gave Xiao Ying a thumbs up, and listening to Su Xinghe sing was a real treat. In addition to Xiao Chou, Su Xinghe also wrote a few songs for male and female chorus, and Xiao Ying also went in to record with Su Xinghe. Both of their singing skills were impeccable, and their understanding of the songs also matched perfectly. It can be said that the two found resonance in those chorus songs. After a day of recording, 10 songs were finally recorded. Finally, it's over. Su Xinghe walked out of the recording room and let out a long sigh. Dad, you were so handsome in there. Su Mengyao ran over as soon as she saw Su Xinghe, hugged his thighs and said in a baby voice. Sister Xiao Ying was also very pretty. After praising Su Xinghe, Su Mengyao didn't forget to praise Xiao Ying a little. Xiao Ying, who was standing next to her, crouched down and kissed Su Mengyao's little face. You have such a sweet little mouth. He. Su Mengyao grinned from ear to ear. In a little while, I'll take you two out to eat, okay? Hearing that they would be eating something delicious, Su Mengyao said happily, yes. I love you so much, sister. You were bought off with a delicious meal. Su Xinghe laughed and picked Su Mengyao up in his arms. I cook delicious food for you every day, and you never say you love me. Su Xinghe said, pretending to be angry. Of course I love you, Dad. Su Mengyao wrapped her two little hands around Su Xinghe's neck. Su Xinghe did not refuse Xiao Ying's invitation. After all, eating with a beautiful woman is a pleasant thing, not to mention a beautiful woman like Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying drove and took Su Xinghe and Su Mengyao to a nearby restaurant that looked very nice. The home-style cooking here is very good, and it's been a long time since I'd been here, so we'll just try it together today. Su Xinghe followed Xiao Ying into the restaurant, which was warmly decorated and very clean. What's more, it was located near the window, so they could enjoy a panoramic view of the city at night. Su Xinghe really liked the environment. Dad, this place is so beautiful. It was obvious that Su Mengyao also liked it very much. Not long after the order was placed, the waiter brought the food. Su Xinghe first gave Su Mengyao a little bit, and then he ate it himself. The taste is really good. Su Xinghe nodded. Now Su Xinghe's cooking skills have also reached the level of 4 Michelin stars, but he still felt that the chef at this restaurant was not inferior to him, and it was even a little more delicious than his. Dad, this dish is delicious, just like the one you make. Su Mengyao took the chopsticks herself and went to pick up the dish. Xiao Ying had always heard Su Mengyao say that Su Xinghe's cooking was delicious, so she thought the child was just being complimentary to her father. You also know how to cook well. Xiao Ying couldn't help but ask Su Xinghe. A little. Usually when I'm at home, I cook for myself. It's healthier and better for the growth of the child. Su Xinghe nodded. It's true that what you cook yourself is much cleaner than what you get from outside. I'll definitely try your cooking when I get the chance. Xiao Ying said jokingly. That's for sure. Su Xinghe didn't take it seriously either. The program will start recording in 5 days. You have to go to Hangzhou with me. Our program is recorded in Hangzhou. Later, you can send me your ID card and I will book your flight. I'll book my own flight. I'll have to bring my daughter with me. It's okay. Yao Yao can stay with Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng is Xiao Ying's assistant. In the end, Su Xinghe decided to book his own flight, and Xiao Ying respected Su Xinghe's wishes. Chapter 12, Someone Actually Wants to Get Beaten Up. It had been 2 days since Su Xinghe had signed up Su Mengyao for taekwondo class. In the morning, Li Tianjin called Su Xinghe to tell him that the class could start today. Su Xinghe woke Su Mengyao up after making breakfast. Mengyao, get up for breakfast. Dad. Su Mengyao rubbed her big eyes and yawned, saying, Dad, what are you doing up so early? The taekwondo teacher just called and said we can go to class now. Su Xinghe said while helping Su Mengyao get dressed. Really? That's great. I can finally learn Kung Fu, and I want to learn well to protect you. Seeing Su Mengyao's happy face, Su Xinghe was also full of joy. What's more important than having a happy child? Then you must study hard, but before learning taekwondo you must eat your breakfast. Okay, I'll eat a lot. That way I'll have the same strength as Dad. After breakfast, Su Xinghe took Su Mengyao to Li Tianji's martial arts school by taxi. Although Li Tianji is a taekwondo coach, he teaches more than just taekwondo here. He also teaches other types of martial arts, such as Muay Thai, Chinese martial arts, and combat sports. Mr. Su, you're here. Seeing Su Xinghe approaching, Li Tianjin went up to greet him. Well, bring the child here for class. Su Mengyao only has 3 taekwondo classes a week, each lasting 2 hours. In fact, Su Xinghe doesn't want Su Mengyao to take classes for too long either. After all, this is just a child's interest, there is no need to make the child study very hard, and he doesn't want his child to compete and win prizes like Li Tianjin. Are you Su Xinghe? At this time, a burly man stood next to Li Tianjin and deliberately shrugged his shoulders, causing the muscles on his body to bulge. What? Is there something the matter? Su Xinghe frowned, took a look at the man in front of him, and thought for a moment, but he didn't have any impression. I heard that you're very good at fighting. The man's tone of voice was full of provocation, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Zhou Tainan, don't be ridiculous. Li Tianjin was also a little upset when she heard the man's words, and spoke to stop him. Tianjin, that day he bullied you, I'll take revenge for you. The guy named Zhou Tainan clenched his fists in his hands and slammed them against each other, looking at Su Xinghe with extremely aggressive eyes. Not interested. Su Xinghe ignored Zhou Tainan and walked past him with Su Mengyao. Hey, if you're so good at bullying women, why are you afraid to fight a man? You can't be that cowardly. Zhou Tainan still had no intention of letting Su Xinghe go. Dad. Su Mengyao seemed a little scared and held onto Su Xinghe's hand tightly. Mengyao's not afraid. Su Xinghe bent down and took Su Mengyao in his arms. He really didn't want to deal with this man with brawn but no brains. Bah, what a coward. Zhou Tainan spat, and Su Xinghe didn't want to start trouble, but he would never allow others to shit on his head. Seeing Su Xinghe turn his head, Zhou Tainan said again, What? Don't you agree? If you want to be beaten, don't blame me for being rude. Su Xinghe said coldly. There were a few parents who had come to drop off their children and had just arrived when they saw Zhou Tainan and Su Xinghe have a conflict. At this time, seeing Su Xinghe angry, they also wanted to watch the fun. Several parents had heard of Su Xinghe's duel with Li Tianjin, but they had not witnessed it at the time. It would be nice to be able to see Su Xinghe duel with Zhou Tainan today. People will always love to watch a good fight. Then it depends on whether you have the ability. Zhou Tainan still didn't take Su Xinghe seriously. Mr. Su, don't take him seriously. Li Tianjin still wanted to come out and smooth things over. This is between us men. Zhou Tainan waved his hand, blocking Li Tianjin to the side. Tianjin, watch how I'll beat this pretty boy into submission. The others didn't know, but the other coaches at the martial arts school knew that Zhou Tainan liked Li Tianjin, only that Li Tianjin didn't feel the same way about Zhou Tainan. Seeing this, Li Tianjin said nothing more. Some people just won't listen to reason, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. You can only wait until they crash into a wall and come back to their senses, bloody and battered. In the ring, Zhou Tainan crossed his arms and moved his hands and feet. Hey, don't cry for help when I beat you up later. Be careful, Dad. Su Mengyao looked nervously at Su Xinghe. Don't worry, Yodio, Dad will be down soon. Su Xinghe ignored Zhou Tianan's provocations and looked tenderly at Su Mengyao. Perhaps it was because she saw Zhou Tianan's burly figure that Su Mengyao was a little nervous, which made Su Xinghe's heart warm. Li Tianjin was also standing below the ring. She knew that Zhou Tainan was no match for Su Xinghe, but Zhou Tainan always looked condescending. It was good to be taught a lesson so that he would know that there are people better than him. Parents who had come to drop off their children for class also gathered around the ring. Zhou Tainan saw that Su Xinghe completely disregarded him, and his anger grew. He yelled and charged at Su Xinghe. Fall. Seeing Zhou Tainan charging towards him, Su Xinghe let out a light shout and exerted force at the same time with his hands. Zhou Tianan's 180 gene body was thrown aside like a leaf. Su Xinghe's strength was well controlled, and he threw Zhou Tainan heavily to the ground without causing him injury, but the pain of the impact was obvious. Zhou Tainan groaned and struggled for a while before he managed to get up. He covered his chest and gasped for breath. Sneak attack. Since he had just hit his chest on the floor, there seemed to be a lump of air in his chest that he could neither exhale nor inhale. It was very uncomfortable there, and it was difficult to speak. Then, Su Xinghe looked at Zhou Tainan with a sneer and waved his finger. This time Zhou Tainan was more cautious and tentatively moved closer to Su Xinghe. Zhou Tainan practiced Muay Thai, and his moves were known for being fierce, but Zhou Tainan only learned the stance but not the essence. Looking at his burly figure was intimidating, but in fact his strength was very average, not as good as Li Tianjin. When Zhou Tainan got close to Su Xinghe struck again. This time, he used a move from the authentic national martial art of Tai Zu Long Quan, which is also known for its ferocity. Zhou Tainan saw Su Xinghe's fist coming and tried to dodge to the side, but Su Xinghe's fist seemed to have some kind of magic to it, and no matter what Zhou Tainan did, he couldn't avoid it. The punch landed firmly on Zhou Tainan's chest. With a loud thud, Zhou Tainan flew backwards. Wow, Dad is so awesome. Su Mengyao exclaimed from the audience, and the others also stared at Zhou Tainan with their mouths open. How could a 180-kilogram man be knocked flying by Su Xinghe with one punch? This time Zhou Tainan fell to the ground and struggled for a long time without getting up. He looked at Su Xinghe with a red face as if he had seen a monster. He just couldn't understand how Su Xinghe, who looked so weak and gentle, could have such strength. However, he didn't know that Su Xinghe was a typical example of someone who looked thin in clothes but had muscles underneath. Underneath the loose t-shirt were clearly defined muscles. His muscles were different from those of a gym-trained person, who looked weak and delicate. Chapter 13, Dad, she seems to like you a little. After finishing off Zhou Tainan, Su Xinghe walked off the ring as if nothing had happened. The parents nearby, who were interested in such things, had already posted the video of Su Xinghe fighting on the internet. Li Tianzuan also shook his head and turned away, ignoring Zhou Tainan. Seeing that he had lost face in front of Li Tianzuan, Zhou Tianan's face looked even more unpleasant. Tianzuan. Zhou Tainan wanted to explain a few more words, but Li Tianjin didn't even look at him. Su Xinghe, you wait. Apart from being incompetent and furious, it seems that Zhou Tainan can't do anything else. Dad, you were so cool just now. Su Mengyao had already run over, and Su Xinghe picked her up in his arms. That's a must. Su Xinghe raised his eyebrows. This scene happened to be seen by Li Tianjin. I didn't expect you to be so gentle in front of your daughter. My father has always been very gentle, Su Mengyao said to Li Tianjin, and Su Xinghe smiled without saying a word, but secretly happy in his heart. What could be more moving than his daughter's praise? I feel like your daughter doesn't need me to teach her. There are a lot of children here, and playing with children her age is better for her development. Su Xinghe replied lightly. For Su Xinghe, it is true that the teaching here is not as good as his own teaching, but children need to interact with their peers. That's true, she hasn't even started kindergarten yet, has she? Li Tianjin didn't hurry to leave, but stood aside and chatted with Su Xinghe. Not yet, I'll send her in a while. We're going to Hangzhou soon. Is it for work? Li Tianjin was curious about what Su Xinghe did for a living. She didn't usually play with Douyin, so she didn't know that Su Xinghe was an internet celebrity. Well, Tianjin, the students are all ready. A coach came over and called Li Tianjin. I have to start teaching now, let's chat again sometime. Okay. Su Mengyao also followed Li Tianjin to the classroom, while Su Xinghe sat on a nearby chair waiting with the other parents. The female parent sitting next to Su Xinghe was swiping through Douyin, because she had just uploaded a video of Su Xinghe playing the ring game, and there were a lot of comments. The person who was knocked flying must have been on a wire. How could someone have such strength? That guy's acting is good, he didn't even want to act that painful expression. Is this person who fought in the ring Su Su? It really is me, Su Su, I love you, my handsome man. Some fans of Su Xinghe saw this video and commented furiously below. The parent next to them looked up and secretly took a look at Su Xinghe, thinking to themselves, this person is quite handsome, could it be that he is also an internet celebrity? The female parent opened the search box and thought for a moment. Just now, Zhou Tainan seemed to have called him Su Xinghe. She tried searching for Su Xinghe and sure enough, she found an account. Looking at the avatar, it was the man sitting next to her. She opened the homepage and saw those borderline videos posted by the original owner. Oh my god! The female parent couldn't help but let out a sound. Su Xinghe subconsciously glanced at the content on her phone and instantly felt ashamed. Shit, I forgot to delete it. The female parent also realized her own inappropriate behavior and looked at Su Xinghe a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Su Xinghe said with a pretense of composure, it's okay. It's all old videos. But in her heart, she cursed the original owner hundreds of times. You have quite a few fans. The female parent tried to change the subject. Luckily. Looking at Su Xinghe's profile, the female parent thought to herself, she is quite pretty, if only my dead husband had such good looks. You're so good at martial arts, why do you send your child here to study? The female parent seemed to be deliberately looking for a topic to chat with Su Xinghe. Let your child play with peers. Indeed, most children nowadays are only children, and they are too lonely at home. Attending such interest classes can really allow them to play with more children their age. The female parent kept talking non-stop, and Su Xinghe was a bit annoyed, so he said, excuse me, I have something to do for a while. Leaving the classroom, Su Xinghe opened TikTok and deleted all the videos posted by the previous owner. A lifetime of good name is ruined in an instant. Su Xinghe sighed as he deleted them. The class quickly ended, and Su Mengyao was still wearing her taekwondo uniform and hadn't changed. Dad, do you think I look cool? Su Mengyao said, and did a taekwondo starting stance, saying ha in a crisp voice. Su Mengyao is very handsome. Su Xinghe gave a thumbs up. Hee, I also think I'm very handsome. Su Mengyao ran over with a smile, taking Su Xinghe's hand. Dad, our coach seems to like you a bit. Why do you say that? Su Xinghe didn't know what the little girl meant. Because she kept looking at you when she was teaching us, but I found out. Su Mengyao said quietly to Su Xinghe, with her small hand covering her mouth. You little girl. If you don't practice properly, you're concerned with these unimportant things. Hee, but this is a big deal. What if she becomes my mom in the future? Su Mengyao stuck out her tongue a little mischievously. I'm afraid she'll hit me then. Why would she hit you if you're so good? Ha? So Dad is planning to let her be my mom. Upon hearing Su Mengyao's words, Su Xinghe froze for a moment. It seems that the little girl is trying to trick him. Nonsense, how could Dad let her be your mom? Hee, Dad is so silly. Su Mengyao was happy that Su Xinghe had been tricked by her little scheme. In fact, it's not impossible to let our coach be our mom, but I like Sister Xiao Ying better. Su Mengyao said matter-of-factly. Don't think about it, kiddo, Dad has you, that's enough. Su Xingha pretended to knock Su Mengyao's head. Dad, but I also want a mom. When she got to the end of her sentence, tears welled up in Su Mengyao's eyes. Su Xingha knew that the child was thinking about her mother. Su Xingha was at a loss for words and didn't know how to answer. Dad, is my mother a very bad person? Otherwise, why would she be willing to leave me behind? This was something that Su Xingha had never experienced before. He had no idea what it felt like to be a child without a mother, but looking at Su Mengyao's sad face, it made him feel very uncomfortable. Yo-yo, do you miss your mother a lot? I just want to know what my mother looks like. Su Mengyao had tears in her eyes, her expression was aggrieved, and she looked so pitiful that it made people feel sorry for her. Then, will Daddy take you to find your mother? Really? In the past, whenever Su Mengyao talked about her mother, Su Xingha would always change the subject or even lose his temper, but he had never said that he would take Su Mengyao to find her mother. This time, she didn't know why her father had agreed to her, and she was afraid that he was just trying to entertain her, so she wanted to make sure again. It's true, Dad will take you to see her. Although Su Xingha didn't have a good impression of Chen Xingqing, he still wanted Su Mengyao to meet her. After all, she was Su Mengyao's biological mother. Chapter 14, Arriving in Hangzhou. In the dead of night, Su Xingha walked over to the window. Su Mengyao had already fallen asleep. His thoughts were a million miles away, some of them the original owner's memories of Chen Xingqing. After spending this time with Su Mengyao, Su Xingha had completely taken on the role of a father, and his life had become integrated with that of his daughter. It really broke his heart that such a young child had no mother. Sighing, he decided to find an opportunity to take Su Mengyao to meet Chen Xingqing. Remember to bring your daughter to class tomorrow afternoon. Li Tianzuan sent a WeChat message to Su Xingha. Okay. After replying, Su Xingha put his phone aside and casually picked up a book to flip through. The family had bought a few new books, which Su Xingha had prepared for Su Mengyao because he felt that a child's interests should be cultivated from an early age, and an adult needs to be there to accompany them. Reading more books is always beneficial. In the next few days, Su Xingha only took Su Mengyao to taekwondo class and occasionally went to Xiao Ying's studio to rehearse for the performance. He had originally planned to take Su Mengyao to meet Chen Xingqing first, but Su Xingha realized that he did not have Chen Xingqing's contact information. Time passed quickly, and the 5 days were over in no time. Xiao Ying and Su Xingha had agreed on a departure time. The flight was at 10 a.m., but Su Xingha got up a little after 6 a.m. to make breakfast for Su Mengyao. The luggage had been packed in advance, and after breakfast Su Xingha took a taxi to take Su Mengyao to the airport. Xiao Ying was waiting in the departure lounge with the suitcase. Xiao Ying, here we are. Su Mengyao greeted Xiao Ying loudly when she saw her. Xiao Meng's assistant, walked over and took the suitcase from Su Xingha's hands. Let me help you. Thank you. Su Xingha thanked her and handed her the suitcase. We still have an hour and a half before boarding, let's go through security. Su Xingha had booked an economy class ticket. After all, he only had a limited amount of money at the moment, and Xiao Ying had promised to call him after the program was recorded. But unexpectedly, Xiao Ying also booked an economy class ticket, and her seat was right next to his. I don't know if it was a coincidence or intentional. The flight from Shenyang to Hangzhou only takes 2 hours, and Su Mengyao has already fallen asleep in Su Xingha's lap. Su Xingha is also bored, looking out the window at the sky. Our opponent this time has some strength. One of them, Chang Yifei, has a few very good songs and is very popular on the internet. Xiao Ying handed Su Xingha a tablet, which contained information about the contestants. This Chang Yifei was originally going to collaborate with Xiao Ying, but then he was taken away by Hu Lai. Xiao Meng, who was sitting behind them, peeked between Su Xingha and Xiao Ying, looking meaningfully at them. In the past few days, Xiao Meng had always felt that there was something different about Xiao Ying. She always mentioned Su Xingha in front of her, whether intentionally or not, saying how talented he was. Is that him? Su Xingha opened Chang Yifei's profile. The online play counts for those few songs were indeed not bad, and he had more than 1 million followers on the online platform. In fact, his biggest rival was not him, but the person behind him. Xiao Ying continued. The reason why Chang Yifei was snatched away by Hu Lai was because Hu Lai knew the person behind him. Xiao Ying didn't say much, but Su Xingha could roughly guess. The entertainment industry is deep. Can talent defeat capital? There was only one time in launching, and that was that summer with Mao Mao. But Su Xingha believed that he could. After getting off the plane, there was already a program group car waiting at the airport. Su Xingha opened the door of a business car, and inside sat a fat man with a pair of sunglasses, looking imperious. There was no room to sit in the back of the car. There was only one person in the car, obviously not wanting Su Xinghe to get in. Su Xinghe didn't say anything and turned away. No one wants to ride in the same car as me. The fat man's voice reached Su Xinghe's ears, and Xiao Ying next to him also heard it. He is Hu Lai, a veteran in the music scene. Xiao Ying was afraid that Su Xinghe didn't know him, so she followed behind him and said to Xiao Meng, who was humming, What kind of predecessor is he? He's just a snobbish little person with an overbearing attitude. Xiao Meng has a straightforward personality, and in fact, her personality is not suitable for the entertainment industry, but Xiao Ying has always kept her by her side. Of course, Xiao Meng is 100% sincere toward Xiao Ying. It would be more appropriate to say that the two of them are more like sisters than boss and employee. No matter who he is, if he encounters us, he has to be submissive even if he is a dragon, or lie low even if he is a tiger. Su Xinghe's words instead made Xiao Ying and Xiao Meng laugh out loud, and the just suppressed atmosphere was also lightened by Su Xinghe's joke. After a while, there were only Xiao Ying, Xiao Meng, and Su Xinghe's daughter and father in the business car, and they soon arrived at the recording site of the program. Hu Lai and Su Xinghe entered the venue almost at the same time. Hu Lai looked at Su Xinghe coldly and said to Xiao Ying in a strange tone, "You are considered an old hand in the music industry, but why do you bring in just anyone?" This comment was obviously directed at Su Xinghe. Who is a cat and who is a dog will only be known at the end of the competition. Su Xinghe had a smile on his lips, but his eyes were full of murderous intent. This look made Hu Lai involuntarily shiver. "Master Hu, you're here." A handsome young man with a well-placed tear-shaped mole in the corner of his eye walked out of the dressing room. Su Xinghe recognized the young man as Cheng Yifei at a glance. "Yifei, you're here so early. How's the song practice going?" "Thank you, Mr. Hu, for your concern. I have been practicing, and I will need your guidance when the time comes." Cheng Yifei was very polite to Hu Lai. "Your strength is here, teacher believes in you, someone is presumptuous, and they are determined to meet with failure." While Hu Lai was speaking, his eyes occasionally glanced at Su Xinghe and Xiao Ying. Upon hearing Hu Lai's words, Xiao Ying's face did not look very good. Since they met, Hu Lai has been targeting the two of them, Su Xinghe and Xiao Ying. The other two guests had also arrived at the recording site and greeted Hu Lai one after the other, but when they saw Xiao Ying, they only nodded slightly. Xiao Ying knew that these two people were under pressure from Hu Lai. Of the four of them, Hu Lai was the most senior, and Xiao Ying was the least senior, so everyone knew who to get close to. "Let's go get makeup first." Xiao Ying led Su Xinghe to his dressing room. The show was divided into 4 groups of guests, each with their own lounge and dressing room. Su Xinghe had a perfect facial contour, and only needed a simple light makeup to bring out his masculinity. Coupled with his perfect muscle lines, it further accentuated his manliness. The whole person was full of tension, and he was many times stronger than those young fresh meat. The makeup artist who was doing Su Xinghe's makeup kept accidentally touching Su Xinghe's chest muscles with her fingers. Su Xinghe didn't care about these little gestures of the makeup artist. After more than an hour, Su Xinghe finally walked out of the makeup room. "Wow!" Meng couldn't help but exclaim when she saw Su Xinghe. "You look so much better than that Cheng Yifei." In fact, Cheng Yifei's appearance is very good, but his body is not as perfect as Su Xinghe's, so his overall temperament is not as good as Su Xinghe's. Chapter 15, Who is he? Handsome is just the least impressive thing about me. Su Xinghe gave a smile and lifted his eyes slightly. That gaze, that movement, that expression, it was truly mesmerizing. "Daddy, Daddy, you're the most handsome." Su Mengyao also came over, and Su Xinghe picked her up and kissed her on the cheek. "You're so sweet." Su Xinghe may not feel particularly happy about compliments from other people, but compliments from his own daughter definitely make him feel like a blooming flower. "You really do look quite attractive when you get dressed up." Xiao Ying has also finished getting ready and walks over to Su Xinghe. At this moment, Xiao Ying is wearing a delicate strapless evening dress, which perfectly highlights her figure and curves, and the slightly exposed shoulders further accentuate her charm, making her look alluring without being vulgar or overbearing. "You are quite attractive too," Su Xinghe said teasingly. "Of course I am," Xiao Ying said proudly. "Let's go to the lounge and take a break." The production team had already set up the scene, and it wasn't long before the contestants took to the stage. The order of appearance was Zhao Bin's group, Luen's group, Hu Lai's group, and finally Xiao Ying's group. In fact, the show's production team had a deeper meaning in arranging it this way. Zhao Bin's team was originally of average strength, and being arranged to go on first was meant to attract attention. The supporting singers for Luan's team and Hu Lai's team were respectively Shui Zilin, a new generation young man who brought up topics on his own, and Cheng Yifei, a new generation singer. Both were likely to win the championship, while Xiao Ying's team, which was the last to go on, was the least favored. It was placed last because basically no one would be watching afterwards. How could Su Xinghe, the show's producer, not understand this little trick? Hello, dear audience members, welcome to the Voice of the People program. This is the recording site for the first episode. I am the host. The host has already started the announcement. The first to appear is veteran singer Zhao Bin, accompanied by his trainee Su Liang. Su Liang is also a newcomer who has just debuted, and he is the child of Zhao Bin's friend. Zhao Bin brought him here to get some attention from the audience, and it doesn't matter if he wins or not, because Zhao Bin knows that he doesn't have the strength to win. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, Su Liang seemed a little nervous, and his voice trembled a little when he introduced himself, which made the director of the program team a little dissatisfied. What is all this? I want ratings, and they're just ruining my reputation. This director is one of the more famous people in the industry, and he is also known for not tolerating mistakes. He was originally reluctant to come to this show, because it is completely a show of capital operation, not at all about strength. But a certain big shot gave the order that he must direct it, in the hope of using his reputation to boost the ratings. After Zhao Bin's group finished performing, the audience booed. What the hell is this? Refund. Refund. Of course, there were also supportive voices, and those were all actors arranged by the show team to prevent such one-sided voices from appearing. Xiao Liang is so handsome. Xiao Liang sings so well. In the break room, Su Xinghe couldn't help but laugh. These actors must have received a lot of money. Xiao Ying also laughed. She had already seen this kind of situation many times before. The second group, Luan and Shui Zilin, were completely different when they took the stage. Many of the fans in the audience were Shui Zilin's fans, and at this moment, when they saw their idol, they cheered and shouted for support. The atmosphere was completely different from just now, and even many female fans cried excitedly. Su Xinghe couldn't understand at all why they were crying. Shui Zilin waved his hand, and the sound of the scene grew higher and higher. The host's introduction was drowned out by the sound of the audience. Luan was also very satisfied with Shui Zilin's performance and nodded approvingly. The two of them sang an old song, which was a work released by Luan before. In those days, this song was also popular in the streets and alleys, and it is no exaggeration to say that it was played on a loop in all barbershops. They didn't choose the right song for this song. Su Xinghe said indifferently. What do you mean? Xiao Ying didn't quite understand what Su Xinghe meant. She had also listened to this song a lot before, and she actually liked Luan very much personally, especially the kind of melancholy tone. This song is good, but it's not suitable for this competition. Su Xinghe continued. This show is mainly aimed at young people, and the era when this song became popular is a little too long ago. You can see that almost all the fans at the scene are of Shui Zilin, and there are basically no fans of Luan, so it is destined that he will not cause too much of a stir with this song. After listening to Su Xinghe's analysis, Xiao Ying had a sudden realization. You're right. The audience is screaming because it's Shui Zilin singing the song, not because of the song itself. This show features an established singer and a newcomer competing together. They sing a duet first, followed by a solo performance. It's not only a test of the guest's strength, but also of the strength of the trainee they're helping. The voting mechanism also determines the outcome jointly by on-site voting and real-time online voting, with 30% of the votes coming from the audience and 70% from the internet. This also gives more choice to the internet, but the internet is the world of young people. After Luan and Shui Zilin finished their performance, the audience burst into thunderous applause. Shui Zilin spread his hands out and bowed to the audience, saying, "Thank you all for your support, I love you all." Hearing Shui Zilin's words, the audience went crazy, and the online votes were also rapidly increasing. So much so that when Hu Lei and Cheng Yifei came on stage, the host had to wait a while before he could introduce them. Compared to Shui Zilin's appearance on stage, Cheng Yifei was much more low-key. But the audience was still enthusiastic. "Yifei, I love you. Yifei, I'll give you a monkey." I don't know if they are true fans or paid to come, but they were shouting themselves hoarse, as if they wanted to tear their vocal cords out. Cheng Yifei's low and gentle voice slowly began to sound, and he chose a lyrical song, which was a far cry from Shui Zilin's fast-paced style. However, his voice did suit the song, and it was his own original song, which also suited the tastes of young people. Whether it's live or online, the support for Chang Yifei is comparable to that for Xiao Ying. Because of the real-time voting mechanism, the result cannot be determined until the end. By the time Xiao Ying and Su Xinghe went on stage, the audience was already exhausted from shouting, and Su Xinghe was a complete amateur. There were no fans of his at the scene, and only some of Xiao Ying's fans were there to support her, so the momentum was much weaker. Who is this guy? I don't know either. I've never seen him before. The audience exchanged whispers, all wondering about Su Xinghe's identity. Could it be that he's a relative of the director? When the host introduced Su Xinghe, he simply said, "Amateur singer Su Xinghe." The audience then realized that this man was called Su Xinghe. He's quite handsome, but I don't know how he sings. I guess he's just average. How could he compare to our Zilin and Yifei? You're a fake fan, aren't you? How can you compare Zilin and Yifei? The two girls got into an argument over this topic and completely forgot that they were just talking about Su Xinghe. Chapter 16, First Glimmers of Talent. After the introductions, Su Xinghe and Xiao Ying sang together. This time, Su Xinghe chose the song because of love. The soothing prelude slowly began to play. Su Xinghe's voice was low and gentle, giving people a quiet enjoyment. What kind of song is this? Have you heard it before? The two girls who were arguing just now were attracted to Su Xinghe's singing. I haven't heard it before either. It's not his original song, is it? In addition to these two girls, everyone else at the scene also whispered about the song. What kind of shitty song is this? It's so bad. Yes. It's so boring, I feel like falling asleep just listening to it. Of course, apart from a few voices belittling the song, most people still found it very pleasant. Those few detractors were paid haters hired by Hule to badmouth Xiao Ying and Su Xinghe. As time passed, Xiao Ying's singing and Su Xinghe's voice blended together, complementing each other, and the two of them matched each other perfectly. This song is really good. I love it. Halfway through the song, the audience couldn't hold back any longer and started applauding. Xiao Zilin and Chang Yifei, who were sitting in the lounge, also secretly felt that the song was different from their style and had a lot of gold content. It seems that Xiao Ying has put in a lot of effort for this competition, and she must have paid a lot of money to have someone else write this song for her. Hulai said with certainty as he sat on the sofa. He knew that although Xiao Ying's creative ability was outstanding, she was not yet able to write such a song. In the other restroom, Luan couldn't help applauding. He felt that Xiao Ying's song was even more touching than the one just sung by Chang Yifei. The songs sung by their two groups belonged to the same genre, both being gentle and lyrical, but the quality of the songs was worlds apart. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that he had chosen a rock song himself, which was unique on this stage and there was no comparison. After the song ended, the audience's attitude towards Su Xinghe also changed a little. I didn't expect this man to sing so well. Yes. I think he is on a par with Chang Yifei. What this girl said was still quite conservative. In her heart, Su Xinghe's strength was already above Chang Yifei's. Su Xinghe and Xiao Ying did not get many votes on the spot. After all, most of the people there were fans of Xiao Zilin and Chang Yifei. However, someone posted Su Xinghe's video on Douyin, and it quickly went viral. Some of Su Xinghe's fans saw the video and were surprised. My Su has actually appeared on a TV show? That fan decisively turned on the TV and found Su Xinghe participating in The Voice of the People, but by then Su Xinghe had already gone off stage, and the next part was the solo performance, where each person had to sing a song of their own. The same thing happened in many places. As the popularity of the video increased, so did Su Xinghe's votes, although they were still rising very slowly. The first to go on stage was Su Liang, and this song was also written by someone else at the expense of his father. The composer and lyricist were both credited as Su Liang, but the song did not cause any sensation. Xiao Zilin continued to sing a rock song, and the atmosphere in the venue was also lifted. And when it came to Chang Yifei's turn, he still sang a lyrical song. After all, this was the route he was going down. There was no doubt that their votes rose again. When it was Su Xinghe's turn to go on stage, the audience no longer reacted as they had at the beginning, but some of them started to cheer for Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe held a guitar in his hands and gently plucked the strings. Did he want to sing and play the guitar at the same time? The audience looked at Su Xinghe with confusion. Nothing can stop. You're yearning for freedom. Su Xinghe's voice sounded again, but this time the melody was completely different from the previous song because of love. This song. It seems to be in a different genre from the previous song. The audience below is discussing it, and as the mood builds, the atmosphere becomes more and more lively. Someone searched for Su Xingha's account on TikTok and saw videos of Su Xingha from the past few days. It turns out that he sang 10 years. Wow, he also knows Kung Fu. Su Xingha has already attracted the attention of the audience, and many people are digging through his old videos. It turns out that he is an anchor. It seems that he has some talent after all. This song Blue Lotus is neither as noisy as Xuezilin's version nor as energetic as Chen Yifei's. This is a good song. What the hell was I listening to before? Some of the audience members have already turned into fans of Su Xingha. Yes, I'll delete all my old songs and only listen to Su Xingha's songs from now on. Su Xingha's Douyin followers are also rising like crazy. There is no doubt that Su Xingha is on fire. It only took 2 songs for Su Xingha to win over the audience. Su, I love you. The audience spontaneously cheered for Su Xingha. The first round of voting is over, and although Su Xingha and Xiao Ying have fewer votes than the others, their votes are rising. Currently, the person with the most votes is Su Liang, with an astonishing 780,000 votes, while Xuezilin and Cheng Yifei are neck and neck with 690,000 and 700,000 votes respectively. Su Xingha only has a measly 280,000 votes, but the number of fans on Douyin has exceeded 800,000, an increase of nearly 600,000 from the original 200,000 or so. Back in the dressing room, Xiao Meng and Su Mengyao both ran over. Daddy, I miss you so much. Su Mengyao's soft and plummy voice rang out, and Su Xingha laughed as he picked Su Mengyao up in his arms. Daddy misses you too. Xiao Ying, your song was really nice. I think they must have rigged the votes. Xiao Ying nodded in tacit agreement. There was no denying that this show was a game of capital. Let's go eat something delicious later, Xiao Ying suggested. Great, I'm a little hungry. Su Xingha nodded. Having recorded several hours of the show, Su Xingha's stomach had been grumbling for a long time. I want to eat meat, Su Mengyao exclaimed when she heard that they were going to eat. Okay, then let's eat meat. Meng pinched Su Mengyao's little face. After spending some time together, Meng also liked Su Mengyao very much, mainly because Su Mengyao was really cute and had a sweet mouth, calling Meng's sister over and over again. The vinegar fish of West Lake in Hangzhou is very famous, but it is extremely difficult to eat. Meng is also a foodie, and can't stop talking about food. In the past few years, he has followed Xiao Ying around and eaten delicious food from all over the place. He had heard of the West Lake vinegar fish. Su Xingha didn't expect the West Lake vinegar fish to be bad in that world. Ha, we're not going to eat West Lake vinegar fish. Xiao Ying also laughed. There's a restaurant nearby that's not bad, I'll take you there. Xiao Ying's taste is still quite good, and the restaurant they came to was quite high-end, with very unique dishes, and most importantly, the taste was superb. Chapter 17, It's on Fire, a large-scale disco scene. 2 days passed quickly, and it was time for the second phase of the recording. This time, the order of the performances also changed a bit. The first group to perform was unexpectedly Hu Lei and Cheng Yifei, the second group was Luan and Xuezilin, the third group was Xiaobin and Su Liang, and Xiao Ying and Su Xingha were, without a doubt, the last group. Xuezilin and Cheng Yifei's performance was still dazzling, and the atmosphere in the front had already been boosted by the two of them. This time, Su Liang's performance was a surprise to everyone. Not only was he much more relaxed during the performance, the quality of his song also improved a lot. It seems that his family has not spent a lot of money on him. When Su Xingha and Xiao Ying took the stage, the enthusiasm of the audience did not diminish. This time, it was much better than the first time, and the audience's expectations for Su Xingha were also much higher. Hello everyone, I'm Su Xingha. Su Xingha's self-introduction was simple and to the point. The dynamic music on the scene started to play, with a light rhythm and a melodious tune. The song title The Most Dazzling Ethnic Style was displayed on the screen in the background. Flowers are blooming at the foot of the rolling green mountains. What kind of rhythm is the most rocking? Xiao Ying's voice resounded throughout the venue. This song has more female vocals and less of Su Xingha's. This song is so corny. The audience couldn't help but complain. Yeah, but why does it sound so good to me? I can't help but want to dance along. On stage, Su Xingha bounces her body to the rhythm, and the audience slowly follows along. Everybody move with me, Su Xingha shouts. The mood of the audience is instantly ignited. This song has ruled countless squares in Blue Star, and its popularity is beyond imagination. And this song is popular with young and old alike. Anyone can order a song from the karaoke, and even if they don't sing, it's played to set the mood. As the audience's emotions rose, the whole scene turned into a large-scale disco. Light it up. Let's sing together, Su Xinghe said from time to time. In the break room, Luan, Xiaobin, and others subconsciously bobbed their heads to the rhythm, and even Hulai was humming softly to the rhythm. Damn it! I can't help but want to hum along. Hulai almost slapped himself, clearly trying to suppress Xiao Ying, but he was unexpectedly driven by the other person's song. It seems that something needs to be done. Hulai touched his bald head and thought deeply. After the song was over, the audience downstairs didn't want to hear enough. One more song. One more song. Who can refuse to sing for the original singer? But the show must go on, and Su Xinghe and Xiao Ying walked off the stage. The host stood on the stage for a while before suppressing the cries of the audience below. And the current number of votes, Su Xinghe is surprisingly the fastest growing, already reaching 600,000, and even catching up to Xuezilin. Of course, Xuezilin and Chang Yifei's votes are already close to 1 million, and Su Liang has already exceeded 1 million. It seems that the ability to make money is still the most powerful. The next part of the show will be a solo performance. Luan and Hulai have already discovered that Su Xinghe is not to be underestimated. The audience doesn't know who wrote the lyrics and music for the songs the singers are performing, but as contestants, they all know each other. Lao Hu. Luan walks over to Hulai's dressing room. Lao Lu? Why have you come here? Hulai is a little surprised. Although he and Luan have known each other for many years, they are not close friends. I've come to discuss something with you. Luan didn't wait for Hulai to speak, and sat down next to him. Look at the situation now. Xiaobin obviously has a strong financial background. Only you and I are fighting with our strength. Now there's Su Xinghe, who seems to have some strength. Should we cooperate? Hearing Luan's words, Hulai hesitated. This is also the problem he is worried about now. Originally, he felt that Luan and Xuezilin were the only opponents, so he took Chang Yifei into his own hands, so that he would have the confidence to defeat Luan and win the championship. But now the situation is the exact opposite. How can we cooperate? After thinking for a while, Hulai asked. We propose to the program team that in the next competition, the assistant trainees will write their own lyrics and music on the spot, and then sing. Xiao Shui happens to have 2 new songs that have not yet been released. Luan's intention was obvious, to use the already written songs as if they were written on the spot. Even if Su Xinghe was amazing, he couldn't really write songs on the spot. As for Su Liang, the rich second generation, forget about it, he simply didn't have the ability. Well, just so happens that Yifei also has 2 new songs that haven't been released yet, and they were going to release them after the show, so it's fine to use them now. Hulai nodded, and the 2 men laughed lewdly. Luan and Hulai are both relatively well-known senior figures in the music industry, and if these 2 propose it together, the show's production team will really change the rules. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the host received orders that the next step would be for the trainees to write songs on the spot. Hearing this news, the audience was in an uproar. This is too difficult, writing on the spot. In the backstage dressing room, Su Liang stood up excitedly. Uncle Zhao, what can we do? Su Liang really had no confidence in himself. The reason why he felt more at ease singing today than last time was because he lip-synced. It seems like this is targeted at us. Xiaobin stood up angrily. No, I have to talk to the show's production team. Xiaobin angrily ran to find the person in charge, Lei Ming. Mr. Lei, this is not a good idea, is it? Xiaobin walked into the person in charge's office and spoke directly. If there is anything inappropriate, I am doing this to increase the interest of the show and improve the ratings. Lei Ming said nonchalantly. But you have already received Mr. Su's money, what about Su Liang if you do this? That is the cost of your lip-syncing, what does it have to do with me changing the rules? Lei Ming did not hide it at all, and Xiaobin did not expect Lei Ming to be so tough. After all, he did not want to offend the 2 music industry veterans, Luan and Hulai. Xiaobin had no choice but to go back grudgingly, not expecting to have his nose rubbed in the dirt. On the other side, Su Xinghe was playing with Su Mengyao. Is it fun for Daddy to sing on stage? Of course it's fun. Do you want to go up and play? Yes, I want to. I want to be a big star too. Su Mengyao nodded. Then Daddy will take you up there and let you play. Su Xinghe said with a smile. Su, you still have the heart to tease your daughter. Haven't you heard the news? The rules for the show have been changed, and you will have to write a song on the spot. Su Meng anxiously paced around the room. Xiao Ying was also on the phone, trying to find out what had happened. I know already. What's the big deal? Seeing Su Xinghe so calm, Xiao Ying's heart also let go of the stone that had been hanging. She knew that this was definitely Hu Lai in their doing, and she was trying to think of a way to help Su Xinghe solve it, but Su Xinghe looked like he had it all under control. Can you really write on the spot? Xiao Ying asked. Just spill the water. Su Xinghe looked relaxed. Chapter 18, he even brought his daughter on stage. The host had already announced the next process, and the first one to go on stage was still Cheng Yifei. Hello everyone, the program team, for the fun of the show, is asking us to write a song right now. To be honest, this is very difficult, so everyone needs to be more tolerant of us. It is normal to have some flaws. Cheng Yifei smiled and said this, but his face was full of confidence. The song that Hu Lai wrote for him personally was originally going to be released after the competition while it was still hot, but now it had to be taken out. The song that Hu Lai wrote was still of a certain standard. Cheng Yifei's established persona is that of a gentle young master, so the song Hu Lai wrote for him was also very soulful. I have to say that Cheng Yifei's singing made the song even more moving. If it weren't for Su Xinghe, I'm afraid the song would really go viral. The audience applauded enthusiastically. Yifei is the best. I love you, Yifei. The enthusiasm of those fans is like it has no end, they keep shouting. Xuezilin is not far behind, and Luan has tailored a song with superior lyrics and music for him according to Xuezilin's persona. Xuezilin's strength is indeed extraordinary, and his voice is extremely penetrating, but because of this, the song seems a bit irritating. But the fans in the audience don't care about all this, they just cheer for Xuezilin loudly. Let's see what he does next. In the backstage restroom, Luan and Hu Lai sneered. They had come prepared. This is where they will show off. Hu Lai had a lewd smile on his face. But they really underestimated the power of capital. Su Liang's father was able to buy a song in such a short period of time, but since there was no time to operate, Su Liang himself had to sing it, and the effect of the singing could only be described as average. It really is a huge difference between people. Just now Zilin and Yifei also wrote songs on the spot, but the effect of their singing was very good, and the songs were considered to be of a high standard. Our Yifei is the most talented, of course there is no problem with writing songs on the spot. The same goes for our Zilin. Only Su Liang's father's paid fans didn't speak up, because they really couldn't brag about the situation. I just wonder how that Su Xinghe is doing. I guess he's not very good at writing songs on the spot. Someone in the audience said. I feel that he is not much different from this Su Liang. I guess he is not very capable. Xiao Ying led him the whole way, after all, he is just an amateur. Su Xinghe whispered a few words to Xiao Ying before going on stage. Xiao Ying nodded after listening and said, okay, I can help you with this. The side Meng looked at the two of them in confusion. This time, Su Xinghe once again walked on stage with a guitar in his arms. Is he going to play and sing again? The audience looked at Su Xinghe in shock. In the previous episode, he sang and played the guitar himself to the song Blue Lotus, which is still trending on the internet. In particular, the video that went viral online showed Su Xinghe in a white shirt, with his eyes lowered, charming many young girls. Hello everyone. Since the production team asked us to write a song on the spot, I'll improvise and sing a song for you called Chengdu. Su Xinghe announced the name of the song, but everyone looked confused. Isn't Chengdu a city? Since it's a song written on the spot, it must be one that no one has heard before. Maybe he's from Chengdu. The audience below you argued with one another, but Su Xinghe started playing and singing by himself. The song was indeed not on the playlist that Su Xinghe had given Xiao Ying. The accompaniment was not recorded in advance, nor was there a score, so he was completely improvising as he played and sang. The melody was soothing and had a strong sense of story, as if the audience were in a Chengdu tavern, wandering along the bustling Yulin Road. This song is so soothing. The audience at the venue closed their eyes to feel the charm of the song, and those who were watching the live broadcast at home also listened quietly to Su Xinghe's singing. Who is this handsome guy? He even sang about Chengdu in his song. A Chengdu grandmother watching the TV asked with a smile. Backstage in the dressing room, Hu Lai and Luan listened to Su Xinghe's performance and their faces became uncertain. This guy can really write songs on the spot, and they're so good? When Su Xinghe came to the end of his song, a child's voice came from the back of the stage. The voice was soft and plummy. Take a walk with me on the streets of Chengdu until all the lights go out and we don't stop. Su Mengyao hugged the microphone and staggered up from the backstage. This is his child? The audience was shocked again. He actually brought his child on stage to perform? This must have been written in advance, otherwise how could the child possibly remember it? There were strange sounds from the audience. Su Xinghe had made some changes to the song. In the original version, Lei Zi and Xiao Zi sang a duet, and the child's solo came at the end. Here, Su Xinghe had placed Su Mengyao's solo at the beginning and the duet at the end. The reason for singing this song, Chengdu, was to satisfy his daughter's wish to go on stage. He definitely hadn't written the song on the spot. How could a child that young have such a good ability to improvise? These lyrics were written by Su Xinghe before he went on stage and given to Xiao Ying, asking her to teach Su Mengyao. Although he had memorized them in advance, he only had a few minutes to do so. However, Hu Lai, Luan, and the others did not care about this and simply walked onto the stage and confronted Su Xinghe. You are defying the rules of the competition by pretending to sing a song you wrote beforehand, and you should be disqualified. Upon hearing Hu Lai's words, Su Xinghe frowned. This was really the funniest thing he had ever heard. You're saying I wrote this in advance? I didn't know the rules before I came here, and the song list we finalized was submitted to the show team a long time ago. What makes you say I prepared in advance? Hu Lai thought to himself that both he and Luan had been able to make arrangements in advance, so perhaps Su Xinghe was thinking the same thing, which was why he was being so aggressive, saying that Su Xinghe's song didn't count and that Su Xinghe had to sing another song. Even if you are prepared, I don't believe you can prepare multiple songs. Hu Lai actually had such a thought. Rewrite a song? It's not impossible. Hearing Su Xinghe say this, Hu Lai's heart was already happy. But in the interest of fairness, I propose that the audience members propose topics, and then the four of us write and sing songs on the spot. How about it? Su Xinghe looked at Hu Lai and sneered. There's no way he'll fall for this trap. This. Hu Lai hesitated a little. After all, he knew Cheng Yifei's level. If they really had to write a song on the spot, he didn't think it would be a masterpiece. Luan whispered in Hu Lai's ear, I think he's bluffing. I don't believe he can write a song. Zilin and Yifei both have real talent. Although they may not be able to write the best song on the spot, they can definitely write one. Hu Lai nodded when he heard Luan's words. Then it's settled. I'll see what kind of song you can write. Hu Lai waved his hand, not believing that Su Xinghe really had that kind of talent. If he had, he would have debuted a long time ago, so why wait until now? Chapter 19, You actually wrote 2 songs? Su Xinghe sneered, which was exactly what he wanted. Writing a song on the spot, even if they all combined their efforts, they still couldn't write one as good as him. The audience below also became agitated when they heard Su Xinghe's words. What? Asking us to write a song on a topic is not easy at all. You know that it's already very difficult to write on the spot, and the topic format makes it even more difficult. This episode of the show is really explosive. This ticket is worth it today. But the program team in the background is in trouble. If it is not handled well, it will become an on-air accident. Director He Jianwei came to the office of the person in charge. Lao Lei, is this really okay? Lei Ming handed He Jianwei a cigarette and said, Don't worry about it, it's fine. He Jianwei lit the cigarette and took a drag, saying, In that case, let's continue recording. Lei Ming is a very brave person. If this Su Xinghe really has the ability, the ratings of this show will definitely explode. There is another reason, and that is that he also hates capital. He feels that the current entertainment industry is too chaotic, with capital operating everywhere, while true talent is being buried. This is also the reason why he was unwilling to agree to Zhao Bin's request and insisted on changing the rules. With the consent of the person in charge, the host returned to the stage and made subsequent changes to the program. After hearing that the program team was determined to do so, the audience became even more excited. The audience members excitedly discussed the matter. Let's write a song about fighting loneliness. I don't know who shouted, but everyone also felt that this topic was very good. Loneliness, who in this world is not lonely? The host also felt that this topic was very meaningful when he heard it, but it was also very difficult. Okay, then write a song about loneliness with a time limit of 20 minutes. A program that requires impromptu performances must definitely be limited in time, otherwise if some people keep stalling, it will never end. Upon hearing the topic, Su Xinghe's mouth slightly lifted. This topic is not difficult at all. Let's see how they write it. Su Xinghe sneered inwardly. In contrast, the other three were full of gravity. Chang Yifei and Xue Zilin were still relatively calm. After all, they had actually written songs before, and they were fairly confident in their impromptu performance. However, Su Liang was truly panicking. He really couldn't write. From time to time, Su Liang glanced over to the side, hoping that Zhao Bin could give him some help. However, this matter was completely beyond Zhao Bin's ability. At this point, he could only stare blankly, unable to do anything. Please get ready, contestants, the time limit has started. As the host's voice fell, the scene became quiet, and everyone was staring at the four people on stage. Xue Zilin and Chang Yifei were racking their brains, writing and drawing with their pens. Su Liang, on the other hand, was sweating profusely as he wandered around, while Su Xinghe was sitting there nonchalantly, occasionally interacting with his daughter next to the stage. Why isn't he writing? Has he given up? Seeing that Su Xinghe had not yet started writing the song, everyone at the scene was discussing it, and those sitting at home watching the TV were also sweating for Su Xinghe. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this was Hu Lei and Luan targeting Su Xinghe. 10 minutes left. The host reminded. Su Xinghe then picked up his pen and quickly wrote on the paper. Time's up. Please stop writing. The time was just right. Chang Yifei put down the pen in his hand and looked at his work. Although it was not considered superior, it was pretty good to be able to write it in such a short time. Xue Zilin also looked at the song he wrote with satisfaction. Compared to his other songs, it might not be as good, but it was considered to be above average. Su Xinghe had already stopped writing before the host announced the time was up. The host was curious and walked over to Su Xinghe to see what he had written. When he looked, he was shocked. You actually wrote 2 songs? The host's mouth hung open in shock. Chang Yifei and Xue Zilin next to him also looked at Su Xinghe in shock. They clearly saw that Su Xinghe had only started writing 10 minutes ago, and had finished before them. Even if he had only written the music score, it would still not have been possible to write so quickly. Su Liang, who was standing next to Su Xinghe, was red with embarrassment and wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, because he hadn't written a single word, because he really couldn't write. I give up. Su Liang mumbled at this point. Of course, the host simply ignored Su Liang's existence. Okay, everyone has finished writing, so I'll leave the rest to you. The three of them handed the finished scores to the band on site, and Chang Yifei was the first to sing. He wrote a lyrical song that he was best at, which was also related to loneliness, but it was all about love and romance, which innocent girls would definitely love to hear, but in the eyes of others it was just so-so. After all, love is worthless. Xue Zilin's style was still rock and roll, but although the lyrics were all about loneliness, the overall style and tune deviated from the theme. In this part, it was obvious that Chang Yifei was better than Xue Zilin. When it was Su Xinghe's turn, he first sang The Lonely Brave. When the song title appeared, Hu Lai laughed. Do you think the words lonely and brave in the song title are enough to fight loneliness? But when Su Xinghe's singing started, everyone was on the edge of their seats. When he sang the line who says standing in the light makes you a hero, the atmosphere ignited. These lyrics are really awesome. Walking alone in dark alleys, against the wind, not flinching in the face of loneliness, this is the true confrontation of loneliness. Yes. And these lyrics are not about love. Loneliness is not only found in love. This song resonated with the audience. Life is not understood, work is not satisfactory, in fact, everyone is lonely inside, lonely in their own lives, each one fading into the background, but who is not their own hero? Who says you have to stand in the limelight to be a hero? After Su Xinghe finished singing, the applause was thunderous, wave after wave. At this time, no matter if they were fans of Su Xinghe or not, they all gave him their applause without reservation. Su Xinghe then sang another song, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. This song also wrote about the loneliness in relationships, and that even if you are deceived by lies, it will still embrace you. It is also about feelings, but it is incomparable to Chang Yifei's song. Chang Yifei sighed and said, I really am not as good as him. Go beyond the lies to embrace you. How lonely and humble, but so brave. There is always the brightest star in the night sky, which will always guide us forward. These two songs can be said to be masterpieces. Even Luan and Hu Lai had to admit that this time Su Xinghe won hands down. Chapter 20, 10 million for the copyright to one of your songs. No one would dare say that he wrote it in advance now. Xiao Ying muttered in the backstage lounge. How talented is this guy? It's really getting more and more incomprehensible. Xiao Ying, have we found a gem? Xiao Meng stuttered, unable to believe what she was seeing. My dad is awesome. Only Su Mengyao felt that this was how Su Xinghe should be. In the office of the general manager, Lei Ming sat in his chair, his eyes fixed on the monitor, which was connected directly to the scene, and Su Xinghe's performance fell squarely into Lei Ming's eyes. Finally, someone has appeared in the world of capital who was going against the wind. Lei Ming muttered to himself. The audience at the scene could only cheer and shout for joy. Su Xinghe! Su Xinghe! Su Xinghe! Back in the dressing room, Xiao Ying and Xiao Meng looked at Su Xinghe with excitement. You're really something. I never thought you were so talented. Those two sons were really superb, they could easily beat Xue Zilin and Chang Yifei. Xiao Meng was even more excited than if she had won the lottery herself. You really never cease to amaze me. Xiao Ying was relatively shocked, but the appreciation in her eyes was undeniable. Their little trick was nothing to mention. Su Xinghe remained calm, as if this was a trivial matter. Su Xinghe, Manager Lei wants to see you. At this time, a staff member from the program crew walked in. See Ni? If there's anything, come here and talk. Su Xinghe first froze for a moment, and then said indifferently. To be honest, he didn't have a good impression of this program crew. If it weren't for agreeing to Xiao Ying's participation in this program, he was afraid that he would have long since left. He really couldn't stand the ugly face of these capitalists. Well. The staff member was at a loss for words for a moment, unable to believe that Su Xinghe had actually refused Lei Ming. You have to understand that no one in the program crew would dare to refuse Lei Ming like that. Do you still have something else? Su Xinghe asked, seeing that the staff member had not left. No, it's nothing. The staff member could only leave, and he had to tell Lei Ming about this. Lei Ming is the overall person in charge of this program, and he is also the investor. It's not very good for you to refuse him like that. Xiao Ying said with concern. Have we done anything wrong that we are afraid of what he might do? Su Xinghe, on the other hand, looked completely unconcerned. Okay. After spending some time together, Xiao Ying knew that Su Xinghe was a very individualistic person who would not do anything to curry favor with the powerful. Awesome. Xiao Meng gave a thumbs up. She had heard of this Lei Ming before. He was said to be a big producer with a very influential background, and he had a very eccentric personality. He was known in the industry as Thunderbolt Lei, and he never gave face to any celebrity he didn't like, and would argue with anyone he pleased. That's why Xiaobin didn't dare say anything when he confronted Lei Ming. Let's go have hot pot later, my treat. Su Xinghe had already changed and packed his things. Xiao Ying had treated him to dinner on these occasions, and Su Xinghe felt a little embarrassed and wanted to return the favor. It had been a long time since he had last had hot pot. Xiao Ying was also a hot pot lover, and normally they would eat it a few times a month. Before they could leave, Lei Ming's figure appeared in the doorway. Are you going out to dinner? Can I come along? Lei Ming's face was smiling, but it was hard to tell what he was feeling. No. Su Xinghe was about to speak, but Xiao Ying interrupted. No, if Lei always has time, we would of course welcome it. After all, the show hasn't finished recording yet, and Xiao Ying didn't want to offend Lei Ming. I'm also hungry, so I'll shamelessly join you. Lei Ming didn't seem to hear what Su Xinghe said. Meng quietly tugged Xiao Ying's sleeve from behind, and the two exchanged glances, both of which revealed a look of confusion. At the hot pot restaurant, Lei Ming seemed to be at ease, chatting with Xiao Ying and the others. Su Xinghe sat next to him and didn't say a word, just playing with his daughter. Since he was unfamiliar with this Lei Ming, there was nothing to talk about. Mr. Su, actually I came here today on purpose. At this time, Lei Ming looked at Su Xinghe with deep eyes. I wonder what Lei always wants with me. Su Xinghe was a little confused. He and this Lei Ming did not have any intersection. If there was any connection, it was that he participated in his show. Could it be because today his performance was too dazzling, touching his interests? Your behavior tonight was a bit excessive. Hearing this, Xiao Ying and Xiao Meng's hearts lurched, and they thought to themselves, it's over. They've come to cause trouble. Oh? What do you mean? They can change the rules, but I can't make suggestions? Su Xinghe was neither servile nor arrogant, and he looked at Lei Ming without fear in his eyes. Lei Ming's gaze also fixed on Su Xinghe, and he didn't say anything for a long time. Good. You've got guts. I really admire you. Lei Ming's sudden change took everyone present by surprise. You're very talented, and you're brave and resourceful. I believe you will shine on this stage. After Lei Ming finished speaking, he picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. The reason he agreed to Hu Lai's request to change the rules was to increase the interest of the show. Another deeper meaning was that he wanted to take this opportunity to escape from the control of the capital. According to the script, the final winner of this show was Su Liang, but he didn't want to follow the script. It just so happened that Hu Lai and the others made such a request, so he had an excuse to blame it on Hu Lai and Luan. However, he never expected it to accidentally benefit Su Xinghe. Can I buy the copyright to the song you sang tonight? Lei Ming's words took a sudden turn, which surprised Su Xinghe. What? The copyright to the 3 songs you sang tonight, the ones you wrote on the spot. Su Xinghe had previously signed a contract with Xiao Ying, in which he gave her the copyright to 10 songs. The copyright to the songs he wrote on the spot really had nothing to do with Xiao Ying. It depends on how much you're willing to pay. Su Xinghe didn't pretend to be ignorant, either. Since the other party had brought up the idea, there was no need for him to hide it, and he was indeed in dire need of money. 10 million. Lei Ming held up one finger. Xiao Ying and Xiao Meng, who were sitting nearby, were shocked and opened their mouths wide. 10 million for the rights to 3 songs? This was a sky-high price. Just who was Lei Ming to be able to make such a generous offer? While the two were still speculating about Lei Ming's identity, Lei Ming continued, 10 million for 1 song. Su Xinghe, who had not shown much interest just now, was also moved. 10 million for 1 song was indeed not a low price. President Lei wasn't joking, was he? Su Xinghe didn't rush to agree, because who knew if Lei Ming was telling the truth? After all, empty words don't count for anything. No joke, your songs are worth more than that. I'm actually getting a bargain by offering 10 million for 1. Looking at Lei Ming's serious expression, Su Xinghe believed that he was telling the truth, and the value of his songs was indeed more than that. You have to understand that these songs have been huge hits at Blue Star, and they have been for many years. Okay. Hearing Su Xinghe's answer, Lei Ming extended his hand and shook it with Su Xinghe. I like it when you're straightforward. Xiao Ying and Xiao Meng were still in shock and hadn't come out of it yet. This was a deal? 10 million for a song? Xiao Ying was a singer herself, and the highest royalty fee for her own song was only 1 million, which was a far cry from Su Xinghe's. Moreover, the royalty fee for her song was considered high in the industry. Chapter 21, Can I take a photo with your daughter? Have you signed with a company yet? Lei Ming asked again. Not yet. He and Xiao Ying were just in a cooperative relationship, and Lei Ming thought that Su Xinghe was a newcomer under Xiao Ying's studio. Lei Ming looked at Su Xinghe with interest and said, Are you interested in joining my company? Su Xinghe was taken aback by Lei Ming's sudden offer. I don't have any thoughts on that for the time being. Hearing Su Xinghe's reply, Lei Ming looked over at Xiao Ying next to him, thinking that Su Xinghe and Xiao Ying had made some kind of agreement. Mr. Lei, don't look at me. Mr. Su has his own ideas. Xiao Ying explained. I know. If Mr. Su has any ideas in the future, he can contact me. With that, Lei Ming took out a business card and handed it to Su Xinghe. Okay. Su Xinghe took the business card Lei Ming handed him. Is this your daughter? Lei Ming asked, looking at Su Mengyao, who was sitting obediently next to Su Xinghe. Yes. You're the first person to bring your daughter on the show. Lei Ming laughed, making a face at Su Mengyao, who returned the gesture. Xiao Ying next to her couldn't help but smack her lips. This was the first time she had seen Lei Ming's funny side. She had originally thought that the meal would be awkward, but she had never expected it to be so enjoyable, and Su Xinghe had even paid such a high copyright fee. The program The Voice of the People was broadcast twice a week, on Mondays and Wednesdays, so they had 4 days free. Su Xinghe planned to take Su Mengyao to explore Hangzhou. The world was not very different from his original world. He had longed to visit Hangzhou before, but had never been here before. This time, he had fulfilled his wish. There is heaven above and Suzhou and Hangzhou below. Hangzhou has been a prosperous place since ancient times, and the most famous place is none other than the West Lake. Both the legend of the White Snake and the actual landscape of the 10 scenes of the West Lake are mesmerizing. Spring dawn on Su Causeway, broken bridge in the remnant snow, and sunset at Leifong Pagoda are some of Su Xinghe's favorite views. The West Lake is so big that it is impossible to see it all in one day, so Su Xinghe takes Su Mengyao for a leisurely stroll on Su Causeway. Su Mengyao was like a curious baby, looking here and there, and Su Xinghe couldn't help but marvel at the energy of children. Dad, I want to go on a boat. Su Mengyao took Su Xingha's big hand. Okay, then let's go on a boat. Su Xingha nodded and agreed, and the two of them walked towards the pier. Isn't this the singer from The Voice of China? At this time, someone recognized Su Xingha. It seems to be him. The two girls next to them were exactly the audience members. Su Xingha had not worn a mask or anything when he took Su Mengyao out to play, just as usual, and yet he was recognized. Wow, it's a real celebrity. The two girls' words attracted the attention of the people around them, who took out their phones to take photos. Have you ever seen a dead celebrity? Su Xingha said jokingly. That's true, there's no chance of that. The person who had just spoken said a little embarrassed. The crowd was amused by Su Xingha, who was so easygoing. Can I take a photo with your daughter? Su Mengyao sang on the same stage as Su Xingha, and many people in the audience were attracted by Su Mengyao's cute appearance. Some even thought of Su Mengyao as Yun's daughter. Of course you can. Before Su Xingha could agree, Su Mengyao raised her head and replied sweetly like a little adult. Afterwards, Su Mengyao walked over to the girl, took her hand and said, Sister, you need to crouch down, you're too tall. Su Mengyao's words caused the people around her to laugh, and then she said to Su Xingha, Dad, you take a picture of this sister for me, and remember to take a nice picture of us. The girl handed her phone to Su Xingha, and Su Xingha pretended to help take the picture. After the girl finished taking pictures, several other people scrambled to take pictures with Su Mengyao. Unexpectedly, his daughter was even more popular than he was. Outside the crowd, a middle-aged man silently watched Su Mengyao and Su Xingha. After the crowd dispersed, the man walked over and said, Su Xingha. Su Xingha looked at the man when he heard his voice, but he didn't remember him from anywhere. What's up? Hello? I'm a producer and would like to talk to you about some cooperation. Are you interested in sitting down and chatting? I never thought that just as I was becoming a bit more popular, all kinds of resources would come my way. I don't know if it's just my good luck or what. Sorry, I'm out with my daughter today. My daughter wants to go on a boat ride. Su Xingha apologized slightly, and the man said with a pause, If it's convenient, we can chat on the boat. The man seemed to be afraid that Su Xingha would run away. Okay then. After arriving at the pier, the man rushed to buy the tickets. Su Xingha really couldn't compete with him, so he let him buy the tickets. In fact, it wasn't much money, just the kind of pedal-powered boat that children usually played on. After getting on the boat, the man said, Let me introduce myself. I'm He Jiangwo, a producer. I'm currently preparing to film a parent-child variety show and would like to invite you and your daughter to participate. Hearing the name He Jiangwo, Su Xingha felt a sense of familiarity. He Jiangwo? He Jianwei? Could it be that they are brothers? With this question, Su Xingha tentatively asked, Are you related to He Jianwei? Oh, that's my brother. He will also direct our family variety show, and it was also my brother who recommended you. He said that he thinks your daughter is very cute, and if you are willing to participate, it will definitely have a different effect. Hearing this, Su Xingha understood. It turned out that this person had come for him, but he didn't know how he knew that he was at West Lake. After all, even Xiao Ying didn't know that he had brought Su Mengyao out to play. Uncle, can I go on TV with my dad? Su Mengyao, who was standing next to him, actually understood what He Jiangwo had said. Yes, you can participate with your dad, and there will be a lot of children with you. Sure enough, when faced with a cute little girl, even a tough guy can't help but become a pushover. Yes. Daddy, I want to go. Su Mengyao's heart skipped a beat when she heard that she could go with her father. Su Xingha originally wanted to refuse, knowing the hard work involved in recording a program and not wanting Su Mengyao to be on the go every day at such a young age. But when he saw Su Mengyao's happy face, he finally nodded and said, Yes. I don't know when your program will start, and our current program hasn't been recorded yet. It's still in the preparatory stage, and there's at least 2 months until it starts. By then, The Voice of China will have already ended, and my brother will have to finish recording this show before he can start the next one. He Jiangwo explained. That's fine, I don't have any problems with that. After the conversation, He Jiangwo and Su Xingha exchanged contact information. We'll be in touch later then. After the matter was settled, He Jiangwo didn't need to stay here. After docking at the shore, He Jiangwo said goodbye and left. Su Xingha continued to tour with his daughter on his own, and didn't return to the hotel to rest until the evening. Chapter 22, Shady. Contract. I've prepared the contract. Come to my office tomorrow if you have time, and we'll sign it. Lei Ming sent a message to Su Xinghe. Okay, I'll come in the morning. Su Xinghe replied. Today, she had so much fun outside that Su Mengyao was exhausted and fell asleep in her bed as soon as she arrived at the hotel. Su Xinghe took a shower, took out his phone and watched TikTok. The most popular videos on TikTok were about him, and his songs had become the background music for many short videos. The next morning, Su Xinghe took Su Mengyao to breakfast before going to Lei Ming's office. You're here. Seeing Su Xinghe arrive, Lei Ming took the printed contract out of the drawer and signed it. After that, Su Xinghe received a message from the bank that the money had been transferred. The money has been transferred to you. Lei Ming was very generous, and 30 million yuan was transferred to Su Xinghe's account. As he was leaving Lei Ming's office, Su Xinghe saw Chang Yifei and Xue Zilin walk into the same hotel. But Su Xinghe didn't care, thinking that they were just good friends. At this time, Xiao Ying called Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe, where are you? Xiao Ying's tone was very urgent. I just finished signing the contract with Lei Ming. Is there anything wrong? Have you seen the news on the internet? No. What's wrong? Su Xinghe hadn't looked at his phone since he left in the morning, so he didn't know. I don't know who took the picture of us having dinner with Lei Ming yesterday. Now everyone is saying there's a conspiracy, saying that you suddenly became popular because of your connection with Lei Ming. On hearing this, Su Xinghe frowned. Shady? Su Xinghe sneered. You don't have any black fans, do you? Xiao Ying was still speculating. Black fans? I'm afraid it's not as simple as black fans. Su Xinghe looked at the hotel where Xue Zilin and Chang Yifei had just entered and mused. I'll tell you more when I get back to find you. This matter is not as simple as we think. Okay, I'll wait for you at the hotel. The program team arranged for each group of guests to stay at a different hotel, but they were not far from each other. Su Xinghe and Xiao Ying were in the same group, so naturally they stayed at the same hotel. Back at the hotel, Su Xinghe knocked on Xiao Ying's door. You're finally back. The online buzz about the shady dealings is still growing, and it's already hit the headlines. Saying this, he opened TikTok and handed it to Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe took a look and saw that the story about Su Xinghe's secret dealings with Lei Ming had already hit the headlines. Black fans don't have this kind of power, someone is targeting us. Su Xinghe said indifferently. Who could it be? Next to him, Xiao Ming had never spoken up because she really couldn't think of anyone who would do this. In fact, there was no need to speculate, whoever we moved out of the way was the one who would do it. There is no need to speculate about this kind of thing. The only people who have a conflict of interest with Su Xinghe are Su Liang, Xue Zilin, and Chang Yifei. Among them, Su Liang has the biggest conflict, because Su Xinghe's proposal to have the audience propose topics for the song on the spot has caused Su Liang's popularity to plummet. He is now at the bottom of the rankings and has a lot of negative news. Next are Xue Zilin and Chang Yifei. These two were originally the favorites, but now because of Su Xinghe's appearance, they have become the supporting characters of Su Xinghe. You mean Su Liang? Or Xue Zilin and Chang Yifei? Xiao Ying is not stupid, and after hearing Su Xinghe's words, she guessed pretty much. The most likely candidates are Luan and Hu Lai. Su Xinghe spoke his mind. I think Su Liang is more likely, don't you? Xiao Ying said thoughtfully. Do you remember the information you showed me? Su Liang is a veritable second-generation rich kid. Entering the entertainment industry was just a whim of his. Even if he doesn't enter the entertainment industry, he can still find pleasure elsewhere. But Xue Zilin and Chang Yifei are different. They are professional singers, so this competition is more useful for them. Su Xinghe analyzed the matter. Another thing was that he had just seen the two of them walk into the same hotel, but the previous information showed that they were not very familiar with each other in private, so either they were not gay, or they were plotting something. However, they were both still relatively inexperienced, and obviously did not have the ability to cause such a big stir overnight. I agree with Su Xinghe's idea. I also think it was Ryan and Hu Lai who did it. My mother especially likes Ryan, but I never thought he was like this. Xiao Ming looked indignant, as if the two owed her money. So what do we do next? We can't just sit here and do nothing. Xiao Ying also agreed with Su Xinghe's view. Now they were in the same boat, and they would both rise and fall together. Of course we can't just sit around and do nothing. This topic has become so popular so quickly, which means there is a lot of money behind it. We can't compete with them in terms of money, so we have to think of another way. In fact, Su Xinghe is also at a loss right now. He can't just go to Lei Ming and ask him to come out and clarify, not to mention the fact that Lei Ming may not necessarily help them clarify this matter. On the other hand, Luan and Hu Lai, who are hiding in the hotel, are holding their phones. How is it, Lu? This plan worked, didn't it? The internet is full of people calling that Su Xinghe a scumbag. Hu Lai looked wretched, while Luan was beaming with joy. He said gleefully, "You're still the one with the ideas. Just make sure that he's bribed Lei Ming, and no matter how many more works he puts out in the future, no one will buy them. Zilin, you and Yifei must work together in the future. The future of the music industry depends on you too." Luan took the coffee that Chang Yifei had bought and pretended to take a sip. Yuck, this stuff doesn't taste good either. Chang Yifei's face next to him twitched slightly, but he quickly hid it. "If Uncle Lu wants something to drink, I'll go buy you another cup." Chang Yifei forced a smile. "It's not bad," Luan said nonchalantly. "This matter is not perfect yet. It would be perfect if I could create some public opinion that Su Xinghe had plagiarized, so that he would never be able to hold his head up again." Hu Lai put down his phone, his expression slightly deepened. As an old veteran in the music industry, he could see the strength of Su Xinghe. If they couldn't suppress Su Xinghe this time, they would never be able to restrain him in the future. But where are we going to find evidence of his plagiarism? Luan looked at Hu Lai with confusion. Not to mention that they were not sure if Su Xinghe had plagiarized. Even if he really had, they would not be able to find evidence in such a short period of time. "We can create evidence if we don't have it," Hu Lai sneered. "How would those stupid audiences care about the authenticity of the evidence? They would only attack on the keyboard. Whether the evidence was real or not was not important. What was important was who said it." Luan was not surprised to hear Hu Lai's remarks, but Zilin and Chang Yifei next to him felt a chill down their backs. It turns out that it is so easy to praise one person and suppress another. Chapter 23, Breaking the Ice. Hu Lai dialed a phone number. "Hello, Xiaofeng, it's me. Find a lyricist for me and have him release a message saying that the song sung by Su Xinghe was written by him." The other party was going to refuse, but when he heard Hu Lai say 1 million, greed finally won out and he said, "Okay, I'll take care of it." "Well." Hu Lai hung up the phone and said to Luan with a smile, "Isn't this evidence? But no one will believe it." Chang Yifei felt that just having one person come forward to testify that Su Xinghe had plagiarized would definitely not convince everyone. "Chang, you still don't understand the entertainment industry. Do you know the power of public opinion?" After that, Hu Lai made another phone call, this time to a company that specializes in online trolls. You can tell from the way he skillfully operated the phone that he has done this kind of thing a lot. Although shocked, Chang Yifei was also glad that he had chosen to work with Hu Lai, otherwise these tactics would be enough to ruin his previous achievements. Sure enough, less than 2 hours later, another video was posted on major online platforms. It was an unknown lyricist who reported Su Xinghe's plagiarism and real name, saying that Su Xinghe had threatened him violently, not letting him tell about it, but he himself could not stand Su Xinghe deceiving the audience, so he risked being beaten up and reported in real name. Previously, a video of Su Xinghe fighting with someone else in the ring had gone viral on the internet, so it was well known that Su Xinghe knew Kung Fu. Under the manipulation of the online army of Hu Laigu, this video of the report quickly gained momentum, and internet users felt deeply cheated. They all cursed Su Xinghe for being shameless, but some of his fans were wise to the fact that someone was targeting Su Xinghe. Anyone with half a brain wouldn't believe this online opinion. After all, just last night it was reported that Su Xinghe had bribed the program team, and this morning there was the plagiarism incident. How could there be such a coincidence? But many people happen to be brainless. When he saw this video, Su Xinghe was actually amused. Did they really think of people as fools? Xiao Ying's face was grave, and she was very worried about Su Xinghe. She was really worried about Su Xinghe. She didn't know when it started, but she had already considered Su Xinghe a friend. "Why don't you post a clarifying video? If that doesn't work, we can spend a little money and buy some traffic." Xiao Ying was really worried. But the more anxious someone is, the more confused their thinking becomes, and the more likely they are to make mistakes. "No need." Su Xinghe shook his head and continued, "Even if we clarify, how many people will believe us? Besides, we don't have that many online trolls to fight them." In fact, at this time, Su Xinghe already had an idea in his mind. Since they had created public opinion to suppress him, Su Xinghe could also completely use their public opinion to break the situation for himself. So what do you want to do? Seeing that Su Xinghe was not in a hurry, Xiao Ying asked curiously. In a while, I will post an announcement. At 8 p.m., I will broadcast live on Douyin, where I will release my new song and randomly select a fan to propose a topic for me to write a song on the spot. They can't keep saying that I'm plagiarizing, can they? Su Xinghe sneered, since Hulai and the others are being so unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Hulai spent money to create a stir, and Su Xinghe took advantage of the situation. It's not natural to let free will go without being grasped. Are you going to release the songs you gave me before? Xiao Ying asked with some concern. She wasn't worried about not winning a prize in the competition, but that Su Xinghe wouldn't be able to continue participating in the competition. No need. I have other songs. It's not difficult for Su Xinghe to write a few songs. You still have other songs? This time, Xiao Ying was shocked. How many surprises does the Su Xinghe have in store for me? Unconsciously, Xiao Ying actually looked forward to it. After Su Xinghe's announcement of the live broadcast, many fans were looking forward to Su Xinghe's live broadcast. After all, the previous song 10 Years was really too popular, and many fans had recently increased, but more people wanted to see Su Xinghe's antics. Hulai has been paying close attention to the news on various online platforms. The two topics he has been manipulating have now completely dominated the charts. The topic of Su Xinghe's bribery is in second place on the trending list, while the plagiarism incident has come from behind to take the lead and has become number 1 on the trending list. The Su Xinghe actually still wants to clarify on live broadcast. He really doesn't know his own strength. I'll let you know what a sinister heart of the people is when you go live. After reading Su Xinghe's announcement about the live broadcast, Hulai came up with a good idea. He quickly called the company that manages online trolls and said, Su Xinghe is going to broadcast live tonight. Go to his live broadcast room and flood it with comments saying that he plagiarized and bribed the show's production team, and that he should get out of the entertainment industry. Mr. Hu, I'll need more money for this. The person on the other end of the line couldn't hide his excitement when he heard Hulai's words. We're back in business. And it's a big job. Hulai has really gone all out this time, spending millions just to hire the online army. Lao Hu, aren't we going a bit too far this time? I don't have that kind of money. Luanji felt a pang of pain when he heard that Hulai was looking for an online army again. He and Hulai had split the cost of the previous 2 online armies, but now he was going to have to pay for the whole thing himself. You don't have to pay this time. I've already talked to the company. They'll reimburse me for the costs as long as we win the championship. Can I get reimbursed for the costs before that? No, you can't get reimbursed for the costs before that. Hulai realized that he had said the wrong thing. How could he let the old guy Luan prostitute himself for free? The company had promised to reimburse him, and any extra money would go into his pocket. How could he possibly spit out the money that was already in his pocket? You really can't reimburse me? Hulai, don't lie to me, okay? That's all the money I have for my funeral. If you lie to me, I'll kill you. Luan looked at Hulai suspiciously. Lu, how could I lie to you? We've been friends for years. Hulai walked over to Luan, patted him on the shoulder, and assured him. After the incident had been discussed all afternoon, the public opinion about Su Xinghe's plagiarism had already become overwhelming. Keyboard warriors on the internet had attacked Su Xinghe without mercy, even going so far as to dig up his previous live streams and edit them into ghost animal videos for dissemination. Su Xinghe never expected his dark past to be dug up. This is not his dark history, it is his path to success. At 8 p.m., Su Xinghe opened his live broadcast room on time. Many people were waiting for Su Xinghe to start the broadcast, and there were also the online army hired by Hulai. The number of people in the broadcast room instantly rose to hundreds of thousands, and it was still increasing. Wow, Su Xinghe, the appeal of your live broadcast room is also terrifying. Xiao Ming glanced at the number of people in the upper right corner of Su Xinghe's live broadcast room and was shocked, her mouth wide open. Xiao Ying was also standing next to Su Xinghe at this time, except that the audience in the broadcast room could not see Xiao Ying. Su Xinghe sat in front of the phone, and a battle without smoke was about to begin. Chapter 24, He's actually making it harder for himself. Dear friends, recently there have been a lot of rumors on the internet about plagiarism. I'm sure you know the details better than I do. I won't argue about whether it's plagiarism or not. Tonight's live broadcast will just be the release of a few new songs. Of course, I'll let the friends in the live broadcast room propose the specific songs, and I'll randomly pick one and write and sing it on the spot. Su Xingha's simple few words caused an instant uproar among the hundreds of thousands of people in the live broadcast room. Hey, how is that possible? There are hundreds of thousands of people in the live broadcast room, and everyone's topic is different. Even if you randomly pick one, you may not be able to pick a topic, so how can you write it out on the spot? Yeah, I don't think that's possible either. I'm afraid it's not a fake fan, right? It is a fake fan. I have a friend who is one of them. Yes, I've received this request before, and they even offered me 500,000 yuan to keep quiet, but I didn't agree. Upstairs, 500,000 yuan to keep quiet is a bit much, isn't it? That's right, if you really give me 500,000, I'll be your stooge. Someone in the live broadcast room even started to set the pace. Su Xingha sneered, thinking to himself, they really aren't afraid to spend money. Whether they are stooges or not, we will naturally find out in a while. Everyone, please calm down. I will teach you the next part. You can ask questions now, and I will write a song on the spot. I'm afraid it's not just one song in one night. If I'm given enough time, I can write it too. Upon seeing this message, Su Xingha smiled and said, a new song will be released within 5 minutes, and it will be of guaranteed quality and quantity. Upon hearing Su Xingha's words, Xiao Ying's heart trembled. A song in 5 minutes, and of guaranteed quality and quantity? How is this possible? Isn't Su Xingha putting too much pressure on himself? Xiao Ying had originally thought that if it was really impossible, she would give Su Xingha the song she had just written as a last resort, but Su Xingha had opened the show by asking the audience to suggest topics, so her songs would probably not be used. In her opinion, Su Xingha would not be able to accomplish it. Not only was Xiao Ying thinking this, but Hu Lai and Luan, who were watching the live broadcast, were thinking the same thing. Su Xingha is so arrogant and conceited, how is he possibly going to be able to do it? I think he's digging his own grave. Hu Lai put on a look of complete control, looking at his phone with disdain. I don't think it's possible to achieve quality and quantity in every song. Cheng Yifei thought he had some ability and could improvise and write a few songs on the spot, but he didn't dare say that he could achieve quality and quantity in every song. Everyone, please give me a topic. Su Xingha didn't pay any attention to the critical comments. There were still many people in the live broadcast room who really wanted to see if Su Xingha was really capable, and they came up with a lot of topics. Su Xingha asked Xiao Meng to choose 10 topics from them and label them with serial numbers. Xiao Meng didn't know Su Xingha's intentions, thinking that he was going to sing these 10 songs tonight after deciding on 10 topics. If the topics were chosen at once, there would be time to compose all the subsequent topics. Someone in the broadcast room also thought of this. Oops, I thought it was really composed live. I didn't expect to choose the topics first. Then who knows if they were written by yourself? What if someone is helping you next to you? Strange comments kept flooding the live broadcast room. But Su Xingha didn't pay any attention to them. Instead, he waited until Xiao Meng had written 10 topics, and then he took the topics in his hands and said, next, I would like you to choose one topic from these 10. I will compose a song on the spot, and in the future, I will follow this procedure for choosing topics for every song. The purpose of this is to put the right to choose topics entirely in everyone's hands. Holy cow! The host is awesome. Holy cow! How can you cheat like this? This is too difficult. If the anchor can do it, I will do a handstand and eat shit live. Su Xingha's words were like a bolt of thunder, and everyone in the live broadcast room exclaimed, awesome. This level of difficulty is really too high. Xiao Ying next to her couldn't help but exclaim, even she couldn't complete something like this. But Su Xingha looked calm and confident, and her appearance made her believe that Su Xingha could do it. You're just making it harder for yourself. Meng Xiaoyu whispered to Su Xingha, you're making it harder for yourself. She had originally wanted to discuss with Su Xingha and pick some simpler topics, but who knew that Su Xingha would find ways to make it harder for himself? Soon Su Xingha saw that the topic with the highest call in the live broadcast room was to write a sad love song after breaking up with his girlfriend, the kind that makes people want to cry when they hear it. Su Xingha smiled when he saw this topic. There were too many songs of this type, and just picking one at random on launching would be an instant hit all over the internet. He then hummed along. It's snowing so deeply, so earnestly. With only a guitar in his hands, Su Xingha sang with deep feeling to a simple accompaniment. But the audience in the broadcast room slowly quietened down. Is this his impromptu song? Why does it remind me of my first girlfriend when I listen to it? Who among my family understands? I just broke up with my girlfriend, and this song really matches my mood right now. I'll cry first as a sign of respect. I don't care about my father, I'm going to find my first love. At this time, the comments in the live broadcast room suddenly changed. Hulai felt that something was wrong and called the person in charge of the water army. Where is your water army? Lead the rhythm. The comments in the live broadcast room are not the right kind. The person in charge of the water army said, "Brother, I want it too. But this song really makes people want to cry. I've been married for 10 years and I can't help but think of my first love." Who knew this song was so tear-jerking? When Hula heard the complaints of the head of the army of water, his heart lurched, thinking, maybe this song happened to be written by Su Xinghe before, which is why it is sung so soulfully. Who knew that after Su Xinghe finished singing this song, he didn't stop, but immediately sang another one. The autumn leaves, floating down peacefully for the last time. The tune of this song is completely different from the previous one, but it still makes people want to cry. The person who leaves first will have less heartbreak. If it's not a deep love, how can you think about the other person when you finally part? I don't know how many people in the live broadcast room were secretly wiping away tears, and I don't know how many people thought of that for her. Big Brother really can do it. Damn it, these two songs actually made me cry. After Su Xinghe finished singing the second song, he didn't continue singing, but instead asked everyone to suggest topics. 2 songs for one topic is not a waste of time. It takes about 5 minutes to choose a topic, and about 10 minutes for 2 songs. A 3-hour live broadcast should be able to sing more than 20 songs, and this pace of creation should be able to prove that he is not plagiarizing, right? According to Su Xinghe's vision, he will conquer slander and defamation with his talent, because talent is the most powerful evidence. Chapter 25, This Guy Really Can Sing. Damn it, you guys should listen to this song and cry after breaking up. My girlfriend's ex-boyfriend became my boss's mistress. The more I think about it, the more angry I feel. In the comments section, I don't know which big grudge seed posted a comment, causing the style of the comment section to change along with it. Ha ha ha, shit, man, I feel for you, but I can't help but laugh. What a fucking talented person. Man, aren't you just waiting for a promotion and a pay rise? The host should write a song for this guy. Shit, he's so pitiful, I can't help but laugh. The calls in the live broadcast room grew louder and louder, all asking Su Xinghe to write a song for him. That guy is also a man of substance, and he actually asked Su Xinghe to write a song himself. Since he asked, I'll sing one. Although I didn't say it out loud, I actually had a hunch a long time ago. When Su Xinghe sang, "Finally you become someone else's mistress," and I know it's not because of love. The guy was crouched on the street, really howling and crying. While crying, he cursed, "Damn it, people are bullying me." The people in the live broadcast room also heckled, "Damn it, Anchor, this song is so heartbreaking." Yes. I'm suspicious that my girlfriend is cheating on me, but I don't even have a girlfriend. You don't have a girlfriend, what are you suspicious of? Whose girlfriend is lying next to me? Are you sure this isn't a script? I feel like the host has been through the same thing. There were all kinds of comments in the live broadcast room, but none of them said that Su Xinghe's song wasn't good. Damn it, what I want is to attack Su Xinghe and get him out of the entertainment industry. What are these people talking about? When Hulai saw this person's comment, he was so angry that he almost dropped his phone. Lao Hu, is the army of trolls you hired reliable? Luan looked at the comments in the broadcast room and couldn't help but doubt Hulai a little. Could it be that this guy has pocketed all the money for himself? I'll call and ask again. Hulai was also a little angry. He had used this same team of internet trolls before, and they had been quite efficient, so why were they so ineffective today? After the call was connected, Hulai said angrily, "What's wrong with you guys? Don't you want the money? If you don't get Su Xinghe to withdraw the final payment, you won't get a single penny, and I'll sue you for the money you already got." The person in charge of the online army on the other end of the line wanted to explain, but when he heard Hulai's words, he laughed in anger. Sue me? Aren't you afraid of being exposed for doing something like this? Have you got shit for brains? After being scolded by the other party, Hulai was speechless. He must have been so angry that he had lost his mind. He had paid someone to attack Su Xinghe online, but now he wanted to sue the attacker? You rambled on for a while, but Hulai still couldn't think of anything to say in reply. I don't care anyway, you have to attack Su Xinghe for me. Then the other party simply ignored him and hung up the phone. Su Xinghe. You've got to be kidding. How can you attack someone like that? What's there to attack? He almost made me cry. How can I hack him? Anyway, the first 2 payments for the online army have already been settled, with a total of 2 million yuan in income, and the deposit for the last one is also 300,000 yuan. Even if the final payment is not settled, what can you do? The person in charge of the online army thought to himself, I don't even care about the final payment of a few 100,000 yuan, but I can't be affected while I'm listening to the song. At this time, the number of people in Su Xinghe's live broadcast room had already exceeded 1 million, and the number of people entering the broadcast room was still rising sharply. The staff at the backstage of Douyin headquarters noticed something unusual. Who gave this live broadcast room traffic? Why so much? We didn't give it to him. He must have gotten it from organic traffic. One staff member said after taking a look at the data. Organic traffic? How is that possible? This is terrifying. They had never seen such terrifying traffic before. Quickly report to the general manager, we must keep this anchor. The person in charge realized that this was a huge opportunity, and if he seized it, a promotion and a pay rise would be guaranteed. It so happened that he had recently been talking to his girlfriend about getting married, and if he could get ahead, his girlfriend's parents would no longer make things difficult for him. Thinking about this made him even more ecstatic. This great fortune has finally come my way. Meanwhile, many people were watching Su Xinghe's live broadcast. Later, Su Xinghe sang a few more songs, all of which were chosen by the audience in the broadcast room. He sang live, and each song was sung without thinking, just straight off the top of his head. This guy is really something. I'm blackening it. Whoever loves blackening it, blacken it. Me too, I've gone from blackening it to supporting it. What blackening? I'm a die-hard fan. Ho Lai worked hard to create negative publicity, pushing Su Xinghe to the top of the public opinion, and then Su Xinghe used his strength to turn the negative publicity into support for himself. It is easy to imagine how devastated Hu Lai is at this moment. Lao Hu, have we done someone else a favor? Luan is not too stupid. He can already see that Su Xinghe has successfully emerged from the negative publicity this time. Every song is popular and every song is a classic. Why would someone like this bother to copy? And why would they bother? Awesome. Just awesome. Xue Zilin and Chang Yifei sat listlessly on the sofa, their eyes fixed on the screen of their phones. Are these people human? This is fucking godly, okay? How dare we, who have climbed up the mountain, mock the god who has come down? We are on the same stage as the god, and we still dare to dream of winning? This is sheer fantasy. The two of them said at the same time. Not to mention defeating Su Xinghe, the two of them didn't even have the confidence to participate in the next competition. In the face of absolute strength, all techniques are paper tigers. A talent like Su Xinghe's is one that they could never hope to catch up to, even if they were given 10 more years. Hu Lai felt like a million alpacas were galloping inside his heart. This time, it was like kicking against a steel plate. Su Xinghe became famous overnight, and the songwriter who had come forward to report Su Xinghe's plagiarism didn't know when he had quietly deleted the video of the report and also cancelled his social media accounts. Because some netizens had already gone to his social media accounts to scold him, he really couldn't withstand the pressure. By the time Su Xinghe went off the air, his Douyin followers had already reached 8 million. This live broadcast not only caused a sensation in the music industry, but also among Douyin officials, and even set a record for increasing 7 million followers in one live broadcast. A certain music industry big shot also watched Su Xinghe's live broadcast and exclaimed, "The music industry is saved." More singers panicked, wondering what future there would be for them if he was around. Xiao Ying only came out of her shock when she realized that Su Xinghe had turned off his phone. She said to Su Xinghe, "I just want to say one thing, you are my god." Su Mengyao also said, "Dad, you are my god." Su Xinghe laughed, picked Su Mengyao up, and kissed her gently on the cheek. And said, "Thank you, my dear, for your praise." Although Su Xinghe said this to Su Mengyao, Xiao Ying, who was standing next to her, blushed. "Oh, Xiao Ying, what are you thinking?" Xiao Ying quickly dismissed the thoughts in her head and pretended to be looking for something. Seeing this, Xiao Meng next to her asked, "Xiao Ying, what are you looking for?" "Shall I help you look?" "No, it's nothing." Xiao Ying replied in a flustered manner. Fortunately, Su Xinghe didn't pay any attention to her, otherwise she would have been embarrassed and looked for a place to hide. Chapter 26. I don't believe you're omnipotent. Su Xingha's live broadcast had ended, but Hu Lai and Luan were still holding their phones, looking grave. This time they had really made a mistake. Luan was even more devastated. That was all his funeral money. It just went down the drain. The point was that not even a splash was made. Teacher Hu, I don't think I have the confidence to participate in the show again. Chang Yifei said numbly. I feel the same way. This man is too strong, I'm no match for him. Shui Zilin felt the same way as Chang Yifei at the moment, and simply didn't have the courage to face Chang Yifei. Su Xingha, on the other hand, felt very relaxed, because the negative comments on the internet about him had basically all turned into positive comments. The online trolls who had been blackmailing him had also disappeared, and some of them had even turned into his fans. Let's go eat, Su Xingha said, hugging Su Mengyao. We should celebrate today. Xiao Ying and Xiao Meng nodded in agreement. Today was indeed a great day for them. Sitting among the guests, Xiao Meng curiously asked Su Xingha, how many songs do you have anyway? In fact, Xiao Ying was also very curious about this. It felt like Su Xingha didn't need to think at all, and new songs just came to him. Could it be that he had written hundreds of songs before, but never released them, just waiting to make a splash today? Songwriting is like drinking water and eating food for me. There's nothing to think about. Su Xingha's words were extremely arrogant, but they were also the most honest words he could say. Ah! Su Xingha, don't joke with me. If I weren't standing right next to you, I think you wrote this in advance. You're really amazing. Meng looked at Su Xingha in admiration, secretly thinking, divorced men are actually not bad. Meng, in her 20s, had never had a boyfriend before. In the past, she had never looked down on divorced men. She thought that if a man really had the ability to make his woman happy, why would he get divorced? But the appearance of Su Xingha had shattered her impression of divorced men, and she even had a bit of blind admiration for Su Xingha. Su Xingha smiled and didn't explain. After all, things like the system couldn't be told to them, no matter how good the relationship was. How could secrets be told? My father is the most awesome in the world. Su Mengyao heard Xiao Meng and the others chatting and wanted to join in. Yes, your father is the most awesome. Xiao Ying and Xiao Meng agreed with Su Mengyao. By the way, Su Xingha, what are your plans for the future? Xiao Ying asked Su Xingha about this topic again. After I go back, I want to open a studio, but I haven't thought of the details yet. Su Xingha said after a moment's thought. If you really want to open your own studio, I can let Xiao Meng help you. She is familiar with many things and can help you share the workload. Xiao Meng has been with Xiao Ying since graduation. When Xiao Ying set up her studio, Xiao Meng had just started working there, but she followed Xiao Ying in doing everything, so she is very familiar with the processes. This is possible. Su Xingha is also very grateful for Xiao Ying's help. In fact, Xiao Ying wanted Su Xingha to join her studio, but she also knew that Su Xingha was an extraordinary person and would achieve much more in the future. Su Xingha's live singing not only caused a sensation in the river music scene, but also in the entire entertainment industry. Lei Ming naturally knew that Su Xingha was now in absolute traffic, and he already had a plan in mind to make the show The Voice of the People the first show to defeat Capital. The recording of The Voice of the People was scheduled to begin. When Su Xingha arrived at the recording site, he saw Chang Yifei and Shui Zilin standing together from afar. It looked like they had become complete allies. In contrast, Su Liang was very ordinary. I don't know if he had given up or what, but at this time, Su Liang was not actively preparing for the competition, but was leisurely sitting there playing games. When he saw Su Xingha walking over, Su Liang stood up and said, Su Xingha, would you like to join my company? Ha! Su Xingha thought he had heard wrong. What did the rich second generation mean? I asked if you would like to join my company. Su Liang also thought that Su Xingha really hadn't heard clearly, so he repeated it. Su Xingha shook his head and said no. He directly rejected Su Liang. Contact me later if you change your mind. This rich second generation is quite straightforward. Seeing that Su Xingha didn't agree, he wasn't angry, but casually said something and then sat down to continue playing games. Chang Yifei and Shui Zilin stood there, not sure what they were plotting, and every now and then they glanced over at Su Xingha. According to Hu Lai, Su Xingha was currently at the peak of his popularity. If they could defeat Su Xingha, they would be standing on the shoulders of a giant and their fame would surely be greater than Su Xingha's. Although it would not be easy to defeat Su Xingha, they did not believe that Su Xingha was omnipotent. There are other types of music besides ballads and rock, and Su Xinghe can't be good at every genre. The voice of the people doesn't limit the types of songs, and Chang Yifei and Xue Zilin are good at more than one genre. Previously, Luan designed Xue Zilin's performance to be rock-oriented, but in fact he is better at rap, and Chang Yifei is actually good at ancient styles, and his acting skills are famous in China. This time, they plan to use their best repertoire to compete against Su Xinghe. The production team announced an adjustment to the program. The first to go on stage were Su Xinghe and Xiao Ying, followed by Luan and Xue Zilin, the third was Hu Lai and Chang Yifei, and the last were Zhao Bin and Su Liang. Su Liang's current state is that he just wants to participate in this program, and it doesn't matter if he doesn't win a place. It's not scary to lose a competition, and it's embarrassing to lose a competition with the gods. The show began with Xiao Ying and Su Xinghe taking to the stage. This time, they sang the song Wujiapo. Su Xinghe started with a dramatic voice. His voice and tone were so good that they were worthy of being immortalized. Backstage in the dressing room, Chang Yifei was dumbfounded. He could do that too? The other person could sing the dramatic voice better than him, his forte, so how was he supposed to compete? Chang Yifei looked at Hu Lai with a very unpleasant expression on his face. Mr. Hu, what should we do? Hu Lai was also shocked. Is this guy even human? Although Xiao Ying did not start out learning opera, her voice had a very layered quality, and the song was almost perfect in her and Su Xinghe's rendition. I love you, Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe, I'll give you a monkey. The playlist can be updated again. Both fans in the audience and online are going crazy for Su Xinghe. The key is that this is not a bad song, it has a rich storyline, and the two of them enunciate clearly in their opera voices, so that even the elderly can hear clearly. This song can be said to appeal to both young and old. Now it's not just young people who support Su Xinghe, the older people also really like his songs. Chapter 27. Oh no! He can do this too. Xue Zilin secretly felt relieved. Luckily, he can't rap, or I'd be screwed. When he heard Su Xinghe's opera-style singing, he thought of Chang Yifei, and it must have been as uncomfortable as eating shit. Although he and Chang Yifei are now in the same boat, deep down he still hopes that Chang Yifei will be embarrassed. After all, there can only be one king of the stage, and of course he hopes that person is himself. Because the first performance was a duet, Luan was not good at rapping, so the two chose rock music for the chorus. Hu Lai was the same, not being able to act, so the duet performances were all ordinary songs. However, during the performance, Chang Yifei was distracted and missed a few beats, which greatly disappointed the fans. The individual performances followed. Su Xinghe was the first to go on stage, Xue Zilin the second, and Chang Yifei the third. Su Xinghe this time was dressed in a handsome black suit and walked onto the stage with sunglasses. Handsome. Damn, I admit that Su Xinghe is only second to me in terms of handsome. The audience was captivated by Su Xinghe, especially the male audience, they were crazy. Su Xinghe is really too handsome. Xiao Meng and Xiao Ying were also talking about Su Xinghe backstage. Xiao Meng, sister, you don't like my dad, do you? I'll let you in on a secret, there's another sister who likes my dad too. Xiao Meng's ears turned red when she heard Su Mengyao's words. The Taekwondo teacher also likes my dad. Su Mengyao's way of speaking, like a big breath, made Xiao Ying extremely embarrassed. This little girl is really too naughty. At first, Xiao Ying thought Su Mengyao was talking about herself. I don't know which one of you is blind. Standing in front of me and playing dirty. I'm sorry you had to force me to be the villain. White shirt, black suit. Buddy, tie it nicely. Su Xinghe actually sang this song War God of the Elevator, but he modified the first two lines of the lyrics to make it more in line with the current situation. This song is not just awesome, it's not only good to listen to, but also to curse some people, which is really gratifying. This song was actually added by Su Xinghe at the last minute, so Xiao Ying didn't know about it either. Wow, Su Xinghe! Su Xinghe! Su Xinghe! Everyone cheered for Su Xinghe. Xue Zilin, on the other hand, felt like he had eaten shit and was full of bitterness. And Luan's heart lurched. Damn it! He knows this one too. Especially the line. It is not my duty to educate you. Don't show off your skills in front of me. It was like stabbing him in the heart. Xue Zilin wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Why did I come on this show? Why did I meet Su Xinghe? Xue Zilin shouted in his heart. We are really brothers in misfortune. Chang Yifei walked over to Xue Zilin and patted him on the shoulder, but he couldn't help but feel secretly happy. This song Elevator God of War undoubtedly once again pushed Su Xinghe to the top of the topic. Although the performances of Shui Zilin and Chang Yifei that followed were not bad, they were completely overshadowed by Su Xinghe's performance, so they did not cause too much of a stir. This situation was completely within Lei Ming's expectations, and Su Xinghe's performance did not surprise him either. This was the strength of Su Xinghe. Now, all the discussions on the internet are about the voice of the people, and the one with the most traffic is none other than Su Xinghe. He Jiangwo, who was watching the program, secretly felt grateful that he had followed his brother's advice and negotiated a partnership with Su Xinghe early on. Judging from the current situation, Su Xinghe would undoubtedly be a hot topic on his own. He could already see his next program becoming an instant hit. After the recording of this episode was complete, Su Xinghe planned to return to Shen City. He had contacted Chen Xingqing in the past few days and had previously promised Su Mengyao that he would take her to meet her mother, so Su Xinghe wanted to take advantage of the time to go and see her. After the program was recorded, Su Xinghe took Su Mengyao on a plane to Shenyang. Hearing that she could see her mother, Su Mengyao was extremely excited. She hadn't seen her mother since she could remember, and it was true that she was jealous of the other children who had mothers. "Are my parents beautiful?" Su Mengyao held her head high, her eyes expectantly looking at Su Xinghe. "Well, you'll have to see for yourself." Su Xinghe really didn't know what to say about Chen Xingqing. "Then why doesn't my mom want me? Is it because Yao Yao is not obedient?" "No. Yao Yao is the most obedient." Su Xinghe comforted Su Mengyao. This child's mind is too sensitive, and this may be the case with children who lack maternal love from an early age. "But still, my mom doesn't want me. My mom left not because of Yao Yao, but because of Dad," Su Xinghe said after thinking about it. "Chen Xingqing left because I was poor. How many women would be willing to stay with a poor man for the rest of their lives? So will my mom come back?" Su Mengyao kept asking Su Xinghe questions like why. Su Xinghe didn't know how to answer and pretended to be asleep. Seeing that Su Xinghe didn't answer, Su Mengyao started talking to herself, and she fell asleep soon after. Su Xinghe helped Su Mengyao cover up with the blanket. I wonder if Chen Xingqing still has a little feeling for Su Mengyao. This is an unknown question. The meeting place was agreed upon a long time ago, so Su Xinghe brought Su Mengyao here early. After waiting for a while, Chen Xingqing came over, accompanied by a well-dressed man. "Su Xinghe, what are you still doing hanging around me? I already said before that we no longer have any relationship." As soon as they met, Chen Xingqing put on a stern face. "Is this your mother?" Su Xinghe nodded, and upon seeing her father's affirmative answer, Su Mengyao weakly called out, "Mom." Chen Xingqing then looked at the child in Su Xinghe's arms. "Don't call me Mom." Chen Xingqing did not show the slightest bit of maternal love towards Su Mengyao, but instead made a disgusted expression. "Honey, you know them. I am completely unrelated to them now." Chen Xingqing held onto the man's arm, as if she was afraid that he would look down on her. "Is he the Su Xinghe?" "Xingqing, you've made the wisest choice by leaving him." The man glanced at Su Xinghe's clothes, which cost a few hundred yuan in total, and already concluded in his heart that Su Xinghe was a poor man. "Yes, I wish I had met you sooner." Chen Xingqing cooed and snuggled up to the man. All of this fell into Su Mengyao's eyes. The previously hopeful gaze instantly dimmed. "Dad, I want to go home. I don't want mommy anymore." Su Xinghe had no idea how desperate Su Mengyao felt when she said this. How could a mother let her child say that she didn't want her? "Chen Xingqing, I didn't come to see you to harass you, I just wanted Yao Yao to meet you. Since you don't want to see her, then we won't meet again." It seems that this decision was a mistake. I shouldn't have brought Su Mengyao to see Chen Xingqing. Not only did it not bring comfort to Su Mengyao's heart, but it hurt her instead. After leaving, Su Mengyao leaned on Su Xinghe's shoulder and silently shed tears. "Be a good girl, Yaya. We'll ignore that bad woman from now on. Daddy, I don't want a mommy anymore." Su Mengyao muttered, her tears already soaking Su Xinghe's clothes. Sigh. Su Xinghe sighed. "Children are innocent. Why do you have to inflict all this pain on them?" Chapter 28, The System Rewards Again. Since there was still a program to record, Su Xinghe took Su Mengyao to Hangzhou directly after meeting Chen Xingqing. When they arrived in Hangzhou, Su Mengyao was still sullen and unhappy, with tears in her big eyes. "What's wrong with Yo-Yo?" Xiao Ying saw how Su Mengyao looked and wondered what could have upset her. Su Xing had told Xiao Ying about the meeting with Chen Qingqing. This woman is really hateful. Xiao Ying felt that Chen Qingqing's actions were too cruel. No matter what, Su Mengyao is her child, and as a mother, how could she hurt such a young child like that? Yo, tonight, let's go out and eat something delicious, okay? Su Mengyao always called Xiao Ying sister, and Xiao Ying had acquiesced to this. I don't want to eat. Su Mengyao pouted her lips, her mood was very low. Then I'll take you to the playground to play. Well. Su Mengyao hesitated for a moment, but still nodded in agreement. Su Xingha also wanted to take the child out to play for a while, because if he kept it bottled up like this, the child would get sick. There happened to be a biggest playground in Hangzhou, with a lot of fun activities inside. This time Xiao Ying and Xiao Meng both came out with Su Xingha, the main purpose being to cheer Su Mengyao up. Su Mengyao held onto Su Xingha with one hand and Xiao Ying with the other, looking like a family from afar. Xiao Meng walked behind them quietly and used her phone to record the scene. Yo, let's go and play on the carousel, shall we? Xiao Ying crouched down and said to Su Mengyao as they walked near the carousel. In fact, when Xiao Ying was young, she really liked the carousel, but at that time her parents were very strict with her, so she never got to play. Later, when she grew up and had money and time, she no longer had that childhood joy. Su Mengyao nodded. Su Xingha bought tickets for 3 people, and Xiao Ying took Su Mengyao and Xiao Meng to play together, while Su Xingha stood nearby watching. The warm scene made Su Xingha feel that this was just fine. Sometimes he even felt that if Xiao Ying were more like Su Mengyao's mother, because Xiao Ying often played with Su Mengyao and tried her best to cheer her up when she was unhappy. After a while, Xiao Ying and the other 2 came out, and Su Mengyao's face was now full of smiles, no longer as gloomy as she had been at first. This carousel is so much fun, Dad. Do you want to ride it too? It's fine for me to watch you play, but I'm afraid I'll break the merry-go-round. Su Xingha jokes lightly as he lifts Su Mengyao up in his arms. Your father is so heavy, like a big elephant. Xiao Ying also jokes nearby, trying to cheer Su Mengyao up. Daddy's not a big elephant. Daddy's Superman. Su Mengyao defends Su Xingha. What else do you want to do, Yo? Well, I want to go on the bumper cars. Su Mengyao saw the children next to her playing bumper cars with their parents. These are the bigger ones, where 2 adults and 1 child can ride together. Dad, can you and Xiao Ying take me with you? Su Mengyao said seriously. Of course it's no problem. Su Xingha agreed without even thinking. But usually it's the parents who go on these rides with their children. Seeing that Su Xingha had agreed, Su Mengyao covered her mouth and laughed secretly, not realizing that her father had noticed her little scheme. Xiao Ying also didn't feel anything was wrong, and followed Su Xingha into the venue. It wasn't until they got into the bumper car that Xiao Ying felt that it wasn't quite appropriate. Although the car could seat 3 people, their bodies were pressed up against each other, and from a distance it looked like her shoulders were leaning on Su Xingha's shoulders. Su Mengyao sat in the front holding the steering wheel, and Su Xingha also held out a hand to help Su Mengyao control it. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained top-level racing technology and can control any racing car in the world at will. Su Xingha was stunned for a moment. He came out to have fun and also gain something? This system hasn't been pinging for a long time, I wonder what triggered it. Now, even though Su Xingha is holding the steering wheel of the bumper car, his subconscious body movements make the car feel like it is speeding through the wilderness. Wow, Dad, go for it. Ah, Dad is awesome. The excitement of the speed sends anyone's adrenaline soaring. Xiao Ying also shouts for Su Xingha to crash into other people. Su Xingha maneuvered the bumper car recklessly across the course, sometimes doing a little drifting, which made Su Mengyao and Xiao Ying scream. At this time, Xiao Ying also completely forgot about the physical contact with Su Xingha, and her whole body relaxed. When Su Xingha drifted, she subconsciously grabbed the hand that Su Xingha was not using. Hey, you're pretty good at driving. A parent who was also playing bumper cars with his child said to Su Xingha. So. The tone of that parent's voice felt a bit provocative, and Su Xingha didn't really want to engage with him. Seeing you so nimble, dare you race me? Race what? Bumper cars? Su Xingha scoffed mercilessly. This kind of person was really funny, he was just playing with his own child and hadn't offended him. What's the big deal about bumper cars, dare you come in a real race? The parent was a racing driver, and he had seen professional techniques in Su Xingha's operation just now, which aroused his competitiveness. No interest. Su Xingha now just wants to take Su Mengyao to play, and it is most important to make Su Mengyao happy, and nothing else matters. Your father is a wimp, he doesn't even dare to race my father. My father is a professional racing driver." The child sitting in the bumper car actually taunted Su Mengyao. Upon hearing the child's words, Su Mengyao's face, which had just been excited, instantly slumped. "My father is not a loser, my father is awesome." But Su Mengyao spoke very quietly, because he knew that his father could not drive a racing car. "Humph, not a loser and yet dares not race with me." The parent also took the opportunity to mock Su Xinghe. "Su Xinghe, let's go. Don't get involved with people like this." Xiao Ying tugged at Su Xinghe's sleeve, feeling that this person was really being unreasonable. "If you're a man, let's race." That man wouldn't relent. "In that case, let me show you what racing is." Su Xinghe wasn't going to indulge him. It just so happened that there was a professional racing venue in this amusement park, and as soon as that man arrived at the racing venue, the staff inside greeted him. "Brotherly, here to play again." It was obvious that that man was a regular here. "Well, I brought this idiot here today to broaden his horizons." The staff member glanced at Su Xinghe and also felt that the man in ordinary clothes looked like an idiot, and he was also wearing sunglasses in the evening. Since Su Xinghe was recognized when he visited Westlake last time, he has now learned to disguise himself when going out to avoid some embarrassment. "Let's go, idiot." The man sneered at Su Xinghe, thinking to himself that it had been a long time since he had someone to bully. Chapter 29, Sorry, I'm a professional. Su Xinghe watched him pretending to be cool and didn't say anything. Only a clown would keep talking non-stop. The venue would provide racing cars, and of course the tickets were expensive, but the parent, who looked like he had a lot of money, had even bought Su Xinghe's ticket. In his words, he wasn't interested in money, he just liked the feeling of abusing people. People like this generally have psychological and behavioral deviations. In life, they may be inferior to others in some ways, so they will seek a sense of superiority and victory in an area where they are good at. As for which area he is inferior, Su Xinghe has no idea. When they walked inside the venue, the man sneered at Su Xinghe. "Kid, it's too late to regret now." Su Mengyao, Xiao Ying, and Xiao Meng sat in the audience to watch Su Xinghe's race. The car started, and the roar of the engine filled the entire venue. Seeing that Su Xinghe had chosen the most ordinary racing car, the man knew that Su Xinghe was definitely a nobody, because that car was the slowest and least maneuverable one in the entire venue. He, on the other hand, had chosen the one with the best maneuverability and the fastest in the venue. "I'll show you what a professional racing driver is like," the man shouted at Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe silently extended his right hand and gave a middle finger. "Sorry. I'm a professional racing driver." All the racing skills were in Su Xinghe's mind, and those operations had formed muscle memory. This was why when driving bumper cars, Su Xinghe could make professional racing moves, which were completely subconscious, not something Su Xinghe was deliberately showing off. Su Xinghe stepped on the accelerator and clutch with both feet back and forth, feeling the touch of the clutch with the depth of the throttle. The referee in the field has also given the signal, and the race is about to begin. 3-2-1. As the countdown ends, Su Xinghe launches straight into the start, and the car gallops forward like a runaway horse. Not bad. The man is a little surprised, and he didn't expect Su Xinghe's skills to be so good. But it was just a jump start, and anyone can do that. His car had better performance than Su Xinghe's, and it was also faster, so he was sure he could win the race. In the audience, Xiao Ying and Su Mengyao cheered for Su Xinghe together. "Go, Dad! Go, Su Xinghe!" Although Su Xinghe couldn't hear them, Xiao Ying and Su Mengyao still shouted their best. On the initial straightaway, Su Xinghe's car really couldn't compete with the man's car. Su Ran got a slight head start, but the man slowly caught up thanks to the difference in speed between their cars. Su Xinghe calmly looked in the rearview mirror as the distance between the two cars got shorter and shorter. In a little while, there would be a tunnel, followed by a water waiting section and a muddy section, and finally a continuous curve. This track was specially designed to give people a sense of different road conditions and excitement. Su Xinghe chose this car because he considered the whole journey. Although the man's car was fast, it had obvious disadvantages when dealing with the various road conditions behind it. The man's car had a low chassis, and its speed would inevitably slow down on muddy roads and waiting roads. Su Xinghe's car completely avoided this, and more importantly, Su Xinghe's car had the best handling stability when facing bends. These were all the things Su Xinghe found out when choosing the car. It is difficult for ordinary people to learn this information through simple test drives, but Su Xinghe knows all these details. The man has been playing here for so long, but he still doesn't know what kind of car is best suited for this track. Seeing Su Xingha's car getting closer and closer, the man curled the corners of his mouth in excitement. See? This is what a professional is like. He planned to overtake Su Xingha in the tunnel, but Su Xingha did not compete with him. When he exited the tunnel, the large puddle of water covering the road made the man slow down. However, when Su Xingha exited the tunnel, he showed no signs of slowing down. The staff watching the race nearby jeered, "Does this person not know the basics of racing? He's not slowing down despite the road conditions. This person can't be stupid, what he's doing is very dangerous." Some people in the venue laughed, while others worried about taking responsibility. If Su Xingha had an accident, the staff at the venue would definitely be punished. Su Xingha held the steering wheel firmly, staring resolutely at the track ahead. His feet worked in unison, and instead of slowing down, the car slowly accelerated. When he reached the middle of the waterlogged track, Su Xingha overtook the man. This is impossible. The man couldn't believe it as he watched the taillights of Su Xingha's car, and he just passed him so easily? The staff at the venue also looked at this scene in disbelief. Is he really not afraid of death? After crossing the ford and entering the muddy road, Su Xingha still didn't slow down. Such road conditions were easy for Su Xingha, so he didn't feel anything was wrong. The man at this time could no longer care about the danger, and he pressed the accelerator to the floor, trying to catch up with Su Xingha as quickly as possible. When entering the muddy road, his car swayed violently from side to side, and he almost even ran off the track, which made him break out in a cold sweat. Although this venue had perfect protective measures, if he ran off the track and had an accident, he would also be injured, and he might lose his life here. Damn it! Does this guy not care about his life? The man cursed angrily. The car's speed also dropped, and when they finally ran out of the muddy section, Su Xingha had already entered the continuous bends. Su Xingha was seen drifting continuously, each time perfectly executed, the front of the car sliding past the innermost side of the track with the nose glued to it. This was an art performance. Finally, Su Xingha performed a magnificent drift and the car came to a stop firmly just beyond the finish line. Xiao Ying, Su Mengyao, and Xiao Meng in the audience shouted with excitement, because Su Xingha had won the competition. The staff at the venue were dumbfounded as they watched it all. Incredible! Unbelievable! Su Xingha had broken their venue's fastest record, but he had clearly been driving the slowest car. By the time that man reached the finish line, Su Xingha had already been sitting next to him for quite some time. How did you do it? The man was no longer arrogant as he had been at the beginning, and he looked at Su Xingha as if he had seen a ghost. This is called professionalism. Su Xingha said coldly. When faced with someone who likes to act like a show-off, you have to slap them straight in the face. The man was at a loss for words, and he stuttered, not knowing what to say. Remember, in the future, when you see me, behave yourself. Su Xingha left with these words, taking Su Mengyao and Xiao Ying and Xiao Meng with him. Dad, you were so cool just now. Su Mengyao said, putting her arms around Su Xingha's neck. When they left, the man's child sat there dejected, like a deflated balloon, not daring to even look at Su Mengyao. This made Su Mengyao feel very happy. Chapter 30, Withdrawal? Back at the hotel, Su Mengyao's mood had improved a lot. Su Xingha was also very grateful to Xiao Ying. If she hadn't kept Su Mengyao company, he wouldn't have known how to comfort her. Xiao Ying, thank you. Su Mengyao said thank you to Xiao Ying in a sweet voice, and after she finished, she gave Xiao Ying a flying kiss. Here's a kiss for you, Xiao Ying, I hope you have sweet dreams tonight. And I hope Yao Yao has sweet dreams too. Xiao Ying had a great time today. Not only did she spend time with Su Mengyao, she also made up for her own childhood regrets. While Su Xingha was playing with Su Mengyao, something big happened at the Voice of China production team. In Lei Ming's office, Hu Lai and Luan were sitting across from him. What do you two want? We want to discuss whether we can get Su Xingha to withdraw from the competition. As you can see, with him in the competition, Xiao Shui and Xiao Cheng don't stand a chance. These were Hu Lai's words. Luckily, Su Xingha wasn't here, otherwise he would have to scold him. Listen to this, are these the words of a human? What reason do I have to get Su Xingha to withdraw? He has neither broken the rules nor has he done anything bad. Lei Ming fixed Hu Lai with a piercing stare. Although Hu Lai was a big shot in the music industry, Lei Ming was not afraid of him. Lei, we came here to discuss with you. If this Su Xingha doesn't withdraw from the competition, then we will. Oh? Withdraw? Lei Ming looked at the two of them with interest. At this time, Zhao Bin walked in. Lei, I want to talk to you about something. Xiao Bin was a little taken aback when he saw Hu Lai and Luan when he entered, wondering why these two were here. What do you want with me? Lei Ming is a very direct person and never beats around the bush. Su Liang has withdrawn from the competition, as he announced on Weibo. Hu Lai and Luan exchanged glances when they heard Xiao Bin's words. It seemed to be saying, see. Because of Su Xingha's presence, Su Liang has also withdrawn from the competition. There was even a hint of smuggness in their eyes. If Su Xingha hadn't withdrawn from the competition, then he would have been the only one participating in the show, and how would the show have been broadcast then? The penalty fee would be paid directly by Mr. Su to the account of the show's production team. Xiao Bin didn't know what Hu Lai and Luan were thinking, and continued. In that case, I won't insist that you stay. I'll send you the account details later. This penalty is not a small sum, and I didn't expect the Su family to give it so easily. Okay, Mr. Lei, then I won't bother you anymore. Xiao Bin said this and then said hello to Hu Lai and Luan again. After all, they had competed on the same stage. What do you two say? After Xiao Bin left, Hu Lai and Luan were a bit dumbfounded. One person gave 500,000 yuan in penalty fees just like that? Originally, he had thought that if he and Luan raised this together, the production team would be forced to agree to let Su Xingha leave, and they wouldn't have to pay the penalty. Unexpectedly, Xiao Bin didn't play by the rules, and the two of them were given a 1 million yuan penalty. Are you also withdrawing from the competition? Lei Ming saw that the two of them were silent, and asked again. He had organized this show to make money, and the 3 million in liquidated damages was not a lot, but it was enough to recover the cost of the show. Besides, there was the cash cow Su Xingha, and at worst the show could just change the script. Well, Mr. Lei, we don't really want to withdraw from the competition, but now that Su Xingha is here, Xue Zilin and Chang Yifei have lost confidence in the competition. Hu Lai changed tack and put the blame on Xue Zilin and Chang Yifei. Oh? They don't have confidence? That's easy. I'll change the show a bit, and have them two follow Su Xingha as trainees. Then I'll find some other trainees and form a new PK team to compete. Hearing Lei Ming's words, Hu Lai and Luan were a bit confused. Let Xue Zilin and Chang Yifei follow Su Xingha? What will they two do? President Lei, this solves the problem, but what will we two do? Aren't you two going to withdraw from the competition? Just let Su Xingha be the guest, he and Xiao Ying are enough. Lei Ming's words didn't sound like a joke. This was when Hu Lai and Luan became anxious. President Lei, it's not that we don't want to withdraw from the competition, we just want to make the show more entertaining. Luan hurriedly spoke up to explain, he didn't want to withdraw from the competition. He hadn't released a new song in a long time, and was semi-retired from the music scene. It wasn't that he wanted to retire, but there really weren't any new songs to sing. Participating in this show was his way of raising his popularity a little, taking advantage of the situation to make a little money and save for his retirement. But so far, he had spent all the money he had left on buying online fans. Now if he were to withdraw from the competition, wouldn't that be cutting off his only way out? In fact, Hu Lai was a little panicked when he heard Lei Ming's words. After all, he didn't really want to withdraw from the competition, but just wanted to threaten Lei Ming into making Su Xingha withdraw. He just didn't expect Lei Ming to be so direct, and it seemed that he was biased towards Su Xingha. The show was already very entertaining, and Su Xingha was the biggest selling point. Lei Ming was telling the truth. Su Xingha's popularity on major online platforms had remained high, and he could be considered the perfect traffic code. Well, Mr. Lei, we'll go back and prepare for the competition. Hu Lai saw that Lei Ming had no intention of backing down, and knew that there was no point in continuing to talk, as it might even get him into trouble. So are you withdrawing from the competition? Lei Ming looked at the two of them with a smile that was half smirk. Withdraw? Who said anything about withdrawing? We're here to discuss with Mr. Lei ways to make the show more interesting. Hu Lai said seriously and shamelessly, as if he hadn't just said that. Lei Ming waved his hand to indicate that they should leave. He changed his mind even faster than turning the pages of a book, and Lei Ming despised this kind of person. Immediately afterwards, Lei Ming informed all the staff of the program team that the program would be adjusted, with Su Xingha promoted to guest, and two new people joining the program, one in Xiao Ying's group and the other in Su Xingha's group. Soon the news that Su Liang, a contestant on The Voice of China, had withdrawn from the competition spread, and the announcement of the program adjustments followed. Su Xingha's promotion to guest once again became the headline. Congratulations! You've been promoted to guest. Xiao Ying was the first to congratulate Su Xingha when she saw the news. Thank you. Su Xinghe was also shocked by the news. He didn't expect to be promoted after just a few songs. It wasn't because he was so strong, but because his opponents were so weak. Due to the adjustments made by the production team, the recording of the program was postponed for a week because they had to recruit new contestants. Sai, you've been promoted, but it's going to be hard for me. I have to find new people again. Xiao Ying sighed, making it seem like she was in a difficult situation. I believe you can do it. Su Xinghe also joked, as the two of them were now considered friends in the same predicament. I still have to find someone new. Su Xinghe was really a little confused about this. He was still just a newcomer to the industry. Where would he know other people? Why don't I introduce you to someone? Are you serious? Su Xinghe was a little incredulous. Xiao Ying had just said that she couldn't find anyone, and now she was saying that she would introduce someone to me. You're not trying to trick me, are you? Su Xinghe joked. You're so ungrateful. Xiao Ying gave him a glare and said, actually, she's a newcomer in my studio, and her conditions are not bad, but she needs some guidance. If she has a few new songs, she should be fine. Xiao Ying did this of course to help Su Xinghe, and she also knew that Su Xinghe would not be able to find the right candidate in such a short period of time. Moreover, Xiao Ying also had a little selfishness, that is, this newcomer's conditions were really good, but she was not sure enough to bring her out, so she simply let Su Xinghe do it, and she believed that Su Xinghe could definitely do it. Chapter 31, Twin Sisters. If what you say is true, then let him come over tomorrow, and I can write a new song for him. Well, I have 2 new people in my studio. If I hadn't met you, I would have asked one of them to come over, but then I met you, so I didn't let them come over for the time being. Xiao Ying had already had this idea after hearing that the program team was making adjustments, and she came to Su Xinghe to discuss it with him. Then it's settled. Su Xinghe also didn't bother looking for someone else. As for writing songs, it was just something he did casually. With his current understanding of singing techniques, he was more than enough to guide newcomers. If it weren't for Su Mengyao being too young, he would have wanted to directly let his daughter go on. The next morning, 2 girls came to the hotel where Su Xinghe and the others were staying. This is Han Tongtong, and this is Han Feifei. Xiao Ying pointed at the 2 girls and said to Su Xinghe. Unexpectedly, these 2 girls were twins, a little over 1.7 meters tall, long-legged and slender. Their figures were not inferior to Xiao Ying's, and their faces were impeccable, generally refined and delicate. Sister Ying, can we really participate in this program? Xiao Ying had already told them about this before they came over, but Han Tongtong still wasn't very confident. Don't worry. It doesn't matter if you win or not. The main thing is that I want you to see the world and gain some experience. You'll be entering this industry anyway, and I believe in Su Xinghe's ability to make you both stand out. Xiao Ying was very confident in the twins, because she knew the strength of these 2 girls. They just needed a chance. Just put your hearts at ease, as long as I'm there, you won't lose. Su Xinghe was also very satisfied with the twins Xiao Ying had called in. It was a different feeling to have such assistant trainees. Which of them should follow me? This matter still had to be decided by Xiao Ying. After all, they were both from Xiao Ying's studio. Let Tongtong follow you. Han Tongtong is the older sister, but she is a bit timid in character and not very confident in herself. Han Feifei's personality is obviously more outgoing, and she went and played with Su Mengyao not long after she came in. That's good. Su Xinghe nodded. Then let's submit the list. The 4 newly formed groups are Hulai, Cheng Yifei, Luan, Shuizilin, Xiao Ying, Han Feifei, and Su Xinghe and Han Tongtong. The program team also quickly announced the new list and at the same time determined the rebroadcast time of the program. When the portraits of the twin sisters appeared in the promotional advertisements, the Voice of the People program ushered in another wave of popularity. After all, who doesn't like to try twins? It seems that I should set up my own studio as well. Su Xinghe also began to think about the future. After all, he could not always make money by acting. Who has a system and still works? Dad, these 2 sisters are so beautiful. After Han Tongtong and Han Feifei left, Su Mengyao still couldn't stop thinking about them. It had to be said that Xiao Ying had a good eye, and she had 2 beauties under her. There were still 3 days until the show resumed broadcasting, so Su Xinghe spent these days training with Han Tongtong and Han Feifei. At the same time, Su Xinghe also told Xiao Ying about his desire to set up a studio, and Xiao Ying arranged for Xiao Meng to go back to Shenyang to help Su Xinghe with it. Su Xinghe was still grateful to Xiao Ying for this. If he had gone himself, he didn't know how long it would have taken to get things done. After all, there were many processes that he didn't understand. What do you want to call your studio? Xiao Ying asked Su Xinghe, holding up her phone. Let's just call it Xinghe Culture. Su Xinghe straightaway used his own name as the name of the studio, because he was really too lazy to think of anything else. It's a good name, the Milky Way is bright, and it's also your own name, which has a good meaning. Xiao Ying also felt that this name was suitable. The reason for opening the studio in Shin City is that Su Xinghe is familiar with it, and Su Mangyao grew up there since she was a child, so it will be more convenient for her to go to school in the future. Su Xinghe has already decided to go back and buy a house of his own. After all, renting a house is still very inconvenient, and he doesn't lack money now. While Su Xinghe was coaching Han Tongtong and Han Feifei, Su Mangyao was also learning by his side. Her soft, plummy voice was actually quite good at singing. Mangyao, your father will write you some songs in the future. He had opened his own studio, so there was no reason not to promote his daughter. That's great. Dad, Mangyao also likes to sing. I've been learning from the two sisters these few days, and I can sing a lot now. Su Mangyao sang a few lines in a pretentious manner, with the right posture and expression and a good grasp of the rhythm of the song. Han Tongtong and Han Feifei, who were standing nearby, were amazed by Su Mengyao's talent. Yu Yao sings so well. Su Xinghe was also very satisfied with Su Mengyao's performance and had to say that Su Mengyao was born to sing. The twin sisters Han Tongtong and Han Feifei, despite having the same appearance, are very different in personality. The elder sister, Han Tongtong, is quiet and reserved, with a delicate and sensitive inner world. The younger sister, Han Feifei, is lively and outgoing, with a slightly flamboyant and unrestrained personality. Su Xinghe is well aware of their very different personalities, and has therefore tailored several songs with different styles to their unique temperaments. Although Han Feifei and Xiao Ying are in the same group, Su Xinghe does not hold any prejudice against Han Feifei and always treats the two of them equally. Han Tongtong's voice is as melodious as a yellow warbler's, full of deep emotion, and seems to be able to transport people into a poetic classical painting. Especially when she sings folk songs, there is a special charm, and her unique and charming singing style is intoxicating. For this reason, Su Xinghe has carefully composed a number of ancient-style folk masterpieces for Han Tongtong. In contrast, Han Feifei's voice is extremely penetrating, like a bright beam of light that can penetrate through layers of clouds and reach the heart. Moreover, her vocal range is quite wide, and she can easily master both high and low notes. Such distinctive characteristics make Han Feifei show a unique style in the field of singing. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your guidance. We will definitely get good results in the competition. Han Tongtong and Han Feifei both addressed Su Xinghe as teacher. You don't need to call me teacher, you can just call me Brother Su. Su Xinghe doesn't like people calling him teacher. Okay, Brother Su. Han Tongtong and Han Feifei said at the same time. This voice made Su Xinghe feel flattered. Who would have imagined it? A pair of twins stood in front of him, sweetly calling him brother. What man could refuse? Okay, go back and get ready. You'll be on the show tomorrow. Su Xinghe reminded them again before taking Su Mengyao back to his room to rest. Chapter 32, Not a Single Fighter. Dad, am I really a good singer? Back at the hotel, Su Mengyao kept humming the song that Su Xinghe had written for the twin sisters. Of course it's very nice. In the future, Dad will write songs especially for you. Su Mengyao hadn't asked for her mother for the past few days, so it seemed that the little girl had forgotten about her mother. Hee, then I'll become a star too. Su Mengyao was overjoyed. Daddy, I'm going to take a bath. Su Mengyao has always taken her own baths and now she has learned to sleep alone as well. After Su Xinghe has filled the bathtub, he helps her put on her pajamas and she can do the rest on her own. Daddy, you go ahead and do your work, I can go to bed after the bath. Su Xinghe has been very busy these days, and Su Mengyao is very understanding. She never disturbs him at night while he is working. Yo-yo, you're a good girl. Daddy has to go now, but if you need anything, just call out for me. Su Xinghe stroked Su Mengyao's head and said. Okay, Daddy loves you. Su Mengyao looked extremely cute. In the evening, Su Xinghe took care of some matters in the studio. Xiao Meng had already submitted all the materials, and it was estimated that it would take a few days to get a result. At the same time, he also helped Su Xinghe find a few suitable places to open a studio. Su Xinghe took a quick look and was satisfied with two of them, but he had to see for himself before making a final decision. As for Han Tongtong and Han Feifei participating in the competition, Su Xinghe was not worried at all. After all, the only opponents were Xue Zilin and Chang Yifei, and Su Xinghe knew their abilities only too well. At the program recording site, Su Xinghe came with Xiao Ying, followed by Han Tongtong and Han Feifei, and Su Mengyao held Su Xinghe's hand. Now Su Mengyao doesn't let Su Xinghe hug her much either, saying that she has grown up and can't always be hugged by her father. When the figures of Han Tongtong and Han Feifei appeared at the program recording site, the attention of the program crew was drawn to the two of them. Xue Zilin and Chang Yifei were no exception, their eyes fixed on the two of them. "Sister, look at them. So many people are looking at us." Han Feifei acted with grace and did not become flustered by their stares. Instead, she looked at them curiously. Han Tongtong whispered. In fact, Han Tongtong also felt the gaze of those people, which was even a bit aggressive. But Han Tongtong pretended that she didn't see it. "It seems that you two newcomers are quite popular." Su Xinghe teased Xiao Ying. "Who wouldn't want to take a second look at such beautiful embryos? Back in the day, when my sister first debuted, she was not only the center of attention, but also surrounded by everyone else. Alas, she is just getting old now, and time is unforgiving." Xiao Ying sighed, but she was only 28 years old. She had just started out earlier and had a certain influence in the music scene. "You're still complaining about time not sparing anyone? What about me?" Su Xinghe said sourly. Su Xinghe was only in his early 30s, which was the best age for a man, but because his figure and appearance were both on point, he didn't look old, and standing with someone in their 20s didn't feel out of place. A man is in his prime at 41, but you're still a flower bud that hasn't bloomed. Now that the two of them were already familiar with each other, they often joked around. "If my dad is a flower bud, then what am I?" Su Mengyao held her head high, her little face rosy. "You're a little flower bud," Xiao Ying said with a smile to Su Mengyao. "Then I think Xiao Ying's sister is the most beautiful flower." Su Mengyao looked at Xiao Ying with a smile. Sometimes Su Mengyao thought that it would be nice if Xiao Ying were her mother. But this was just a thought in a child's mind, and she never said it out loud. Walking to the restroom, Xiao Ying told Han Tongtong and Han Feifei some more about the competition. "Don't be nervous, just relax." Su Xinghe saw that the two of them looked a little uneasy, so he spoke to comfort them. "I know, Brother Su. They are both very obedient, and now they don't call Su Xinghe teacher anymore, but Brother Su instead." This Brother Su really makes Su Xinghe tingle, and he thinks to himself, these two are really little devils, who can resist them? Luckily, Su Xinghe is not the type of person to get excited by the sight of a pretty girl. The show started with Han Tongtong taking the stage first. She was a little nervous at first, but as the music started, she slowly got into the groove. The song Fall set the whole audience off, and the song's suitability was a perfect match for Han Tongtong. "This young lady is beautiful and has a sweet voice, I really like it. Wow, this song is really good, I love it. I really like this young lady, it seems like I saw her as a twin just now." "Really? Twins? I love twins. This song is also very good. Didn't anyone pay attention to this song?" This young lady is a trainee of Su Xinghe, and it seems that he also wrote this song. Although the songwriter and composer of the song have not been announced, the production team will reveal a little information. It must be written by Su Xinghe. After all, he is so talented. Several of the songs Su Xinghe has sung recently have dominated the charts on major music platforms. The song The Lone Brave that Lei Ming bought has even taken the top spot. Chengdu and The Brightest Star in the Night Sky are also in the top 10. The key is that the top 15 on the charts are all Su Xinghe's songs, and the 16th spot is where Chang Yifei released his new song. Xue Zilin's new song didn't even make the chart. It seems like this young lady is going to be famous too. One audience member predicted. When Han Feifei came on stage later, the audience went wild. Han Tongtong and Han Feifei look exactly the same, and it's hard to tell them apart when they stand together. Is it possible that they are the same person? Someone actually questioned them. It's definitely not the same person. But I want to know, what if they mistake each other's boyfriends? You, the sixth child, don't think I don't know what's in your heart. It wasn't the female audience members who were most excited, but the male audience members. The temptation of twins is just too great. Don't you have any thoughts in your mind? After saying this, the two of them laughed. Backstage in the dressing room, Su Xinghe and Xiao Ying looked at their performance and showed a relieved expression on their faces. They are really talented. Su Xinghe sincerely praised the two of them. Why don't you let them sign your studio? Xiao Ying suddenly looked at Su Xinghe and said very seriously. Don't be kidding. They are your people, how can I sign them? Su Xinghe, I'm serious. I think they will have greater development if they follow you. I know my own weight. Seeing that Xiao Ying didn't seem to be joking, Su Xinghe also became serious. We should ask the two of them about this matter. We can't make the decision for them. Su Xinghe did not directly agree or refuse. Chapter 33, Studio Location. After Han Tongtong and Han Feifei returned, Xiao Ying directly told them about this matter. Sister Ying, are you really willing to let us go to Brother Su's studio? Han Feifei asked. I think you will have better development if you go to his place. The two of them also knew that Xiao Ying was doing this for their own good, but they had been with Xiao Ying for such a long time, and Xiao Ying had treated them like her own younger sisters, doing her best to give them resources and teach them things, so they were still a little reluctant. How about this, you two can come to my place to learn, and I will also share the resources with you when I have them, but your contracts will still be with Xiao Ying's studio. Su Xinghe thought about it for a long time and came up with a solution that was the best of both worlds. In fact, it was unfair to Su Xinghe. After all, Su Xinghe had to pay a lot of resources, but he didn't get anything in return. Just consider it repaying Xiao Ying's favor. After all, he came here because of Xiao Ying. Brother Su, is that really okay? Han Tongtong and Han Feifei also knew that they might have better development by following Su Xinghe, but they couldn't just leave Xiao Ying and the others like that. Xinghe, you're taking a big hit like this. Xiao Ying was very touched to hear what Su Xinghe said, and she changed her address from Su Xinghe to Xinghe. However, Su Xinghe did not care about the change in Xiao Ying's address, saying, do we still need to talk about interests? Su Xinghe is not short of money at the moment, and of course he will not let go of any opportunity to make money. After all, who doesn't like more money? Okay. Seeing Su Xinghe say so, Xiao Ying also agreed to Su Xinghe's proposal. However, in her heart, Su Xinghe's weight was no longer just average. No woman can resist a man who gives her a sense of security. After the program was adjusted, it became a weekly recording, with the aim of giving the contestants more time to learn and adjust. After all, Hu Lei and Luan had repeatedly approached Lei Ming to complain that Su Xinghe was too strong, and they needed time to adjust. At the same time, they also wanted to give Xue Zilin and Chang Yifei enough time to grow. After the program was recorded, Su Xinghe received a call from Xiao Meng. Brother Su, the studio's license has been processed. You need to come back now to confirm the studio's address so that the license can be issued to you. Okay, I'll go back tomorrow morning. It was already night after the program was recorded, so even if Su Xinghe went back, there was no way he could go and see it, so he simply waited until the next day to go back. In the evening, Su Xinghe invited Xiao Ying and the twin sisters to dinner. During the meal, Xiao Ying's gaze, whether intentional or not, was always on Su Xinghe. Su Mengyao whispered in Su Xinghe's ear, Daddy, I think Xiao Ying likes you. Hearing this, Su Xinghe subconsciously glanced at Xiao Ying, and their gazes collided. Xiao Ying quickly diverted her gaze, picked up her rice bowl and ate with her mouth wide open to cover up her actions. Su Xinghe secretly felt pleased and looked at Xiao Ying with a smile. Why are you always looking at me? Xiao Ying kept her head down, but her gaze was fixed on Su Xinghe. If you don't look at me, how will I know that I'm being watched? Su Xinghe asked her in return. Because Xiao Ying has been peeking at Dad. Su Manyao's voice was loud and the four people at the table could hear it clearly. Yo. Xiao Ying said, but when she saw the glances of Han Tongtong and Han Feifei, the words on the tip of her tongue were swallowed back. Su brother is really quite handsome. Han Feifei said suddenly as she surveyed Su Xinghe. This made Su Xinghe a little embarrassed. Right. My dad is the handsomest. Su Mengyao didn't understand what Han Feifei meant. During the meal, Xiao Ying never looked up at Su Xinghe, as if a little girl had been caught peeking at her crush. After dinner, Su Xinghe asked Xiao Ying, I have to go back to take care of things at the studio tomorrow. Xiao Ying didn't say much that night, so Su Xinghe made an excuse to talk to her. Go back, wait for me tomorrow. Then send me your ID number and I'll book the tickets for you. Early the next morning, the three of them returned to Shin City together. Xiao Meng came to pick them up early. You're finally back. Xiao Meng took the luggage from Xiao Ying's hands and took Su Xinghe directly to the two locations that Su Xinghe had previously thought were quite good. Both are in the city center, not too far away from each other, but the rent is a bit expensive, 2 million a year. Meng was afraid that Xinghe Su had not had time to read the details, so he gave him a quick rundown in the car. Money is not the problem, the main thing is a good location, and the view must be good. Although it is a place to work, Su doesn't mind making the place a little more comfortable. It's just a studio for now, so the space needed is not very large. This is located in the Huaxia Commercial Building, surrounded by large enterprises in Shenyang. The people who work here are the cream of the crop. The other place is in the Imperial Washington, where the view is better. In front is the Shun River, and the office is on the 49th floor, with an unobstructed view of the city. A Shun River runs through the entire city of Shenyang, and both sides of the river are important business districts. The house that Su Xinghe rented is also on the banks of the Shun River, but it is a bit far from the city center. After comparing the two locations, Su Xinghe finally chose the Imperial Washington. Standing in front of the window, Shenyang seems to be at his feet, and Su Xinghe really likes the feeling of being king of the world. This is where I will choose to locate my studio. Su Xinghe is very satisfied with this place. More importantly, not only is it an office building, but there is also a villa district next to it, also called Imperial Washington. Su Xinghe feels that buying a house here should be good. First, the view is good, and second, it is convenient to go to work. Moreover, this kind of high-end residential area has its own private schools, so it will be much more convenient for Su Mengyao to go to school in the future. As for the house he is renting now, Su Xinghe feels that it is still a bit small. Xinghe, you also need to buy a car. Xiaomeng drove to the airport to pick him up today, and in the future, Xiaomeng definitely can't keep on taking him. I was just thinking about it, but I haven't found a good one yet. Su Xinghe said. I just have some time today, so why don't you go with me to look at some? Sure. Xiao Ying nodded. You guys go look at the car this afternoon, so I'll go back and take a nap. I've been exhausted these past few days. Meng winked at Ying, deliberately creating an opportunity for her to be alone with Xinghe. You've worked hard these past few days, so it's good that you go back and get some rest. After all, you'll still need to help out later. Xinghe thought Meng was really tired and said this very seriously. Okay, my boss. Meng stuck out her tongue and ran away mischievously. Chapter 34, Meeting Chen Xingqing again. In the fourth shop, Xiao Ying and Su Xinghe were showing Su Mengyao the cars. Dad, this car is so big. Su Mengyao felt like she had arrived in a new world, and everything looked new and interesting to her. Which one do you like? I'll buy it for you, Dad. Su Xinghe asked Su Mengyao with a smile. Well, I can't drive until I grow up, so only Dad can drive now. Su Mengyao tilted her head, as if she was thinking. Dad. But I like pink. For some reason, children like pink and tender things. Su Mengyao's pajamas are all pink Hello Kitty. But there's no pink here. Su Xinghe looked around and didn't see any cars with pink paint. I saw it in Hangzhou, the pink car without a hood. Su Mengyao pouted her lips and said very seriously. Su Xinghe then remembered the car he had seen in Hangzhou when he had taken Su Mengyao out for a drive. It was a pink Lamborghini Urus driven by a very cool young lady. It seemed that this young lady liked sports cars. Originally, Su Xinghe had planned to buy a Maybach or Rolls-Royce, which would be convenient for driving to work or out with the baby. Do you like cars without a roof? Well. Su Mengyao thought about it for a moment, then nodded heavily. Dad, I think you'd look handsome in a car like that too. Su Xinghe was amused by Su Mengyao and kept smiling. Sir, your baby is really cute. We happen to have a Lamborghini in the florist shop, why don't you come and have a look? Su Xinghe was dressed very casually, and did not dress up ostentatiously just because he was earning money. Moreover, tens of millions was just a small amount of money in Su Xinghe's eyes. However, standing next to Su Xinghe, Xiao Ying couldn't help but make people think that Su Xinghe was very rich. After all, a beautiful woman like Xiao Ying could not possibly find a very poor man. It feels like your wife and children are very tasteful people, they should like it. The sales consultant just wanted to introduce Su Xinghe, and didn't really think he would buy such an expensive car. That's good, since you have it here, I'll take a look. Su Xinghe nodded, and followed the sales consultant with Su Mengyao and Xiao Ying. As soon as they walked into the Lamborghini sales showroom, they saw a woman that Su Xinghe really didn't want to see Chen Xingqing. Obviously, Chen Xingqing had also seen Su Xinghe. Chen Xingqing's face instantly dropped, and she said to Su Xinghe with disgust, Are you done yet? Why are you still looking for me? Su Xinghe was stunned by Chen Xingqing's words. What do you mean, are you done yet? I just came to look at the car, so how is that looking for her? Su Xinghe also didn't expect her to show up here. I'm not looking for you. At this time, Su Mengyao also saw Chen Qingqing. Her originally smiling face had become miserable, but she didn't call Chen Qingqing. Seeing this, Xiao Ying took Su Mengyao in her arms. Wow, Su Xinghe, you're amazing. This time, you even found a beautiful woman to help you out. Chen Qingqing gave Xiao Ying a malicious look. I really don't understand what you see in him. Is it that he's poor or that he doesn't bathe? Chen Qingqing scolded Su Xinghe harshly. However, the man standing next to Chen Qingqing, who had originally been holding Chen Qingqing's hand, quietly let go at this moment and looked at Xiao Ying with greedy eyes. Xiao Ying looked at him with disgust and said, "That's enough. You are Yaoyao's mother after all, don't you have any sense of shame in front of your child?" Xiao Ying was not used to putting up with Chen Qingqing and directly confronted her. "Humph, who do you think you are? You treat the trash I don't want like it's the most precious thing." Chen Qingqing was not willing to be outdone. "Chen Qingqing, please see where you stand, okay? I'm not here to see you at all. You and I no longer have any relationship, and in the future, Yaya will not call you her mother. Please don't be so self-righteous." Su Xinghe was originally happily looking at the car, but then he met Chen Qingqing, a woman who was ruining the mood. "Hey, what's the matter? Do you have the guts because you're dating a rich woman? Let me tell you, a toad will always be a toad." Chen Qingqing was aggressive and simply did not believe that Su Xinghe would have the money to buy a car. "Don't you dare talk about my father. My father is awesome and very rich." Su Mengyao defended Su Xinghe. She had completely given up on Chen Qingqing. She didn't want to recognize her as her mother and would not allow her to speak ill of her father. "Little brat, you really take after your father's rotten character." "Shut up." Chen Qingqing can scold herself, but she absolutely cannot scold Su Mengyao. Su Xinghe unexpectedly raised his hand and slapped Chen Qingqing directly in the face. "Su Xinghe, you actually hit me." Chen Qingqing was also stunned by Su Xinghe's sudden slap. "Honey, look at him hitting me, and you're not even helping me out." The man next to Chen Qingqing looked at Su Xinghe and was about to speak, but when he saw Su Xinghe's eyes, he instantly wilted. He was only with Chen Qingqing for her beauty, and had no intention of marrying her. So far, they had only been a couple in name, and in fact they had not even gotten a marriage certificate. Chen Qingqing was certainly good looking, but in front of Xiao Ying, she was nothing. At this moment, the man simply did not want to even look at Chen Qingqing, let alone help her. More importantly, he was really afraid of the look Su Xinghe had just given him, and if he hurt himself, it would be more than he could gain. "Husband." Chen Qingqing saw that the man did not move, so she called out again. "This is your own business, don't involve me." The man, contrary to his usual manner, shouted at Chen Qingqing. "How dare you scold me too?" Chen Qingqing felt very aggrieved. This man had never shouted at her before, but today he did so in front of so many people. The man did not pay any attention to Chen Qingqing, but turned around and left. Chen Qingqing hurriedly ran after him. "Honey, so are we still buying the car?" Chen Qingqing had come this time to ask the man to buy her a car, but she didn't know that the man had never intended to buy her one, and that this incident had just happened, so he could use it as an excuse not to buy one. "Buy what? Just thinking about him makes me angry." What the man was actually thinking was to find an excuse to dump Chen Qingqing after a while. The sales consultant next to him was stunned by the scene just now. He never imagined that he could get such a big deal by selling a car. "This class is really fun. Sir, are you still interested in this car?" The sales consultant asked Su Xinghe tentatively. "Of course I am." Su Xinghe looked at the sales consultant in puzzlement. Was the girl stunned by what had just happened? Why would she ask such a stupid question? "Okay, sir, this way please." The sales consultant was still very professional, and generally did not laugh, unless he could not help it. This car is a limited edition model from around the world, the latest Xi'an FKP 37. Currently, we are the only store in China that has this model. The full price is about 25 million yuan, but this car is not very suitable for home use. I can introduce you to other models. The first thing they saw was the Xi'an FKP 37, and Su Mengyao was also attracted by the cool appearance of the car. "Dad, this car is so cool." Chapter 35, just buy this one. Of course, Su Xinghe also really likes the styling of this car. The exterior design is very different from other models, and it is extremely individual. If you drive it on the road, it will definitely be a group of cool people. "Sir?" Seeing that Su Xinghe did not move, the sales consultant called out again. At the same time, he thought to himself, "Don't look, you can't afford it again. This one is it. Okay, I'll introduce you to the next one." Only then did the sales consultant react. "Sir, what did you say?" "I said this is the car," Su Xinghe said in a flat tone. The sales consultant was shocked by Su Xinghe's words. "This is the one? Are you sure you don't want to look at it again? Did he just not hear the price clearly? This car is the world's best-selling model, and there is only one of it in the whole country? How dare he say that this is the only one? Sir, you didn't hear my previous offer clearly, did you? The full price of this car is 25 million. I heard it clearly, I said this is the one," Su Xinghe emphasized again. The sales consultant still couldn't believe it. Although this car was not the most expensive, and it was still far from those sky-high priced sports cars, there were really not many people buying this car. "Okay, so do you want to pay the full price or in installments?" In the sales consultant's opinion, there was no way Su Xinghe could afford to buy this car in full. He probably wanted to pretend to buy it in installments in front of the woman, and then just not pay for it later. "Pay the full price with a credit card." Su Xinghe took out a card and handed it to the sales consultant. This straight away threw the sales consultant for a loop. "Just swipe the card like that? Aren't you afraid of being embarrassed if it doesn't go through?" But Xiao Ying didn't look unconvinced, as if buying a 25 million sports car was a normal thing to do. "Okay, sir, please follow me. Have a rest in the VIP area over there, and I'll help you with the paperwork." The sales consultant's attitude changed 180 degrees. When Su Xinghe drove out in the Lamborghini Sion FKP37, all the employees at the 4S store looked at the sales consultant with envy. "Xiaohu, you've made a fortune this time." Up until now, Xiaohu was still in a daze, wondering how he had managed to sell the most expensive car in the store. "At first, I thought Su Xinghe was a pushover, but I didn't realize he was a real godsend." Chen Xingxing, who had just left the 4S shop, was arguing with the man in the street. "Why won't you buy me a car?" The man didn't even want to talk to her. When Su Xinghe's car passed by them, the man and Chen Xingxing were both dumbfounded. He really bought a car? And the most expensive one at that? The man found it incredible, while Chen Xingxing felt a little regret. The man was considered to be quite successful in Shenyang, and the car he drove was only a Rolls-Royce Phantom, worth only about 10 million yuan, while the Lamborghini Sion FKP37 was over 25 million yuan. Chen Xingxing thought to herself, when did he become so rich? Even if he participated in some show that became popular, he couldn't have become rich overnight. Besides, all the things in the entertainment industry are based on hype, so was his purchase of this car also hype? It must be a publicity stunt. How could he be so rich? Chen Xingxing had seen Su Xinghe's latest video online and knew that he had participated in the show The Voice of the People. However, the show was not very popular. There were so many variety shows these days, and that show didn't have any gimmicks. But Su Xinghe didn't see Chen Xingxing in the two of them, he was just passing by. Even Su Mangyao saw Chen Xingxing and deliberately turned her head to the other side. She really hated Chen Xingxing now. She suddenly felt that it was quite nice just having her father. Su Xinghe was driving the car at full speed through the city, Xiao Ying sitting in the passenger seat with Su Mangyao in her arms. "This car really makes a great sound," Xiao Ying exclaimed sincerely. She actually liked this car very much too, but she couldn't afford to buy it. "Indeed, this car really makes a great sound. I'd seen it online before, and I didn't think the store actually had it, so I bought it." Su Xinghe held the steering wheel with one hand, while the other hand reached outside the car window to feel the wind resistance. "This is the kind of car a man should drive. Dad, will you drive me to Taekwondo in this car in the future?" Su Mangyao tilted her head and looked at Su Xinghe with a smile. "Of course. The car was bought to be driven, and in the future, Dad will drive you around in it every day." "Yes. Last time I went to class, a little friend said his father drove a sports car to take him to school," Su Mangyao said happily. "Yo-yo, the reason why your father drives you to school is for convenience, not so that you can compare with your classmates." Su Xinghe heard Su Mangyao's words and felt that children should establish correct values and not develop the vice of comparison from a young age. "I know, Dad, this is just the car we usually drive, it's just a means of transportation." Su Mangyao was not upset by Su Xinghe's education, but understood his meaning. Yo-yo is really sensible. Even Xiao Ying couldn't help but praise Su Mengyao. It is not easy for such a big child to understand what his parents say. After buying this car, Su Xinghe still has less than 5 million in his bank account. After paying the rent for the studio, he basically has no money left. It seems that he will have to work hard to make money again. Su Xinghe sighed, lamenting the difficulty of making money. A song only sells for 10 million, which is still too little. Judging by the current number of plays, Lei Ming's 3 songs have already earned no less than 100 million, so he has really made a profit. However, Su Xinghe doesn't care, because the copyrights to all his other songs are with him. Several music platforms have already wanted to buy out his copyrights, but he hasn't decided who to sell them to yet. Now all the major music platforms know that Su Xinghe is a cash cow, and whoever buys out the copyright will become the leader. Su Xinghe is also waiting to see who will offer the higher price, and his songs will go to the highest bidder. After dropping Xiao Ying off at home, Su Xinghe drove back to where he lives. As soon as he returned to the community, he attracted a crowd of onlookers. Who is this? He drives such a nice car. Wow, this car is so cool, even I like it as a woman. At this time, Su Mengyao opened the car window and said loudly, "This is my family's car, my father just bought it." Although Su Xinghe and the others have not lived here for long, many people know Su Mengyao. One reason is that this little girl is really attractive, and the other is that this girl has a good mouth and can chat with anyone. How can you refuse a cute little ball of words? Oh, it's Yo-Yo. Your family bought a really nice car. Hearing the neighbors' praise, Su Mengyao smiled even happier. She felt even more that letting her father buy this car was the most correct choice. After all, her father is the most handsome person in her heart, and handsome people deserve to drive handsome cars. Chapter 36, My Father is a Big Boss. Su Xinghe smiled helplessly, thinking to himself that this girl really likes to show off. But when he thought about it, it was normal. Who wouldn't want to show off a new car? After returning home, Su Xinghe told Su Mengyao to take a bath by herself. After buying a house in a while, he would let Su Mengyao sleep in her own room. A girl should avoid her father when she grows up. Su Mengyao was already 3 years old, and she could not keep sleeping in the same room as Su Xinghe. "Dad, do you smell good?" After taking a shower, Su Mengyao, wearing pink Hello Kitty pajamas, ran up to Su Xinghe. "Wow, you smell good." Su Xinghe leaned in and took a sniff, exaggerating. He, Dad, your beard is tickling me." Su Mengyao was amused by Su Xinghe's antics and kept laughing. After a while of playing, Su Mengyao obediently lay down on the bed to go to sleep. Su Xinghe went to the study to continue working for a while. Recently, the studio was preparing to open for business, and there were some matters that needed to be handled personally. At this time, Su Xinghe's phone rang. Su Xinghe picked up the phone with some confusion, wondering who would be calling him so late at night and from an unfamiliar number. "Hello, Mr. Su Xinghe, I'm sorry to call you so late. I'm the director of Coop Music and I'd like to talk to you about cooperation." The caller introduced himself first. "Hello?" Su Xinghe replied politely. The caller said his surname was Ma and he wanted to talk to Su Xinghe about music copyright. Su Xinghe said after listening, "Well, it's getting late today, and it's not very convenient to talk about this over the phone. If it's convenient for you, let's go to my studio to talk some other time." Su Xinghe then told the other person the address of his studio. "No problem, Mr. Su Xinghe, I will come to your office in person the morning after the day after tomorrow to talk to you about this." The other person was not annoyed that Su Xinghe wanted him to come to the office. The rent for the studio had already been paid by Xiao Ming, and all that was left was for Su Xinghe to sign the contract. The studio was fully furnished, and as for the office supplies, Xiao Ming had already helped Su Xinghe get them ready long ago. After Su Xinghe had decided on the location, Xiao Ming moved the office supplies in. The next day, Su Xinghe arrived at the foot of the Imperial Washington building in his Lamborghini Sian FKP 37. When the security guards saw the car, their eyes lit up. "Holy shit, is this some rich kid here for an inspection?" Although Imperial Washington is a gathering place for many white-collar elites, and there are also many rich sons of plutocrats here, it is rare to see such a nice car. The security guards here are all old pros. Although they can't afford it, they know a lot about luxury cars. Usually they brag about what kind of luxury car they saw today. After getting off the car, Su Xinghe opened the door for Su Mengyao, who was wearing a very cute puffy dress today. "Is this the little princess of someone's family?" The security guards all thought that Su Mengyao was the protagonist and Su Xinghe was just her driver. After all, Su Xingha's clothes were really ordinary. Su Xingha picked up Su Mengyao and walked towards the building. "Hello, sir. Which company do you work for?" Access to the Imperial Washington building is controlled, and Meng seems to have not yet given Su Xingha the access card, and Su Xingha has not yet registered his face with the facial recognition system. "My father is the boss here," Su Mengyao said in a babyish voice, but she didn't know the name of Su Xingha's studio, only that her father was going to be the boss. "He is the boss here?" The security guard looked at Su Xingha in surprise, thinking that Su Xingha was the big boss of the Imperial Washington. "Why don't I look like it?" Su Xingha looked at the security guard with burning eyes, and the pressure in his eyes made the security guard feel a little uncomfortable. "Well, it's like..." The security guard stammered, but thinking that Su Xingha could drive such a sports car, he must also be a big shot. Maybe he's just more low-key and doesn't care about his appearance. "Sir, do you want me to help you enter your face recognition so that you won't need to use the access control when you come in the future?" The security guards here are not stupid, and they quickly realize that Su Xingha is a big shot. "Well, that's good." Su Xingha nodded, because it would be embarrassing to swipe the access card every time he came to work in the future, in case he lost it or forgot it. The only people who can register their faces for access at the Imperial Washington building are the bosses of various companies, and ordinary employees can only use access cards. "By the way, please also register my daughters, so that it will be more convenient for her to come and go in the future." The security guard hesitated for a moment, but did not refuse. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this little girl was the man's favorite. After registering for face recognition, Su Xingha took the elevator to his own studio floor. Standing in front of the huge French windows, Su Xingha looked at the distant scenery of the city. This is the feeling. Su Xingha's thoughts were no longer about a small studio. If others knew what he was thinking, they would definitely say he was arrogant and conceited, but Su Xingha knew he could definitely do it. In the large studio, there were only the two of them, Su Mengyao and Su Xingha. Xiao Meng had not yet arrived. "Dad, are there only the two of us here?" Su Mengyao wandered around inside and found that there seemed to be no one else. "Well, for the time being, it's just the two of us, but there will be others in the future." Su Xingha smiled awkwardly. He could only call Xiao Meng and ask her to come over and help out. Recruitment was also an important matter. Su Xingha had no intention of doing it himself, and it would be best if Xiao Meng could do it for him. Xiao Meng was quick to act, and she arrived at Su Xingha's office in just half an hour. To Su Xingha's surprise, Xiao Ying also came along. "Why did you come here? Why aren't you welcoming me?" Xiao Ying joked with Su Xingha. "I didn't mean that. I mean, don't you have anything to do today?" "I haven't had much to do lately, and I was afraid you were too busy to help, so I came to help you out." Xiao Ying winked, looking very mischievous. I never thought Xiao Ying had this side to her. In the past, Xiao Ying always looked very capable, and she never procrastinated. Su Xingha always thought that Xiao Ying was the type of strong woman. Today there isn't much to do. I just came here to get used to the new studio and consider recruiting some staff recently. Su Xingha asked Xiao Meng to come over to help with the work, but he wouldn't dare let the big star Xiao Ying work for him. If that got out, Xiao Ying's fans would curse him to death. "Su, you're hiring here?" "Of course. Do you have any suitable candidates?" Meng Xiaolei said with a smile, "I have a friend who just quit her job recently. See if there's a position here that suits her." "Is it your boyfriend?" Su Xingha asked with a smile. "No. She doesn't even have a boyfriend yet. She's a female friend, and she's a beautiful woman." "What did she used to do?" "She used to be a clerk. She quit because the manager of that company kept harassing her." Meng Xiaolei explained. She was afraid that Su Xingha would worry that her friend wasn't competent enough. "She's very capable." "Well, then, let her come for an interview this afternoon, and if I think she's suitable, she can start work." Su Xingha had confidence in the person recommended by Xiao Meng. After all, Xiao Meng had helped him out a lot over the past while, and he could see her work capabilities. "Great. Then I'll thank Brother Su for her on her behalf," Xiao Meng said, and picked up the phone to tell her friend the news. "Do you have a suitable candidate?" Su Xingha asked Xiao Ying. "I don't have any employees, but if you want to recruit some trainees, I have some," Xiao Ying said. Su Xingha felt that his studio must be of high quality, and that it would not be just a studio in the future. The embryonic form of a great business empire had already taken shape in his mind. Chapter 37. My name is Lin Xiaoqi. It was just the beginning of the afternoon, and Xiao Ming's friend said she was already downstairs. Xiao Ming smiled and ran downstairs to meet her friend. Su Xinghe sat in his office chatting with Xiao Ying. Before long, a woman about 1.7 meters tall followed Xiao Ming and walked in. Her hair was simply tied in a loose bun, she wore half-rimmed glasses, a simple white shirt on top, and a professional skirt and black stockings on bottom. The black high heels complemented her slender legs perfectly. Xiao Ming, standing next to her, looked like a recent graduate. Su Xinghe felt his heart skip a beat. He sighed inwardly, no wonder her manager harasses her, she is a beauty. Especially with her impressive figure, if she stood next to Xiao Ying, she would not look inferior at all. Hello, Mr. Su. My name is Lin Xiaoqi. The woman was unassuming and not pretentious. Hello, I'm Xiao Ming's friend? Yes, Xiao Ming and I were college roommates. Lin Xiaoqi answered seriously. I have been working as a clerk at Shengshu Media. Lin Xiaoqi briefly introduced her work experience. Su Xinghe was also very satisfied with her resume. According to Xiao Ming, this Lin Xiaoqi's work ability is much stronger than hers. Well, I think your work experience is fine. My salary is 5,000 yuan per month during the trial period, and 7,500 yuan per month after you are hired. If your work performance is outstanding, your salary will continue to increase, and bonuses will be considered separately. Su Xinghe also stated his own conditions. However, the work here may be more difficult, because this is a newly opened studio, and there is a lot of work that has not yet been carried out. You will need to handle this at that time. I don't mind the salary, and I'm not afraid of hard work. Lin Xiaoqi was a little excited when she heard the salary offered by Su Xinghe. She had to work non-stop every day at her previous company, and the manager would deliberately find fault with her from time to time. Her salary was only 5,000 yuan, which was about the same as the salary during the probation period here. More importantly, all the performance bonuses went to the manager, and she didn't get any. If you're sure you're fine with it, let's sign the contract. From now on, you'll be my secretary. I'll probably be away from the office most of the time, and you'll need to make a lot of decisions. Ha! Lin Xiaoqi hesitated a little when she heard Su Xinghe say that she would be in charge of many things. It was fine for her to work, and she could work hard to complete any amount of work. But she was a little worried about being in charge. What if she couldn't handle it well? What? Do you have any questions? Su Xinghe asked, seeing Lin Xiaoqi's hesitant expression. President Su, is it a bit too much for you to trust me to make decisions on some things? Lin Xiaoqi said carefully. Huh, what kind of thing do you think it is? If you can't make up your mind, you can give me a call. Su Xinghe didn't expect Lin Xiaoqi to be so worried about such a trivial matter. Okay, then there's no problem. Lin Xiaoqi signed the contract without hesitation. After signing the contract, Lin Xiaoqi walked out of Su Xinghe's office. When Xiao Ming heard about Lin Xiaoqi's salary and benefits, she said enviously, Xiaoqi, you're so lucky. You're not bad yourself. Your salary is over 10,000 yuan. Lin Xiaoqi laughed and chatted with Xiao Ming. But when I first started, it was only 3,000 yuan. At that time, Xiao Ming had just graduated and knew nothing. Xiao Ying saw how serious she was at work and kept her on. After a period of learning, Xiao Ming's work ability improved by leaps and bounds, and her salary also increased. When I first started, wasn't it 2,000 to 3,000 yuan? Lin Xiaoqi gave a disgusted look at Xiao Ming. But Mr. Su is really generous and handsome. Lin Xiaoqi giggled like a schoolgirl. Oh, look at you, you're already smitten with your boss before you've even started working. Now that there was nothing to do, the two of them chatted and played in Su Xinghe's studio. Although they had been in frequent contact via WeChat, they had actually not seen each other for a long time. Before long, Su Xinghe and Xiao Ying also came out of the office. Su Xinghe said, to celebrate the establishment of the studio, I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight. Great, after working so hard for so long, Brother Su is finally compensating me. Xiao Ming has also been in contact with Su Xinghe for a long time, and Su Xinghe is also quite easygoing, so sometimes Xiao Ming will also joke with Su Xinghe. You're the biggest glutton. Xiao Ying scolded. Hee, let's celebrate the establishment of Brother Su's studio. I'll take this opportunity to eat more delicious food. Meng obediently took Ying's arm, as if she were a younger sister flirting with her own older sister. Ying gave her a glare and didn't say anything. Meng, sister, you eat more, I'll eat more too, let's both eat more. Usually, Su Mengyao likes to hang out with Meng, because Meng always buys her all kinds of snacks to eat. The two of them are both snack lovers. Hee, good. Xiao Meng and Su Mengyao clapped their hands together, as if they had reached some kind of agreement. In contrast, Lin Xiaoqi was still a bit reserved, standing quietly on the sidelines, slightly embarrassed. Xiaoqi, you don't have to be so nervous. When you're not at work, we're just like family. Lin Xiaoqi relaxed a little when she heard Su Xinghe say this. In fact, Lin Xiaoqi is also a foodie, otherwise how could she have become such good friends with Xiao Meng? It's just that it's only the first day she's met Su Xinghe, and she doesn't know what kind of temper her boss has, so she's afraid of leaving a bad impression in front of her boss. Xiao Meng pulled Lin Xiaoqi over to her side and said, Xiaoqi, in the future, you can just follow Brother Su around without worry. I'll tell you, Brother Su is very talented. In the future, when you're flying high and living large, don't forget me. I will definitely follow Mr. Su closely. Lin Xiaoqi replied with a smile. Xiaoqi, you don't have to call me Mr. Su either. It sounds weird. Just like Meng, you can call me Brother Su. Okay, Brother Su. Lin Xiaoqi was still a little uncomfortable. In the past, when she worked, she was used to being called this and that. In the afternoon, Meng took Lin Xiaoshi on a tour of the studio and briefly told her about Su Xinghe. Lin Xiaoshi actually knew a little about Su Xinghe, as he was currently trending on all major online platforms. I never imagined that Mr. Su was so amazing. He really wrote all those songs. When Xiao Meng said that Su Xinghe didn't need to think when he sang live and just sang whatever his fans said, Lin Xiaoqi was surprised and opened her mouth wide. Of course, I was standing right next to him at the time, and I saw it with my own eyes. Xiao Meng vividly described how talented Su Xinghe was and how he had instantly defeated Xue Zilin and Chang Yifei. The more I listened to Xiao Meng, the more Lin Xiaoqi felt that she had made the right choice of boss. Xiaoqi, you can recruit some more people during this period of time, and I will send you the specific division of labor. Although it is a small office, it has everything it needs. Although it is only a small office at the moment, it will definitely grow in the future, and it will definitely grow quickly, so we need to set up all the necessary departments first. For example, we need a human resources department, a finance department, an operations department, a planning department, and so on. In the future, Su Xinghe definitely can't be in the company all the time, so someone has to take care of the company's operations and the selection and training of new talents. Okay, Brother Su, I will get these things done as soon as possible. Lin Xiaoqi answered seriously. Today's work is basically over, and in the evening, Su Xinghe took a few people to the hottest restaurant in Shenyang to celebrate the establishment of the studio. Chapter 38, I Want 100 Million. Su Xinghe had an appointment with the director of Kook Music to discuss cooperation in the afternoon, so Su Xinghe came to the studio only at noon. When Su Xinghe walked into the studio, there was already a young girl standing at the front desk. Hello, sir. Do you have an appointment? Su Xinghe looked at the young girl in surprise. I don't have an appointment. Sorry, sir, this is a private studio, you cannot come in without an appointment. The young girl was very polite. I can't believe Lin Xiaoqi's work efficiency is so high, she recruited the receptionist in just one morning. My father is the boss here. Su Mengyao said anxiously when she heard the young girl refused to let her father in. Huh? You are the boss? The young girl looked at Su Xinghe incredulously. This boss doesn't look like a boss at all. In her impression, the boss is always condescending and arrogant, and when facing employees, he always looks down his nose at them. How come this boss is so easygoing, and he even comes to work with his child in his arms? At this time, Lin Xiaoqi happened to pass by and saw the little girl stop Su Xinghe. Sissy, this is our studio's general manager Su. Hearing Lin Xiaoqi's confirmation, the little girl called Sissy quickly apologized to Su Xinghe. Sorry, Mr. Su. It's my first day at work, so I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Seeing the girl's expression, Su Xinghe felt a little amused. When did I say I was going to punish her? Besides, she was just doing her job, so it doesn't seem like she did anything wrong, does it? Did I say I was going to punish you? Su Xinghe looked at Shishi with a smile, feeling that the girl was a little cute. Don't be afraid, sis. My dad is really nice, he never punishes anyone. Su Mengyao held out her small hand and stroked Sisai's face, as if she were a little adult comforting a little child. Ah! This little sister is so cute. After Su Mengyao said that, Sisai's nervousness eased quite a bit, and it didn't seem like Su Xinghe was angry either. Su President, I'm sorry. It's okay. You work very hard. Su Xinghe didn't say anything about her, and such a hard-working employee is a good employee. By the way, there will be an important guest coming over in a while, so you take him to my office then. Su Xinghe was worried that Shishi had blocked director Ma of Daodo Music outside the door, so he specially instructed Shishi to pay attention to it. Okay, Mr. Su, I will definitely do a good job. No need to guess, this Shishi must have just entered society not long ago. But there is not much skill required for a receptionist, so as long as she is quick and tactful, she will be fine. As for the recruitment of studio staff, Su Xinghe has no intention of getting personally involved. He has already handed this over to Lin Xiaoqi. Brother Su, here is your coffee. Su Xinghe has barely sat down when Lin Xiaoqi walks in with a cup of coffee in one hand and some snacks in the other. These are for Yo-Yo. Saying this, she put the coffee in front of Su Xinghe and the snacks in front of Su Mengyao. Thank you, little Chiejie. Su Mengyao was naturally happy to see the snacks. You don't need to buy these for me in the future, I'm not used to drinking coffee. Su Xinghe said. I know, brother Su, but I bought a coffee machine for the studio, so I can offer it to guests in the future. Lin Xiaoqi explained. Lin Xiaoshi is very thoughtful, and these things are indeed things that Su Xinghe did not think of. Keep the receipt, and the studio will reimburse you after the finance department is set up. Okay, brother Su. Lin Xiaoshi did not buy this with the intention of being reimbursed. She feels that Su Xinghe has not treated her badly, and she also wants to do something for the company. But when Su Xinghe said he would reimburse her, there was no need for her to refuse, as that would make her seem like she was after something in return. It was just the beginning of the afternoon, but Director Ma had already arrived at Su Xinghe's studio. Hello, sir, do you have an appointment? She greeted the visitor with a smile. I have an appointment with Mr. Su. I'm the director of Cook Music. Director Ma also treated Shishi with courtesy, introducing himself. Oh, it's Director Ma, hello. Our Mr. Su specifically said that you would be coming today. This way, please. Shishi smiles and leads Director Ma to Su Xinghe's office. Director Su, Director Ma is here. Shishi knocks on the door of Su Xinghe's office. Come in. Su Xinghe also stands up and comes out to greet Director Ma. Director Ma has come a long way, and at the very least, Su Xinghe still has some respect for him. Hello, Director Su. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Director Ma shakes hands with Su Xinghe and walks into the office. Shishi quietly took Su Mengyao outside to play. Sister, I know, Daddy has to talk business, so I have to come out and not cause trouble for Daddy. Su Mengyao looked like a little adult, which made Shishi laugh out loud. You really are a little elf. Shishi stroked Su Mengyao's little head and couldn't help but kiss her on the cheek. Sister, just now Daddy kissed here too, so if you kiss me it's the same as kissing my daddy. Su Mengyao looked at Shishi in shock. Shishi also blushed instantly. Ah. Shishi didn't know how to answer Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao looked at Shishi blushing and laughed. Hey, I'm just teasing you. My dad didn't kiss me on the face. At this time, Lin Xiaoqi passed by the two of them with coffee in her hands, and when she heard Su Mengyao's words, she burst out laughing. This little girl is so full of life, she makes jokes at everyone's expense. But Lin Xiaoqi quickly adjusted her state of mind and took the coffee to Su Xinghe's office. Director Ma was sitting on the sofa, talking to Su Xinghe about copyright issues. Su, we want to have an exclusive partnership with your music platform. In the future, all your music will be released on our platform, and we want all the broadcasting rights. Director Ma's words were very full of meaning, which meant that all of Su Xinghe's future songs must be played on Cook Music, which was equivalent to buying out the copyright. Director Ma, you have quite an appetite. Su Xinghe stared at Director Ma with burning eyes, as if he could see right into his heart. Do you know that in the future, my musical works will definitely not be lacking, and they will all be of high quality? Do you know how much it will cost to buy out all the copyrights? Cooperation is nothing more than both parties testing each other's bottom line, to reap the greatest benefits at the lowest cost. Su Xinghe is no child, and he knows that his songs will definitely become an internet sensation. He will not agree to a buyout, and Director Ma understands this as well. So what does President Su think is appropriate? Director Ma's momentum clearly weakened, because Su Xinghe's gaze was too sharp. It was a shocking feeling, and Director Ma even felt that he did not dare to make eye contact with Su Xinghe. I want 100 million. Su Xinghe said in a single sentence. 100 million? Director Ma looked at Su Xinghe in shock. Yes, 100 million is only the broadcast rights, and it's not exclusive. I still have the other rights. Su Xinghe's price was no longer considered to be an exorbitant one. What lion could have such a big appetite? Chapter 39, It's over. You have to lower the price. President Su, isn't your offer a bit too high? Director Ma really didn't think that Su Xinghe could ask for such a high price. How dare he? I don't think it's high at all. You know how popular my song is right now, and you should also be able to understand the quality of my song. Su Xinghe calmly looked at Director Ma. He didn't think his offer was high. You have to know that even if you don't want my broadcasting rights, there are other music platforms that will. Su Xinghe was telling the truth, because he was not the only one in contact with Su Xinghe. There were also platforms such as NetEase and Waku. It was just that QQ Music was the first to come to him to discuss cooperation. Su, I can't make the decision on this price. How about this? I'll discuss it with the company headquarters and give you an answer by tomorrow morning at the latest. This price really exceeded Director Ma's ability to make decisions, and he did not have such great power. Of course, I have no problem with it. Since you are the first to come to me, I can give you the first release right. Every time a new song is released, your platform can be the first to release it, and then other platforms can release it afterwards. However, I will only give this first release right to the first platform that signs a contract with me. Su Xinghe finally threw out the concession he had given, which forced Director Ma to discuss this matter with their headquarters as soon as possible. Otherwise, if other platforms came to discuss cooperation, the first release right would be taken away. Okay, Mr. Su, I understand. I have to say, this move by Su Xinghe was very effective, and Director Ma was under a lot of pressure. After leaving Su Xinghe's studio, Director Ma hurriedly called the head office. He didn't know if the head office would be willing to invest 100 million yuan, but Director Ma actually thought it was possible. After all, Su Xinghe's songs were really hard-hitting. Not long after Director Ma left, someone from the Wangi music platform came to Su Xinghe's office. Hello, Mr. Su. I hope I'm not disturbing you. I've come to talk to you about cooperation. I didn't expect the people from Wangi to come right after the people from Kokuxial. Hello? Having had the experience of the first negotiation, this time Su Xinghe was even more calm, because he was now completely sure that his songs would sell. In fact, Su Xinghe had another plan in mind, which was to create his own music platform, but he just didn't have the energy for it right now. Su Xinghe repeated the terms of the contract he had just negotiated with Kokuxial Music to Net1. Mr. Su, I think 100 million is doable. When do you think we can sign the contract? The people at Net1 had actually known that someone from Kokuxial Music was going to approach Su Xinghe, which was why they had hurried over. They had also heard that Kokuxial Music had already contacted Su Xinghe, so the boss of Net1 had given the order to get the rights to broadcast Su Xinghe's songs at any price. Upon hearing the answer from the staff of Net1, Su Xinghe was stunned for a moment. He thought to himself, it's over. The contract was already in front of Su Xinghe. Mr. Su, do you have any additions to this contract? If not, we can sign the contract. The funding company will directly transfer the funds to your studio account. It seems that the Net1 music platform was very well prepared, so naturally Su Xinghe had nothing to say, and after picking up the contract, he skimmed through it. The terms and conditions were clearly written. I don't have any questions. Su Xinghe said, putting the contract down. Okay, Mr. Su, then let's sign the contract. The Net1 people signed directly on the contract, and Su Xinghe also signed his name. It wasn't long before they received 100 million in funding from Net1. After signing the contract, Director Ma also ran into Su Xinghe's office. When he saw the NetEase staff, his expression paused. He knew it was over, and he was still a step too late. The broadcast rights must have already fallen into NetEase's pocket. Director Ma, long time no see. It turned out that the person in charge of NetEase knew Director Ma. Sun He, did you follow me here? Koku Music and Net1 Music have always been rivals, and there have been many conflicts over the years, both overt and covert. Director Ma and this Sun He have also been rivals for many years. La Ma, why is your boss's perspective so small? It's just a small goal, and President Su's name is worth more than that. Sun He's face when facing Director Ma and when facing Su Xinghe are completely different. Now he is looking at Director Ma with the attitude of a victor. Sun He, don't be too pleased with yourself. Director Ma gritted his teeth, turned around, avoided Sunhee, and walked into Su Xinghe's office. This scene just happened to be seen by Su Xinghe in the office, and he couldn't help but laugh. It seems that these two are still a pair of enemies. Director Ma sat on the original sofa, but his face obviously looked very bad. Why? Director Ma, have you already negotiated with your company? Su Xinghe looked at Director Ma with a smile. Since this is business, naturally the interests come first. President Su, this time we did a poor job, but we still want to buy the broadcast rights to your song. Since we can't get the first broadcast rights, we'll get the broadcast rights. If we can't even get the broadcast rights, then their QQ Music will really be crushed by Net1 Music. Now I just hope that Net1 Music has only bought the broadcast rights, and not bought out all the copyrights. No problem. Just the broadcast rights, and it's still 100 million. Su Xinghe said it lightly. Director Ma gritted his teeth and said, no problem, we'll sign the contract right now. Fortunately, Net1 didn't buy out the rights, but unfortunately, he didn't get the first release rights. This first release right may seem insignificant, but for a music playback platform, it is the best way to lock in users. You want a new song to be released on just one platform, and other platforms have to wait for a while before they can be played. The time difference during this period is the best way to lock in users. After signing the contract with Kokuxing Music, Su Xinghe's account received another small amount of funds, and now Su Xinghe's account already has more than 200 million yuan. Finally, he is not afraid of running out of money. Su Xinghe looked at the text message reminder on his phone, and his mouth slightly lifted. It seems that buying a house should be on the agenda. Su Xinghe sat down and happened to look at the property information on the computer for the Imperial Washington. This property was just completed not long ago, and the houses are all finely decorated and ready to move in with just a suitcase. Su Xinghe saw a very nice villa, a single-family house with a yard, and the yard had an independent swimming pool and a garden. The floor area alone was already 400 square meters, which was considered relatively large for a villa. You have to know that this is the central area of Shin City, and it is very rare to have such a large yard. However, the price was also a bit high, and it would take 2 small goals. Su Xinghe looked at the text message reminder on his phone and thought to himself, this is based on the balance in my account. But this house is indeed Su Xinghe's dream house, with a private swimming pool and garden, and when he is free, he can just bring Su Mengyao to play at home. This is it. Su Xinghe has already decided to buy this villa. Chapter 40, because little princesses all live in castles. The day after Su Xinghe signed the contract with the 2 major music platforms QQ Music and Wangi Music, all of Su Xinghe's songs were taken off all online music platforms, even the live versions that had been released by others before were also taken off. Only QQ Music and Wangi Music could play Su Xinghe's songs. One morning, a young lady woke up and turned on her music to listen to Su Xinghe's songs. It had become her habit to listen to Su Xinghe's songs every morning while she was getting ready. However, today, there was a delay in the music playing. What's going on? The young lady picked up her phone and noticed that all of Su Xinghe's songs had turned gray. The young lady posted a message on the online platform asking why she couldn't listen to Su Xinghe's songs anymore. Soon, someone replied, I can't listen to them either. The same thing happened to many people. Only people who used QQ Music and Net1 Music could continue to listen to Su Xinghe's songs, and they were still the lossless versions. There was news online saying that the copyright to Su Xinghe's songs only belonged to QQ Music and Net1 Music, so only these 2 platforms could play them. At the same time, there were comments from users who used QQ Music, I use QQ Music, and I can listen to Su Xinghe's songs, and they are lossless versions. The same goes for Net1 Music, which seems to have some new songs that can only be heard on Net1. Net1 Music was the first to announce online that it had purchased the broadcast rights to Su Xinghe's songs at a high price, with a particular emphasis on the premiere rights. After many people saw this news, they directly downloaded the Net1 Music Player, and the number of downloads of the Net1 Music Player increased by 20% in one day. At QQ Music, the boss was furious. He scolded Director Ma for failing to get the first broadcast rights. Director Ma said, Mr. Li, it's 100 million yuan. How dare I make decisions on my own? You're afraid to make decisions on your own, but you're willing to bear such a huge loss? Although there are new users downloading QQ Music, the number of downloads is far less than Net1 Music. Mr. Li. You don't need to yell at me, just tell me what to do now. Mr. Li blamed Director Ma for everything. I don't know what to do. Director Ma muttered, he really didn't know what to do. If he knew, what would he need the boss for? You're good for nothing but making trouble. Go home and take some time off. President Lee didn't even look at Director Ma. Director Ma knew that President Lee was asking him to step down. He had heard before that President Lee had a relative who wanted to work for the company, but there had never been a suitable position. Now it seemed that President Lee wanted him to make way for that person. Ma didn't say anything, turned around silently, and gave Lee a deep look before leaving. He had dedicated so much to the company, working diligently for more than 10 years. He didn't say how much credit and hard work he had, but there must have been some. He never imagined that he would be swept out of the door like this. Ma just felt that his efforts were not worthwhile. Lao Ma is not only the director of Cook Music, but also the chief technical officer. He basically completed the development and maintenance of the Cook Music player single-handedly. It can be said that Lao Ma is largely responsible for Cook Music's promotion to one of the top music platforms. Su Xinghe was planning to go look at the villa in the Imperial Palace. He had just enough money in his hands to buy the villa, and he wanted to buy it first and live there in the future. At that time, he received a call from Lao Ma. Hello? Su Xinghe wondered what Lao Ma suddenly wanted to call him for. Hello, Mr. Su. Lao Ma hesitated a little. But in the end, he decided to call Su Xinghe. After Lao Ma left Cook Music, he thought about it for a long time. Although he has the skills and ability, he is already a bit old. People in their 40s simply cannot compete with the young. And the mortgage on his house, his daughter's tuition fees, and his parents' retirement funds are all weighing on his shoulders. He cannot afford to not work for a day. This is the tragedy of every middle-aged man. Perhaps it is a fate that no one can escape. Mr. Su, do you need any more people there? When he negotiated with Su Xinghe's studio, he only saw Lin Xiaoqi and Cici. Moreover, Su Xinghe's studio had just been established, and he believed that Su Xinghe did not have many people to use at the moment. This was the reason for him to make this call. What do you mean? Su Xinghe was puzzled. Just as Lao Ma had left, he asked if Su Xinghe needed any staff. Was he trying to introduce his relatives to Su Xinghe? I do need some staff, but I need people with skills and ability, not relatives. Su Xinghe answered bluntly. If Lao Ma was trying to introduce his relatives, there was no need to mention it. I know, I just want to ask if you will hire me if I go to work for you. Lao Ma said very humbly, using the word shelter. Lao Ma is indeed very humble now, no longer the spirited young man he was. You? Su Xinghe was very surprised. Yes. Hearing Lao Ma's affirmative reply, Su Xinghe also roughly guessed what had happened to Lao Ma. He was also well aware of the current situation with Wang Yi and Kokoxiang. He just didn't expect Lao Ma to be fired because of it. President Su, you should also know about the Cook Music player. I built this player from scratch, and if you have any ideas about this in the future, I can definitely help you with it. Lao Ma's words made Su Xinghe very tempted. He did have plans in this area. Okay. Come to my office to chat when you have time. Su Xinghe did not directly agree. After all, he still did not understand Lao Ma's current situation. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Su, for giving me this opportunity. When are you free? I'll come to your office to see you. Let's wait until Saturday, after the recording of The Voice of the People is finished. Su Xinghe thought for a moment. He had to fly to Hangzhou tomorrow to record The Voice of the People, and he had been busy with the studio these few days, so he didn't know how Han Tongtong and Han Feifei were practicing. Mr. Su, can I come to see you on Monday? Sure, I'll be waiting for you in the office on Monday. After hanging up the phone, Su Xinghe drove to the sales office of Imperial Washington with Su Mengyao. Dad, what are we doing here? Are we here to buy a house? Su Mengyao is small, but she is much more sensible than her peers, and often Su Xinghe feels that Su Mengyao is like an adult. Yes. We are here to buy a big house. But we already have a home, right? Su Mengyao doesn't understand why her father wants to buy another house. Does that mean you don't want me anymore? Please don't leave me, okay? Su Mengyao felt like crying when she thought about this. Dad didn't say he didn't want you anymore. Su Xinghe didn't know why Su Mengyao was suddenly like this. Then why does Dad want to buy a new house? Hearing Su Mengyao ask, Su Xinghe suddenly realized and said, because little princesses all live in castles, so Dad wants to buy a big castle for Yo-Yo. Upon hearing that her father was buying her a big castle, Su Mengyao broke into a smile. Really? Daddy is really going to buy Yo-Yo a castle? Is it going to be like in the cartoons? Su Mengyao's barrage of questions left Su Xinghe unable to laugh or cry. Yes, it's even more beautiful than the ones in the cartoons, Su Xinghe said tenderly. Chapter 41, I still like you better when you're unruly. The sales consultant at the sales office had already seen Su Xinghe and Su Mengyao, because Su Xinghe's car was really eye-catching, and the sales consultant had already asked the sales director to come out. What big shot needs me to personally greet him? Sales director Zhou Jing walked into the lobby and asked the sales consultant who had asked her to come out. The man at the door just arrived in a very handsome sports car. She didn't know what kind of car Su Xinghe was driving, but she knew it must not have been cheap. Him? Zhou Jing's tone was a little skeptical, because Su Xinghe's attire did not look like that of a wealthy person. It's him, I'm sure he'll close a big deal today, the sales consultant said with conviction. If it weren't for the fear that she would lose the deal, she would have gone up to him herself. Seeing Su Xinghe walk in with Su Mengyao, Zhou Jing walked up to him and said, "Welcome." But her tone of voice clearly showed her contempt for Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe nodded and said, "I want to buy a house, so give me a rundown." He didn't care about the tone of Zhou Jing's voice. "Okay, this way please." Zhou Jing took Su Xinghe to the area with the ordinary room types. This is a high-end residential area, and these large, flat floor plans are 51,000 yuan per square meter. Which one do you like? Su Xinghe shook his head and said, "Let's look at some more." Zhou Jing had already categorized Su Xinghe in her heart as the type of person who pretends to be rich when he isn't. What's with the sports car? I bet it's a rental. As an excellent salesperson, the first thing you can tell about whether someone is really rich is their sense of style, followed by their accessories and mannerisms. Su Xinghe's clothes cost a few hundred yuan combined, and he doesn't even have a watch on his wrist. How could he be rich? Sir, I'm sorry, this is the cheapest unit we have. If your budget isn't enough, you'll probably have to look at other properties. Zhou Jing's words were obvious. She looked down on Su Xinghe and didn't believe that he could afford to buy a house here. I know, I saw a villa for sale earlier, I want to see that one. Su Xinghe's words were like a bolt of thunder. What? You want to see a villa? Zhou Jing's eyes widened, she really couldn't believe her ears. Is there something wrong with this person? How dare he say such a thing? Yes. Seeing that Su Xinghe was determined to see it, Zhou Jing said impatiently, "Fine. You can come with me." She thought to herself, if you don't buy it, don't blame me for being mean to you. She even thought of mean things to say to Su Xinghe. When they arrived at the villa area, Zhou Jing gave a perfunctory introduction, and Su Xinghe also saw the villa he had seen online before. How much is this one? There is still some difference between the online price and the real price, and the online price is generally a bit higher. This one? You mean this one? Zhou Jing pointed to the villa in the center. Yes. Su Xinghe answered affirmatively. Sir, this villa is the king of our buildings here. It covers an area of 1,000 square meters, with a floor area of 400 square meters alone. It has a fully intelligent independent swimming pool and independent garden, as well as an independent garage. Zhou Jing thought that by saying this, Su Xinghe would realize how ridiculous the house he liked was. Unexpectedly, after listening to her, Su Xinghe did nod and say, intelligent, fully independent, it is indeed more comfortable to live in, and it would be even more perfect to build a playground for Yao Yao in the future. Hearing Su Xinghe's words, Zhou Jing froze on the spot. Look at what these are human words? A toad would not have such a big mouth. Sir, don't you understand what I'm saying? I said all this to tell you that the price of this villa is sky high for us. For you it may be sky high, but for me it's just right. Su Xinghe said indifferently. This sounded a bit pretentious, but what Su Xinghe meant was that his money was just right. Seeing that Su Xinghe was not going to give up, Zhou Jing calmed down a bit and said, the official selling price of this villa is 2 small targets, but there will be some discounts or free services if you buy now. This is not much different from what Su Xinghe found online. Okay, this one will do. Su Xinghe's words were casual, as if buying a villa was like buying radishes and cabbages at the market. What? Zhou Jing was shocked again by Su Xinghe's words. I said this one will do, now swipe the card. Su Xinghe had already taken out his bank card and handed it to Zhou Jing. Okay, I'll go through the formalities for you, you can go and rest over here. Zhou Jing's words were a bit unsteady. A big deal for 2 small targets. I get a 2% commission, which is a full 4 million yuan. This is money that many people can't earn in a lifetime. Zhou Jing was now deferential to Su Xinghe, and was just waiting to offer him kneeling service. Seeing how Zhou Jing was, Su Xinghe laughed and said, "I still like you better when you were unruly at first." After signing the purchase contract, Zhou Jing took Su Xinghe to this villa in the center, with its independent courtyard. The name number 1 Huafu written on the door showed the status and uniqueness of this villa. "Mr. Su, this will be your home from now on. In addition, we are giving you a lifetime smart butler. The whole house is controlled intelligently. Even if you are outside and want to take a hot shower as soon as you get home, you can operate it through the mobile app. In addition, you will also get an independent security system, which is also intelligently controlled to ensure the safety of your home. Of course, we also have other services." Zhou Jing gave a detailed introduction to Su Xinghe about the supporting facilities of this villa. Needless to say, the hardware facilities are not just the best in the building, but also a key project of the Imperial Washington. In other words, Su Xinghe has become an owner of Imperial Washington No. 1 and also a super VLP of Imperial Washington. "Wow, Dad, is this the castle you were talking about? It's so beautiful. It's much nicer than our home." Su Mengyao was stunned by the villa in front of her. It was even more beautiful than what she had seen in cartoons. Moreover, the room was full of intelligent facilities. As soon as she walked into the room, the curtains opened automatically, and the view of the independent garden outside the window came into view. The temperature in the room was also just right, making people feel extremely comfortable. In the huge living room on the first floor was a piano worth a lot of money. "This piano is also a gift to you." Zhou Jing quickly introduced that One Washington is a finely decorated villa, and all the decoration materials are also of the highest grade. "Dad, I really like this piano, and I want to learn to play the piano in the future." Su Mengyao ran over and wanted to try the piano. At this time, the system's voice rang in Su Xinghe's mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the full proficiency in musical instruments. Ha! There's even a surprise. Su Xinghe really made a killing buying this villa. Although it cost him 2 small goals, he gained the system's skills, which money can't buy. It's so cool." Seeing Su Xinghe's smile at the corner of his mouth, Zhou Jing thought that she had finally made Su Xinghe change his opinion of her. Chapter 42 Twins. The house deal had been finalized, and Su Xinghe had returned to Hangzhou with Su Mengyao. Xiao Ying had also returned to Hangzhou 2 days ago. "Mengyao, I haven't seen my sister for a few days, have you missed her?" Han Tongtong and Han Feifei ran over as soon as they saw Su Mengyao. The two of them surrounded her from the left and right and kissed her on both cheeks. "Of course I do. I've missed you both so much." Han Tongtong and Han Feifei heard Su Mengyao's reply and grinned as they led her into the hotel. They left Su Xinghe alone in the lobby. These two girls, they didn't even greet their teacher. Su Xinghe rolled her eyes, but there was no reproach in her expression. Although Han Tongtong and Han Feifei were in Hangzhou, they reported their learning outcomes to Su Xinghe every day, and Su Xinghe also treated the two sisters as his own students. At this time, Xiao Ying walked in from outside and saw Su Xinghe. "Hey, why is the big star still carrying his own luggage?" Xiao Ying looked at Su Xinghe with a smile. "Where am I a big star?" "You're the big star." Su Xinghe also teased Xiao Ying. "Why didn't you bring your charming little secretary?" Xiao Ying had met Lin Xiaoqi before and knew that Lin Xiaoqi's appearance and figure were second to none, and compared to most people in the entertainment industry, she was not inferior at all. "Ha ha, she is indeed charming, and I don't want to bring her out for fear that you will miss her." Xiao Ying also laughed out loud when she heard this. The two of them laughed and joked as they walked into the hotel. "Tomorrow is the recording of a new episode of the program again, do you have any ideas?" "I plan to have Han Tongtong and Han Feifei appear together, on stage together, to create a twins duo. Since the last time the show's production team made adjustments, they've added a competition between pairs of trainees to help boost ratings. Now it's more about the trainees competing against each other than it is about the guests. Since Hu Lai and Luan know that they two are no match for Su Xinghe in any case, they've simply let the guests take a back seat, and the trainees are competing against each other. That way, Xue Zilin and Chang Yifei have a better chance of winning. Lao Hu, are you sure they can beat the twins?" Now Luan and Hu Lai are completely in the same boat, they just need to sleep in the same room. After all, they are just two young girls with no experience, while Xiao Shui and Xiao Chang have both performed before, so they should be more than enough to deal with these newcomers. Hu Lai is adamant. He doesn't believe that he can't beat Su Xinghe, and his trainees can't beat his. He, Su Xinghe, is not a god, is he? Well, that's all there is to it now. This Su Xinghe is really a pain in the neck. Luan is full of worry. He has staked his own life savings on this program. If he doesn't win the competition, he really will lose everything. Sometimes he even wonders why he doesn't stand on the same side as Su Xinghe, but has to stand with Hulai. Hey Lao Hu, did you hear that? The two major platforms, Kuku Music and NetEase Music, spent a lot of money fighting over the copyright of Su Xinghe's songs. There is some hearsay that it cost a small fortune. When Luan said this, his eyes were full of envy. You have to know that when he was at his peak, the records he released only sold a few million. Although that was not a small amount in those days, it was still far worse than a small goal. The main reason is that their songs are now available for free on all major music platforms, and even so, the number of plays is pitiful. This is the progress of the times. In the past, everyone made money by selling records, but now how many people buy records? Everyone listens to music online, but their fans are all about the same age as their grandparents, and how many of them go online? Luan was full of emotion. I heard about it. I guess it's just hype. I don't believe that a newcomer like him can sell for such a high price. Hulai had also heard about it, but he didn't believe that Su Xinghe could sell for so much money. Although the Net1 music company said that it had purchased the copyright to Su Xinghe's songs at a high price, it did not say how much exactly. I also think it's hype. A small goal is a bit too exaggerated. Luan nodded in agreement. He would rather believe Hulai's words. Su Xinghe had just arrived at the hotel and had not had time to rest. He called Han Tongtong and Han Feifei to the practice room. The practice room was provided by the hotel, which was actually a large conference room temporarily converted, but it was sufficient for the two to practice. Brother Su, we're here. Han Tongtong and Han Feifei walked in together. Both of them were dressed in a very pure style, which made people want to protect them. Well, for tomorrow's show, Xiao Ying and I want you two to form a duo, using your twin status. Han Tongtong and Han Feifei already knew about the show's announcement that trainees could form teams freely to compete. We were thinking the same thing. Hearing Su Xinghe say this, Han Tongtong and Han Feifei were very happy. After all, they were originally sisters, so they would definitely form a team together. Their idea was to debut as twin sisters. Your status as twins will be a talking point in itself, and it will definitely be a hit. I will also tailor-make a few songs for you too, and release an album for you at that time. The name of your duo will be Twins. Su Xinghe directly came up with a name for the duo. This is a very good name for the duo. It not only directly highlights their status as twins, but it is also very fashionable. Xiao Ying, who was standing next to her, also had her eyes light up when she heard the name Su Xinghe had given the duo. After deciding on the name of the group, Su Xinghe handed them the newly written song. Su Xinghe had also been busy in the past few days and had written the song on the plane. Time was tight, and this song would be your finale, so make sure you sing it well. Han Tongtong and Han Feifei both have very good singing skills, and they are also very strong learners. They had already practiced the song Su Xinghe wrote for them well before he left. Brother Su, we will definitely work hard. Han Tongtong and Han Feifei answered together. Okay, you two practice, and if you have any questions, send me a message. Su Xinghe is not used to staying next to them all the time to supervise. He feels that people who want to learn don't need to be watched, and it's useless to watch people who don't want to learn. He feels the same way about Su Mengyao. He never watches Su Mengyao learn anything, and it's completely up to Su Mengyao's interest to learn. Just like Taekwondo, although Su Mengyao only took one lesson, she would learn on her own every day, following the video tutorials and even sometimes making video calls to Li Tianjin. Okay, Brother Su, if you have something to do, just go ahead, we can practice on our own. Su Xinghe nodded and left with Xiao Ying. Chapter 43. So are we a family of three? Han Tongtong and Han Feifei appeared on the show as a new duo, bringing a wave of traffic to the show team. Chang Yifei and Shui Zilin also formed a duo called Flash Boys. I don't know why this name sounds so low-key. What's wrong with my Yifei brother? It feels like he's getting less and less outstanding. I feel the same way. It's all Shui Zilin's fault, dragging down the level of our Yifei brother. How did Zilin lower the strength of Yifei Chang? It was obvious that Yifei Chang was weak to begin with. The fans of the two slowly evolved from blaming each other to tearing each other apart. Not only did they tear each other apart in person, but they also stirred up a huge online controversy. The votes for Zilin Shui and Yifei Chang had been growing quite quickly, but after they formed a duo, the growth rate slowed down. The two sisters, Han Tongtong and Han Feifei, formed the twins duo, and although they were newcomers, their votes grew rapidly. This was of course due to the efforts of Su Xinghe, as the songs they sang also exploded on the internet. Did Su Xinghe write this song too? This style is completely different from his previous ones. It's almost as if it was tailor-made for these two sisters. All the newly released songs have Su Xinghe's name as the composer and lyricist. Our brother Su is a genius. Aren't the songs he sang before also in different styles? But every song is so beautiful. The popularity of Su Xinghe on the internet has never waned. Looking at Marsha's comments about Su Xinghe, Xiao Ying is also envious. We both participated in the show, but the popularity of my songs is so much lower than yours. Although Xiao Ying doesn't pay attention to this, she still pays attention to it often when she spends time with Su Xinghe every day. Su Xinghe, have you considered opening a Weibo account? Su Xinghe has only had a Douyin account up until now, and he is rarely online these days. Well, you should open one. I'll have Xiaoqi open one in my name later. Su Xinghe thought about it for a moment. Nowadays, everything is released online, and the internet is also the fastest way to spread information. The studio will inevitably need to promote itself in the future, and Weibo is also a very good platform. Dad, when are you going to teach me to sing? Su Mengyao was watching Han Tongtong and Han Feifei perform on stage in the break room, and her eyes were filled with countless twinkling stars. Do you really want to learn? Well. Su Mengyao nodded, then looked at Su Xinghe with a smile and said, I want to be just like my two sisters. Then when we go back, can Daddy teach you? Yes. Daddy will sing with me then. Su Mengyao snuggled up against Su Xinghe's leg. Then do you want to take me with you? Xiao Ying asked Su Mengyao with a smile. Sister Xiao Ying is going to come with us too? Then aren't we a family of three? Su Mengyao's words made Su Xinghe and Xiao Ying both stop in their tracks. This girl has just killed the mood. Mengyao, that's not how you use a family of three. Su Xinghe said, stroking Su Mengyao's face. Hee, Dad, then how is a family of three? Su Xinghe didn't know how to answer Su Mengyao. He didn't want to mention the word mom in front of her. Xiao Ying didn't know how to answer either. Yodio, why do you want to learn to sing so badly? Xiao Ying changed the subject. Because I want to be as good as my dad. My dad is my idol. Su Mengyao puffed up her little face, just like a fan defending her idol. Su Mengyao's appearance made Su Xinghe and Xiao Ying both laugh so hard they couldn't stop. The awkward atmosphere just now was also resolved. It wasn't long before Han Tongtong and Han Feifei returned to the restroom, and the recording of today's program was also coming to an end. Since the singing styles of Chang Yifei and Shui Zilin were too different, the combination of the two did not get the desired effect. On the contrary, the twins' combination of Han Tongtong and Han Feifei was refreshing to the audience and received a lot of praise. You two did well today. Su Xinghe said with a smile. The two of them didn't perform their newly written song perfectly, and no one else knew it, but Su Xinghe knew very well that the song was difficult, but the two of them had a good interpretation of the mood of the song. Are you going to reward us, brother Su? Han Feifei asked jokingly. Su Xinghe smiled and said, What kind of reward do you want? You don't even thank Su Xinghe, and you want a reward? They had achieved good results, and Xiao Ying was also very happy, but she still had to urge them on. She could not let them become overconfident just because of a little success. Thank you, brother Su. Han Feifei stuck out her tongue and said mischievously. Han Tongtong, on the other hand, solemnly walked up to Su Xinghe, bowed, and said, Thank you, brother Su, for getting us to this point. We also want to thank Sister Ring for giving us this opportunity. Don't be so sentimental, we haven't even won the championship yet. Su Xinghe could not stand such a sentimental scene and quickly changed the subject. Let's go for hot pot tonight, shall we? It's been a long time since we had hot pot. Su Xinghe suggested. Great. It's been a long time since I had it too. Xiao Ying agreed, and Han Tongtong and Han Feifei naturally had nothing to say. Su Mengyao was the most excited, because she loved hot pot the most. After dinner, the group strolled around a bit, and then Su Xinghe took Su Mengyao back to rest. The sisters Han Tongtong and Han Feifei went shopping with Xiao Ying, while Su Xinghe wasn't really interested. Su Mengyao was still young and wasn't very interested in these things either. This time, Shui Zilin and Chang Yifei's results were not very good, and Hu Lai and Luan both looked very unhappy. Lao Hu, this isn't going to work if we keep going like this. Luan couldn't help but speak up. I know, but what can we do? We've tried everything we can think of. Hu Lai was also very depressed. In the past, he could promote whoever he wanted and make whoever he wanted famous, but now he had met Su Xinghe and his own methods were not working. Hu Lai, why don't we ask Su Xinghe to write a song for us? Luan told Hu Lai his idea, which he had been thinking about for a long time. What are you dreaming about, asking Su Xinghe to write a song for us? Hu Lai looked at Luan like he was looking at a fool. We can find someone to contact Su Xinghe. It doesn't have to be us in person. Luan's idea was to find someone to buy Su Xinghe's song and then they would use it. It's not a bad idea, actually. Hu Lai thought about it for a long time and felt that Luan's idea was possible. In this way, they would at least have a song that could compete with Su Xinghe's. So let's try it. Luan said tentatively. But where will we get the money? Hu Lai asked. I still have a little bit, so we can pool it together. Luan didn't want to pay for it entirely himself. Then I'll ask the company if they can give some funding. Hu Lai lit a cigarette. He wasn't going to pay for it himself either. You ask the company if they can pay for it all, I don't have much money either. Hearing that he could ask the company, Luan regretted a little for saying that he still had some money, that little money being all he had left. Okay, I'll ask. Hu Lai said this with his mouth, but he didn't really mean it. Even if he applied for too much, he would pocket it himself, so how could he give it to Luan? Chapter 44 100 million yuan. Hello, is this Mr. Su Xinghe? Su Xinghe had just woken up when he received an unfamiliar phone call. Yes, who is this? Hello, Mr. Su. I want you to write a song for me. The stranger on the phone directly stated his demand. I can write a song for you, but you should know that my price is not cheap. You name the price. The person on the other end didn't care about the price because the money wasn't his, he was just an intermediary. I write songs for cheap, just 100 million yuan is enough. Su Xinghe's expression did not change, and there was not the slightest expression of guilt. 100 million. Who can afford that? Sure enough, the person on the other side fell silent. This price seemed to exceed expectations. What if he agreed and the other person didn't pay? In the end, wouldn't he have to pay Su Xinghe himself? But where would he get that kind of money? Seeing that the other person was not speaking, Su Xinghe gave a smile at the corner of his mouth and said, You think about it first, and then come back to me when you've thought about it. Afterwards, Su Xinghe hung up the phone. The man who called Su Xinghe told Hu Lai about it. Hu Lai cursed directly after hearing it. Are these words that a person can say? It's hard to say that he's being unreasonable even for a lion. Hu Lai was furious and lost his temper in the hotel room. Luan also frowned with worry, unable to imagine that this Su Xinghe was so difficult to deal with, daring to ask for 100 million for just one song. You have to know that Cook Music and Wangi Music only paid 100 million for the copyright. At this time, Su Xinghe was sitting in the hotel restaurant with Su Mengyao, eating breakfast. Su Mengyao was eating a small piece of cake in small bites, looking very cute. Daddy, are we going back to Shenyang today? Well, don't you want to go back, Mengyao? Su Xinghe asked. Yes. I haven't seen little Chi for a long time, and I miss her a bit. Su Mengyao answered while eating. They have only been in Hangzhou for 2 days, and this girl is really talking nonsense with her eyes open. Su Xinghe was still thinking about the man who had called him in the morning. A lot of people had been looking for him during this period of time, but no one had ever asked him to write a song. Basically, he had been invited to participate in a program, but he had turned it down. He had no plans to participate in a program during this period of time, because Zhang Wo's program was about to start, and he had to prepare for it. The reason why he wants such a high price is because he feels that there is something fishy about this. The man didn't say what the song was for or what genre it was in. It was obvious that the other party didn't know about any of this. If they didn't know, why would they want to write a song? Su Xinghe could never figure out the reason for this, so he simply asked for a higher price to make the other party back off. At the headquarters of Dingxing Culture Group, President Chen Dingxing is sitting in the meeting room, listening to a report from his subordinate. Recently, this Su Xinghe has been very popular, and the songs he has released have all become instant hits. Now Cook Music and Wangi Music have both signed contracts to purchase the copyright, which has also led to a sharp increase in the number of users on these two major music platforms. Chen Dingxing frowned, but his expression did not reveal anything. This Su Xinghe has gone a bit too far. Now none of our company's artists can make headlines, and the new songs they release are barely noticed. Zhou Qi exposed his relationship last week to ride the wave of popularity, but so far it hasn't made a splash. And Hu Lai's Chang Yifei, who spent millions on publicity, even hired trolls to go after Su Xinghe. Now Su Xinghe's popularity has only increased instead of decreased. Many of the managers at Dingsheng Group are furious and are complaining about Su Xinghe. This Su Xinghe is so popular, can we sign him to our company? I called him, but he treated me like a liar and hung up on me. One of the agents said. Chen Dingsheng looked at the agent speechlessly. How could you call him about such an important matter? It's strange that he didn't treat you like a liar. Lin Feng, go talk to Su Xinghe and see if you can sign him to our company. Chen Dingsheng said to a young man sitting next to him. This young man is the youngest agent in the Dingsheng Group and the one Chen Dingsheng is most optimistic about. Okay. Lin Feng nodded and agreed, and after the meeting was over, he went straight to the hotel where Su Xinghe was staying. Hello, Mr. Su, I am the top agent at Dingsheng Group. My name is Lin Feng, it is a pleasure to meet you. Lin Feng's style of work is swift and decisive, and he also knew that this matter could not be delayed. When he met Su Xinghe was about to leave the hotel. You're too happy too soon. Unfortunately, I have to catch a plane. Su Xinghe was not interested in this young man who had suddenly appeared. Mr. Su, give me 5 minutes, can we talk? Didn't you hear my father say that we have to catch a plane? Su Mengyao saw that this man kept pestering her father and directly reached out to push him away. You heard what my daughter said. Su Xinghe made a helpless expression. I understand that your time is precious. How about this, can I drive you to the airport? Lin Feng saw that he had no way to keep Su Xinghe, and directly asked to take them to the airport. Under normal circumstances, Su Xinghe would not do something for free. 2 minutes later, Su Xinghe was sitting in the back seat of Lin Feng's car, hugging Su Mengyao. What do you want to talk to me about? It's like this, Mr. Su, I came to see you today on behalf of the Dingsheng Group. Our CEO, Mr. Chen, really likes you and wants to sign you to our company. The company will give you the greatest resources and top-level packaging, so that you can go even further on the path of interpretation. Lin Feng went straight to the point and said what everyone struggling in the entertainment industry hopes to have. How much money are you going to give me? Well, Lin Feng didn't expect Su Xinghe to ask for money right away. But the company is supporting them to make money. Lin Feng's words sounded good, but in fact, they told every artist the same thing. In the end, those with stronger earning power would get more resources, and those with poor earning power would be shelved. Who cares about their lives and deaths? Mr. Su, it's not about how much money it is. But I just want to make money. Su Xinghe is not impressed by the empty promises, because he has heard about this Dingsheng Group from Xiao Ying. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a place that eats people up and spits out their bones. How could Su Xinghe possibly want to go to the Dingsheng Group? He just wants a free ride in a limousine. Lin Feng never thought that he would get such a cold shoulder. The car arrived at the airport, and Su Xinghe got off the car with Su Mengyao in his arms, saying, "Thank you for bringing us to the airport. Forget about the contract. I have my own studio, and I may go further than your Dingsheng Group in the future." Su Xinghe wasn't lying, he did have such thoughts, and he wanted to make Xinghe Culture the #1 entertainment company in the country. Okay. Lin Feng knew that there was nothing he could do to convince Su Xinghe, and he could only return to the company in a huff. At this time, Hu Lai and Luan were sitting face to face in the hotel. Hu Lai, say something. Luan looked anxiously at Hu Lai. 100 million. He doesn't have it anyway. Last time he gave 1 million, and that was the limit. I don't know what to do about this either. 100 million is a lot of money. I'm afraid the company won't come up with that much. Why don't you give the company a call and ask? Luan said. Well, I'll try. Hu Lai let out a long sigh of relief and finally decided to give the company a call. Chapter 45, written overnight. Hello. Lin Feng, who had just returned to the Dingsheng Group, received a call from Hu Lai. Can we still get some funding for the project of asking Su Xinghe to write a song? He actually asked for 100 million. Hu Lai was too embarrassed to even ask for it. This was such a frustrating matter. What? Why didn't he just go rob someone? Lin Feng, who had just been scolded by Su Xinghe, was in a rage. He had been in the industry for so long, when had he ever been treated like this before? This is much easier than robbing a bank. Hu Lai couldn't help but complain. He had never thought that a song could be worth so much money. In fact, he only made the call to let himself down. The company would never pay 100 million for Su Xinghe's song. After venting for a while, Lin Feng gradually calmed down. As a top agent, controlling his emotions was also one of the required courses. It was absolutely impossible to pay 100 million for a song, and Lin Feng rejected Hu Lai's request. Just as he was about to hang up, Lin Feng suddenly had a great idea. Wait. Lin Feng quickly said to Hu Lai. You tell that person to tell Lin Feng that he can buy a song for this price. What? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Hu Lai thought Lin Feng had taken something wrong. 100 million. Does Dingxing Company get its money by just blowing in the wind? No, Dingxing Company gets its money from the hard work of its employees. Hu, don't be shocked yet. Lin Feng organized his thoughts and said, we agree to this price, but we have a request. If he doesn't dare to take it, we will release the news that Su Xinghe is not worthy of his reputation and that he wouldn't dare to agree to write a song for 100 million. If he agrees, I'm afraid he will also have difficulty fulfilling my request. At that time, we can still use his breach of contract as an excuse to make him pay liquidated damages. The more Lin Feng thought about it, the happier he felt, and he felt that his plan was peerless. If heaven hadn't created me, Lin Feng, the heyday would be like an eternal night. What request could we make that would stump him? Hu Lai was a little unsure. After all, the songs that Su Xinghe had written already covered many aspects. Humph. No matter how good he is, he only writes Mandarin songs. We want him to write Cantonese songs, and they have to be full of the atmosphere of the underworld, with Buddhist teachings, the feeling that fate is always predetermined, and the pursuit of a perfect world that seems just a step away, but in reality is unattainable. Sigh. Hu Lai drew a breath of cold air after hearing Lin Feng's request. This is a request? This is clearly being deliberately difficult, isn't it? Can there really be such a song? Hu Lai doesn't believe it. Lin Feng also feels that his idea is really awesome, and he even wants to kneel down to himself. With such a request, even if Su Xinghe is amazing, he still won't be able to write it. Lin Feng, you're quite dumb. Hu Lai even spoke in his hometown dialect. Just do what I say. Hurry. Lin Feng can't wait. Who told you to refuse me and let me be your driver? This is what happens when you mess with me. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, and a trace of cunning appeared in his eyes. Su Xinghe got off the plane and just turned on his phone when he received a call from the strange man. Hello, Su Xinghe. I agree with the offer, but I have certain requirements. Do you dare to take on this task? The man on the other side read out Lin Feng's requirements. It was tiring just holding the note and reading it out loud. At this time, the man felt a bit sympathetic for Su Xinghe. This is no song that a human can write. When he heard the other party say that they agreed to the offer of 100 million yuan, Su Xinghe was stunned. What kind of fool is this? Has he drunk too much fake wine? How could he agree to an offer of 100 million yuan? But Su Xinghe did not question it. After all, who doesn't like money? After listening to the other party's requirements, Su Xinghe smiled slightly and said, no problem, I can write it. Upon hearing Su Xinghe's affirmative reply, the other party also froze for a moment. Did Su Xinghe not hear the request clearly? How dare he take on such a song? Mr. Su, we are going to sign a contract, and if the song you write does not meet the requirements, we will pursue liquidated damages. The other party kindly reminded Su Xinghe. I know, I have been in Shenyang for some time, you can come to my studio to sign the contract. Lin Feng's idea was that after Su Xinghe finished writing it, he would find a reason to say that Su Xinghe's work was not up to par and did not fulfill the requirements of the contract, and then he could pursue compensation. So he was not afraid at all. Su Xinghe had a way to deal with him whether he agreed or not. This matter was unsolvable for Su Xinghe. After all, no one could fulfill those requirements. When he learned that Su Xinghe had agreed, he directly told the man to go to Shen City to find Su Xinghe to sign the contract. He could already imagine Su Xinghe groveling in the face of a huge liquidated damages. The man came to Su Xinghe's studio the next day, and Su Xinghe also read the requirements on the contract, as well as the matters related to the liquidated damages. But Su Xinghe didn't care at all, because after listening to the requirements, he had already thought of a song that perfectly fit the theme. He even felt that the other party was deliberately sending him money. After signing the contract, Su Xinghe also received a reminder of the bank transfer. When the man was about to leave, he was stopped by Su Xinghe. "Wait, you take the song with you." The man looked at Su Xinghe in shock. "What song?" "The song you wanted." Su Xinghe took out a USB stick and handed it to him, looking as if it was only natural. "You're giving me the song right after we signed the contract? Isn't that a bit too fast?" The man felt that Su Xinghe was teasing him. Was Su Xinghe planning to breach the contract directly? "I wrote it overnight yesterday, so you can just take it back with you, otherwise you'll have to make another trip." Hearing Su Xinghe say that he wrote it overnight yesterday, the man felt that Su Xinghe had simply given up. Although the money had already been transferred to his account, if Dingxing pursued the matter, Su Xinghe would still have to return the money, and also pay a large sum in liquidated damages. Seeing that the man didn't pick it up, Su Xinghe shoved the USB drive into his hand. "Take care. Once a person understands, making money is so easy." He held onto the USB drive until he returned to Hangzhou and handed it to Lin Feng. The man was in a daze. He didn't dare to dream that he could do this, and 100 million yuan would just disappear like that. Lin Feng was also very surprised. Although it was the company's money, it didn't disappear so quickly. However, he was very happy. Since Su Xinghe finished writing it so quickly, it meant that the quality was average, and he would find a way to make Su Xinghe return the money. He could make him pay a large sum of liquidated damages while also cheating him. Back in the office, Lin Feng couldn't wait to plug the USB drive into the computer. He wanted to know what the song that Su Xinghe had written overnight would sound like. But when he heard the intro, he was dumbfounded, and when the lyrics came in, he was completely petrified. The money was really down the drain. Chapter 46, 100 million spent for nothing. After the song finished playing, Lin Feng slumped in his chair. This Su Xinghe is a demon, right? How could he write such a song overnight? Especially Su Xinghe's unique singing style, which gives off an air of the underworld, and the lyrics give a feeling of unattainability and loss. One can't bear to part with it, can't avoid it, can't find it, can't understand it, and the feeling of wanting to be still but the wind won't stop just arises naturally. Why the hell am I crying? Staring at the name of the song on the computer, the difficult sutra, Lin Feng couldn't help but shed tears. It felt like 100 million had been wasted. Hulai was still happily dreaming, but this time, Lin Feng of the head office had intervened, and it was enough to make Su Xinghe drink a pot. If Hulai's methods were bronze, then Lin Feng's methods were king level. There was once an artist who had been in the industry for a long time, but because he didn't listen to Lin Feng ended up giving him the worst assignments every day. He had to wear strange costumes to attend events, and the various looks were also the kind that could shock people to the core while being overcooked on the outside. In the end, the artist was even terminated by the company and didn't get a penny. It is said that he is still in a mental hospital. Hulai thought to himself, this time Su Xinghe should know that there are always people better than you. Lin Feng, on the other hand, looked sad and didn't know whether to release the song or not. If he didn't release it, he wouldn't be able to find fault with Su Xinghe, but if he did, he was afraid that the song would become popular and he would be doing Su Xinghe free publicity. This had already happened to Su Xinghe once. In the end, Lin Feng decided to have Chang Yifei re-sing the song and pass it off as Chang Yifei's own work. After all, no one knew that the song had been bought from Su Xinghe, and Lin Feng didn't want to waste such a good work. When Hulai received Lin Feng's call, he was shocked. What? He wrote it? Hulai couldn't believe his eyes. When he heard Su Xinghe sing the song, he went numb. What kind of demon is this? He can write such a demanding song, and it's so beautiful. But it's not a bad deal. If such a good song is sung by Chang Yifei, it will definitely go viral. If this 100 million can make Chang Yifei popular, it's not a big loss. He can earn it back by attending a few events. When Chang Yifei got the song, he looked troubled. Teacher Hu, do I really need to sing this song? Chang Yifei's tone was very unconvinced. What's wrong? I'm afraid I can't sing it well. The difficulty of this song can be said to be extremely high, and Chang Yifei knows that it will be very difficult for him to interpret the inner essence of the song. You have to sing it even if you can't sing it well. The company spent 100 million yuan to create it especially for you. Hulai even went so far as to say that this song was created especially for Chang Yifei. Hearing this, what could Chang Yifei say? Sing it with a stiff upper lip. However, his style was too different from the song, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not achieve the desired effect. In the end, Hulai had no choice but to choose a version that was barely acceptable for mastering. Remember, this song is written by yourself, and your mother worked hard for countless days and nights to write it. Hulai reminded Cheng Yifei that he hoped the song would have nothing to do with Su Xinghe. And the Dingsheng group did not wait until the National Voice of the People competition, but released the song early and promoted it heavily. Sure enough, people who didn't know about it online praised Cheng Yifei's song as being above par and it received rave reviews. Su Xinghe also saw the news. So this is where I was waiting. I wondered why someone suddenly asked me to write a song. Su Xinghe looked at the Weibo post from Dingsheng group and the whole thing became clear to him. In the past, they accused me of plagiarism, and now you guys are plagiarizing me? How could Su Xinghe tolerate such a thing? When the strange man came to buy the song, Su Xinghe was not on his guard, so he gave him a song from his original soundtrack. He didn't even keep the master tape, and the contract didn't say the name of the song, just some requirements. Also, the contract didn't have any words related to Dingsheng group, so it was hard for Su Xinghe to prove that he wrote the song himself. Brother Su, their Dingsheng group is shameless, isn't it? Lin Xiaoqi stood next to Su Xinghe, and her long, slender legs attracted attention. Xiaoqi, I remember that you have already registered for Weibo, right? Su Xinghe asked Lin Xiaoqi. Yes, I registered after you told me last time, and I also posted some videos of you participating in the program. Now I have almost 1 million followers. After Xiao Ying and Su Xinghe had talked about it last time, Su Xinghe asked Lin Xiaoqi to register one. I never thought that this girl would have run her Weibo account so well. This incident made Su Xinghe even more certain of Lin Xiaoqi's work ability. In a while, you go post a Weibo, posting the version I sang, and also post the manuscript I wrote the song. The only proof that Su Xinghe wrote the song is the manuscript that he almost threw away. Okay, brother Su, I'll go right now. Lin Xiaoqi immediately went to do what Su Xinghe had said. Looking at Lin Xiaoqi's receding back, Su Xinghe felt a burst of fragrance pass in front of him. If there's work to be done, the secretary will do it. If there's nothing to do, find something to do. Don't have any bad thoughts. Although they bought the song, the copyright must be their own. Su Xinghe objected not to the fact that Cheng Yifei sang his song, but to the fact that he even announced that he wrote the song himself. Although you gave 100 million, you cannot deny his labor. Sure enough, once Xinghe Culture's Weibo was released, it set off a huge uproar on the internet. Why did Su Xinghe sing the song too? Did Su Xinghe also sign with Dingsheng Group? Are you stupid upstairs? Obviously, Su Xinghe is here to clarify that he wrote the song. What? Obviously, my brother Yifei sang it first, and Su Xinghe is just trying to get some traffic. I think it must be that Cheng Yifei copied Su Xinghe's song. I don't believe that Cheng Yifei could write such a catchy song. Just because Su Xinghe can write it, does that mean no one else can? Yes, I was the one who said that Su Xinghe copied it. Fans of both sides tore into each other, accusing each other of plagiarism. Lin Feng of Dingsheng Group kept an eye on the news on his phone, and when he saw Su Xinghe post a Weibo, he contacted the army of internet trolls directly. Go to Xinghe Culture's Weibo and post that it's plagiarized. Soon, Xinghe Culture's Weibo was flooded with comments, but they were all comments saying that Su Xinghe had plagiarized it. Lin Xiaoshi stamped her feet in anger as she read the comments. Brother Su, look at these people, they are really bullying people. Su Xinghe was also watching the comments on Weibo on his computer and knew that it was the work of the army of internet trolls. They hired the army of internet trolls, so there was no need to argue with them. The innocent will be clear, and the corrupt will be corrupt. We just need to clarify the facts, and there is no need to argue with them. Chapter 47, Daddy, who do you like? Su Xinghe's eyes swept over Lin Xiaoqi's pair of beautiful legs, and a flame rose in his heart. It seems like inviting her in was not a very good thing to do. Su Xinghe quickly diverted his gaze to avoid those thoughts in his heart. Now Su Xinghe has moved to the Imperial Huafu to live, and in the morning he sends Su Mengyao to Li Tianji's martial arts school to learn. Su Mengyao hasn't learned Taekwondo for several weeks, and the little girl nags about going to learn every day. I'll leave the company to you, I'll go pick up Yo-Yo. Su Xinghe said. Boss, you're leaving everything to me again. Lin Xiaoqi said coquettishly. Xiaoqi, you're still young, you need to study hard, how can young people be lazy? Su Xinghe seriously brainwashed Lin Xiaoqi. I'm not young. Lin Xiaoqi looked down at the ground and blurted out, unable to see her own feet. Air. Su Xinghe looked at Lin Xiaoqi in surprise. Are all secretaries so aware nowadays? But he didn't have any thoughts in that regard. A divorced man with a child, all he could think about now was his daughter. And he also wanted to set a good example for her. Okay, I'll leave it to you. I have to go. Su Xinghe hurriedly left, afraid that he might lose control and do something reckless. After all, he was also a normal man. It seemed that the company's staffing needed to be improved as soon as possible. There were currently too few people in the company, just the three of them, Lin Xiaoqi, and Lin Xiaoqi. As soon as Su Xinghe's car pulled up to the door of Li Tianxi's martial arts school, it attracted a crowd. Whose car is this? It's so cool. If only my boyfriend drove a car like this. The crowd went even crazier when Su Xinghe got out of the car. Wow, it's Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe has been trending online recently, and is almost as popular as a celebrity. How could these people not go crazy when they saw him? A living star. Have you met a dead star? Su Xinghe joked. In his opinion, singing on a show was just his job, and he was no different from anyone else. Wow, he's so handsome. And so gentle. He's practically my dream guy. Some single girls even called out husband on the spot. That's not allowed. My daughter is still here. Su Xinghe waved his hand and said to the girl who was screaming husband like crazy. Zhou Tainan was standing in the corner of the martial arts school. Now he didn't dare to look at Su Xinghe directly, because this man was just too strong. He couldn't beat him in a fight, and he wasn't even as handsome as him. The point was that he wasn't as rich as him yet. Just look at that sports car, he reckoned that he would never be able to afford one even if he kept training for 10 lifetimes. Su Xinghe walked into the martial arts school and just happened to see Zhou Tainan hiding in the corner. What a coincidence! Su Xinghe smiled and greeted him, and he had never let go of what had happened before. But the shadow he had cast over Zhou Tainan was lingering. It was quite a coincidence. Zhou Tainan stammered, not knowing what to say. By now, Su Mengyao had finished her class and ran over to Su Xinghe. Daddy, you're here. Li Tianjin followed behind Su Mengyao, patiently reminding her, Mengyao, slow down, don't fall. After Su Mengyao ran up to Su Xinghe, she threw herself directly into his arms. Daddy, I've missed you. She looked so cute that he couldn't help but kiss her. Daddy, I've missed you too. Li Tianjin stood not far away, smiling as he watched the father and daughter. You seem to have been very busy recently. Li Tianjin walked up to greet Su Xinghe. It's true that I've been busy. I've been busy with the studio and recording the show. But I'll be staying in Shenyang for a while, and Yao Yao will be coming to learn Taekwondo for a few days. Su Xinghe said. For some reason, I feel like Li Tianjin is looking at me differently, but I can't put my finger on it. If it's inconvenient for you to bring Yao Yao, you can let her stay at my place, and it'll be more convenient for me to take her to learn Taekwondo. Li Tianjin lowered his head and gently brushed the hair at the side of his ear. Well, forget it. Yao Yao will feel more at ease if she stays with me. Although Su Mengyao will be a bit tired if she stays with Su Xinghe, she will feel more secure with her father by her side. Su Xinghe knows that Su Mengyao is a child who is extremely insecure. That's good too. Li Tianjin's expression was a bit lost, but it quickly returned to normal. Today's class is over. Yao Yao, when you go back, remember to practice hard. Li Tianjin then performed a taekwondo move, and Su Mengyao followed suit, both of them letting out a ha sound at the same time. Afterwards, the two of them burst out laughing at the same time. The scene was very heartwarming, and Zhou Tainan was very sad. He felt that Li Tianjin and he were growing further apart. Dad, do you think our teacher Li is good looking? Su Mengyao asked Su Xinghe after they left the martial arts school. Very. Dad, can we ask teacher Li to be my mom? There was a screeching sound as the car came to a sudden stop. Su Xinghe looked at Su Mengyao in surprise. What was this girl talking about? She actually wanted to find herself a mom. Su Xinghe pulled over and asked Su Mengyao, Yo-Yo, do you really want a mom? Not really, but all the other kids have one. Su Mengyao looked up at Su Xinghe. Dad, you said that Xiao Ying is also very pretty, and so is teacher Li, and little Qi is also pretty, and so are Tong Tong and Fei Fei. Hearing Su Mengyao say all this, Su Xinghe quickly reached out and made a stop sign. Stop. Are you trying to find a mother for yourself or choose a concubine for Dad? Su Xinghe looked at Su Mengyao speechless. This girl is probably crazy, and she has even chosen one for herself. Dad, don't you like them? I think they are all quite pretty, and they are also very nice, and they are also very nice to me. Su Mengyao looked serious. Yo-yo, do you know what it means to like someone? Su Xinghe didn't think that a child would know what it meant to like someone. Yes, to like someone means that you want to spend time with them every day, and when you are not together, you miss them. Su Mengyao tilted her head and said, I already miss Tong Tong and Fei Fei a little bit, I just like them. Who do you like, Daddy? Su Mengyao suddenly asked Su Xinghe. Daddy likes you. It's different. Of course Daddy likes me, but these sisters are different. I think they all like Daddy. Su Mengyao said matter-of-factly, which made Su Xinghe unable to laugh or cry. Yo-yo, Daddy is friends with these sisters, not in a romantic relationship. Can you understand? In the future, the person who can be Yo-yo's mother must be good to Yo-yo, and also the person Daddy likes. But they are all very nice to me. Su Mengyao was not yet convinced. Of course she didn't understand what a romantic relationship was, she just knew that these older sisters were all very nice to her and had a good relationship with her father. Su Xinghe also did not dwell on this matter. He knew that his child was still too young to understand this matter, and that he would have to tell her slowly in the future. Chapter 48, Dad, let's go. When Lama learned that Su Xinghe had returned to Shin City, he couldn't wait and came to Shin City to find Su Xinghe. President Su, we've been waiting for you like we were waiting for the stars and the moon to appear. When Lama saw Su Xinghe, it was as if he had seen a savior. Lama, what's wrong with you? Why are you in such a hurry to see me? Su Xinghe could probably guess what Lama's situation was. Mr. Su, to be honest, I have no other choice but to come to you for help. Lama sighed and continued, last time I went back from you, the boss of Kook Music scolded me fiercely, saying that I was not doing a good job. Although I didn't buy the copyright of your song, the responsibility is not entirely mine. Su Xinghe listened quietly. Indeed, if the boss did not delegate power to him, how would he dare to agree to a price of 100 million? In fact, it wasn't that I was incompetent, but rather that he had a relative who wanted to join the company, but there was no suitable position for him. Now I just happened to give him that reason. Lama told the whole story. Lama, you can come work for me. The salary and benefits will be the same as before. You will be in charge of the research and development of new music and video players. Don't worry about funding. Just send Xiaoqi a good project report. Hearing Su Xinghe's words, Lama stayed in place. Really? This is what he has been dreaming of. Not only did Su Xinghe promise him a job, but he would also let him continue to develop the player. In fact, this was his favorite work, and doing research and development suited him better than management. But you need to find your own R&D team. I will only provide the funding. Su Xinghe continued. Don't worry, Mr. Su. I'll take care of the team. Some of my old colleagues who used to work with me want to jump ship. The boss of that music app is also pretty stingy. He doesn't pay his employees well and provides no benefits. I bet I could get them to come over just by giving him a call. Lama's mood was very nice at this time. Well, you'll be the team leader of the project research and development department, and you'll be responsible for all matters. Lama stood up excitedly. Don't worry, Mr. Su, I will do my best and make the greatest contribution to the development of the company. He never imagined that in his 40s, he could still enjoy a second spring in his career. By the way, Lama, I still don't know your name. President Su, my name is Ma Chenggong, which means success at the first try. Lama said seriously. Ma Chenggong is a good name. Su Xinghe laughed. Recently, He Jiangwo called Su Xinghe to say that the new program was about to start recording. It would last for 1 month, and the recordings would be broadcast in phases on major online platforms after they were all completed. Su Xinghe took out his phone and looked at the calendar. The recording was due to start tomorrow. Su Xinghe didn't need to worry about the show The Voice of the People much anymore. Xiao Ying had been there the whole time, taking Han Tongtong and Han Feifei with her to practice. Su Xinghe was only responsible for writing songs for them. After the show's format was changed, Su Xinghe rarely performed on stage, and it was mostly Han Tongtong and Han Feifei who did. He Jiangwo's new show was called Daddy, Go Make Some Money. A show about dads taking their kids on trips. Yao Yao, we're going to start recording the show tomorrow. Are you happy? Su Mengyao was sitting on Su Xinghe's lap, watching cartoons on a tablet. I like it. Will there be a lot of other children there, Dad? Su Mengyao puts down the tablet and looks at Su Xinghe. Well, there will be a few children there with you. We'll go traveling to other places, and there will be lots of fun things to do. I'm a little excited. Su Mengyao says with a smile. The first episode of the Let's Go, Dad program was recorded in a mountain village near Beijing. Surrounded by green mountains and clear water, Su Xinghe took Su Mengyao and sat in the program group's bus. There were a total of 5 groups of parents and children from different industries. As soon as they arrived at the recording site, the host said, "Please hand over your toys." The little children were very reluctant. Su Xinghe knelt down and said to Su Mengyao, "Yoyo, we're going to play a game, so we can't take this toy with us. We'll just store it here for now, and give it back to you after the show." Su Mengyao was holding a Hello Kitty doll in her hand. Although she was reluctant to part with it, she finally put it in the basket. The other fathers participating in the program were also persuading their children. One of the older boys obediently put his toys in the basket, while the other 2 younger boys were still crying and their fathers' faces turned a little embarrassed. There was also a girl, about the same age as Su Mengyao, holding a tablet in her arms. Su Mengyao walked over and took the girl's hand, saying, "Little sister, let's play games together, and they will give these back to us in a while." Su Mengyao felt that she should be older and directly called the little girl her sister. But the parent gave Su Mengyao a disgusted look and said, "Who are you? How can you just grab someone's hand?" After saying that, he quickly picked up his daughter and put the tablet in his backpack. "I could have just put it in my bag, there was no need to put it in this basket. Who would pay for the damage if it got broken?" The director and host looked very unhappy. This man is an actor who has appeared in many movies and TV series and is considered a relatively well-known actor in the industry. The program team will store everything uniformly and will not damage anyone's belongings. If anything is accidentally damaged, the program team will also compensate at the original price. Although the host disliked this man a little, he still answered calmly. But the man just would not agree to put the tablet in the basket. The host had no choice but to move on to the next item. Then he said, "Please, parents, put your phones and wallets in the basket. From now on, forget your occupations and identities. From now on, you are just a father. This is the purpose of this program, to remove social labels and just be a father to your child." After the host finished speaking, everyone put their phones, wallets, and other items in the basket. The actor originally didn't want to put them in either, but since several other parents were persuading him, he felt bad about being stubborn and reluctantly handed over his things. Su Xinghe had already taken Su Mengyao into his arms. He had never imagined that such a person would be invited to participate in this program. That uncle was so fierce. Su Mengyao pouted, her expression full of grievance, as if she was about to burst into tears. "Mengyao, there are both good and bad people in this world. We must be careful to protect ourselves, and we must also be careful when making friends." Su Xinghe gently comforted Su Mengyao, while also giving that parent a deep look. Chapter 49, I'll only take one of them. Su Mengyao nodded with a look that seemed to understand but not understand. The 5 groups of families drew lots to choose their own rooms. Next, the parents were asked to take their children back to their accommodation, clean their rooms and prepare dinner. The host continued to announce the rules of the program. Su Xinghe received a map from the program team. First, he and Su Mengyao had to find their accommodation. This is also one of the tasks arranged by the program team. Walking on the stone slab road in the village, Su Mengyao took Su Xinghe's big hand, skipping and jumping like a little elf, humming the song Su Xinghe taught her. "Daddy, it's so beautiful here." Su Mengyao is like a curious baby, looking here and there for a while, and she wants to interact with the lambs kept by the farmers' families. Su Xinghe is also happy to let Su Mengyao see more of these things. The 2 of them stop and go for half an hour before they reach their accommodation. However, they were dumbfounded when they saw the accommodation. The program team rented a house from a farmer's family in the village, and the one that Su Xinghe drew was a very dilapidated one. Walking into the low door, it was dark inside, but fortunately the room was still clean. "Dad, are we going to live here?" Although Su Mengyao had always rented a house with her father before, the living conditions had never been so bad. "Yes, we are going to live here today." The first episode lasts for 3 days and 2 nights, which means Su Xinghe will be staying here with Su Mengyao for 2 nights. "Daddy, it's so dark here. I'm a little scared." Su Mengyao clings tightly to the corner of Su Xinghe's shirt, and it's clear that she is really scared. "Don't be afraid, I'm here. Daddy will protect you." Su Xinghe crouches down to comfort Su Mengyao. Come on, sweetheart. The two of us will clean this place together, Su Xinghe said with a smile. Su Xinghe then found the tools and cleaned the room. This was actually very easy for Su Xinghe, as he had done this before. Su Xinghe cleaned the inside and outside of the room, and also cleaned the kitchen while he was at it. After all, they would have to cook their own meals here, and cleanliness was of the utmost importance. At this time, the mission from the production team was also issued. The first task requires 5 children to complete. The program team has placed the ingredients at different locations in the village. The 5 children need to go according to the map and retrieve the ingredients. Parents are not allowed to accompany them in this process, which tests the courage and boldness of the children. It's not dark yet, and there will be photographers following the whole process, so there is no danger. After receiving the task, Su Xinghe said to Su Mengyao, Mengyao, you will hold this map and follow the directions to find our food tonight. You must be careful to protect yourself, okay? The only thing Su Xinghe was worried about was Su Mengyao falling over. After all, she was only 3 years old. Don't worry, Dad. I will definitely complete the task super quickly, and I will bring back lots and lots of food. Su Mengyao made a fist with her small hands, as if she had made up her mind. Yes, Dad believes in you. Go for it, sweetheart. Su Xinghe also cheered for Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao set off soon after. In this strange village, the little one was scared, but she tried her best to suppress her fear and followed the direction of the map. Several other cute kids had also set off, all following their own maps to the places where the show's production team had hidden the ingredients. When she reached a fork in the road, Su Mengyao was a little confused and stood at the intersection for a long time, hesitating. At that moment, an old local man happened to walk by. Su Mengyao ran up to him and asked, "Excuse me, do you know how to get to the place here?" The old man, who had been asked for directions, was very kind and polite, and was happy to help her. He took Su Mengyao's map and looked at it for a while, and said, "You need to go to the intersection to the east, and you will get there soon." With the help of the passerby, Su Mengyao quickly found the room where the ingredients were hidden. The other cute kids had not yet arrived, and Su Mengyao was the first to arrive. The rule of the game is that the first person to arrive can have priority in choosing the ingredients, and they can take as much as they want, so the person who arrives last may not get anything. Su Mengyao was very excited at the sight of the large pile of ingredients. She picked a lot of her favorite ingredients from it and filled a basket with them. She was having a hard time carrying it herself. As she tottered to the door, Su Mengyao turned back. The photographer was also puzzled. Could it be that this little girl was still not satisfied after taking so much and wanted to take even more? But what Su Mengyao did next made the photographer feel ashamed. Su Mengyao took out all the ingredients in her basket, then carefully divided them equally into 5 portions, and finally took only one of them with her. She left some of the ingredients she liked very much behind, leaving some for the other children. The photographer was dumbfounded by this. This child is really very caring, and you can tell from this action that Su Mengyao's father often teaches her. A person's upbringing is reflected in every little detail of life. The second child also felt that he should take one of the ingredients when he arrived, but when the third child arrived, something changed. The third child was the actress's daughter, Wu Xiao, who picked out all the ingredients she liked from the remaining 3 and left behind all the ones she didn't like. The photographer who followed the scene felt a bit speechless, but the photographer could not intervene, which was also the intention of the program team, which was to see what the children would do when dealing with certain things. The 2 other children who came later could only take the remaining ingredients back, but they didn't know that these were the ones that had been selected. Su Mengyao returned to her temporary home, and Su Xinghe was standing in the doorway waiting for his daughter. Seeing Su Mengyao carrying a basket full of ingredients, Su Xinghe hurried over to help Su Mengyao carry the basket. Did Yodo give some ingredients to the other kids? Seeing Yodo carrying so many ingredients back, Su Xinghe was worried that she had brought all of them back. I left some. I divided the ingredients into 5 portions, and I only took one of them, so that each child can get the same amount of ingredients. Yo-Yo said with a smile, as if she had done something very remarkable. The photographer nodded next to her, indicating that what Yo-Yo said was true. In the photographer's eyes, Su Mengyao really did something remarkable. It's not surprising for an adult to do something like this, but for a 3-year-old to be able to consider the feelings of others in this way can be said to be very well bred. Yo-Yo is awesome. Su Xinghe kissed Su Mengyao's face and continued, Daddy will make you something delicious. After saying this, he walked into the room with the ingredients in one hand and Su Mengyao in the other. Chapter 50, Cooking Competition. The second task for the program crew was for the fathers to cook their own meals. Each parent then took the finished dish to the location specified by the program crew. The 5 groups of fathers and cute children had dinner together, and the 5 cute children selected the best tasting dish. This task mainly tested the fathers' cooking skills. The 5 fathers who came to participate in the program included actors, race car drivers, singers, pianists, and Su Xinghe. They are usually busy with work, and cooking for them has become a tricky task. But for Su Xinghe, this is a piece of cake. Although the kitchen here is simple and the condiments are pitifully few, they are no problem for Su Xinghe. Yo-Yo is playing here by herself, while Daddy is going to cook. Su Xinghe puts Su Mengyao in the room and goes to the kitchen alone. Su Mengyao had brought back a lot of ingredients, both vegetables and meat. Su Xinghe cleaned the vegetables separately, then started the pan and heated the oil. Su Xinghe's cooking skills were now at the master level, similar to those of a Michelin 5-star chef. In no time at all, Su Xinghe had finished cooking the dish. The simple ingredients seemed to be magically transformed in his hands, and the photographer filming nearby couldn't help but salivate. "Mr. Su, your food smells so good. If it's convenient, stay and eat with us later." Su Xinghe smiled and spoke to the photographer. "I don't stand a chance, how can I eat with you while recording the show?" The photographer showed a helpless expression, and the reluctance in his eyes fell into Su Xinghe's eyes. "Then I'll have the opportunity to cook for you all and let everyone taste it." Su Xinghe was still smiling, and this kind of mood made people feel very comfortable. Perhaps only parents with such a stable emotional state can teach children with such a stable emotional state like Su Mengyao. Su Xinghe carried the prepared meal to the location designated by the program crew. It was also a courtyard, not very big, with a grape trellis in the middle. The dining table was set up under the trellis, and the scene design was quite warm. Su Xinghe placed the dishes on the table, but since the other parents hadn't finished preparing their dishes yet, the program temporarily stored Su Xinghe's in an incubator. With nothing to do, Su Xinghe wanted to take Su Mengyao to visit the temporary homes of the other cute kids. The closest to this courtyard was Shihao's home. Shihao is a racing driver who has participated in many international competitions and won many awards. He brought his son Shi to this program to spend time with him. Shi is the older boy, about 5 or 6 years old. When Su Xinghe walked in, he saw Shihao and Shi, 2 older boys, about 5 or 6 years old, fumbling to add water to the pot, which was on the fire. The more they added water, the fiercer the fire became. This can't be allowed to happen. Su Xinghe was quick-witted and grabbed the lid next to him and placed it directly on the pot. The fire instantly disappeared, leaving only billowing smoke. The water in Shihao's hands couldn't be contained and all of it poured over Su Xinghe's body. "Oops, I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Shihao apologized repeatedly. "It's okay. What happened? How did you almost burn the house down cooking?" Shihao scratched his head a little embarrassed and said, "Hey, I'm a roughneck, where would I know how to cook? Usually it's the mother of the child who does it, and today is the first time I've cooked. I don't know why the oil in the pan suddenly caught fire. We were just trying to put out the fire. If you hadn't come in time, we would have burned the house down." The stone next to him was also full of shame, and he kept touching his head awkwardly. Su Mengyao walked up to the stone, held out her small hand, and helped the stone wipe the dust off his face, saying, "Younger brother, don't be afraid. The fire is already out." Su Mengyao's actions made the originally somewhat awkward stone relax. "I'm not nervous, I'm worried that I won't have dinner tonight." He finished and laughed. He looked honest and cute. "Indeed, I'm afraid the 2 of us won't have anything to eat tonight," Shihao said, looking at the kitchen that was in a mess because of him. Su Xinghe looked at the kitchen and realized that it was really not suitable for cooking anymore, but the ingredients were still there. "In that case, why don't you bring the ingredients to my place and I'll help you cook?" Hearing Su Xinghe's words, Shihao was extremely surprised. "Really? That's not very good." "It's okay, uncle. My dad cooks really well," Su Mengyao said proudly. "But the production team told us parents to cook." It turned out that Shihao was worried about the production team. The production team did not say that they could not ask for help. Su Xinghe gave a sly smile. "Seems like it." Shihao reacted only then. Su Xinghe and Shihao took all the ingredients to Su Xinghe's room, while Su Mengyao and Shi played in the courtyard. Shihao stood next to Su Xinghe, originally intending to help, but then he realized that he seemed to be a bit superfluous. "What's your name, little brother?" Su Mengyao asked in a babyish voice. "My name is Shirtu, the strong kind." Shirtu finished and raised his arm, bulging his muscles high. It turns out that men will always show off in front of women, and boys are no exception. "Wow, Brother Stone is so awesome." In the midst of Su Mengyao's cheers, Stone lost himself. And soon Su Xinghe had finished cooking. Stone carried the dishes and walked out behind Su Xinghe. "Babies, let's go have dinner." Hearing Su Xinghe's words, Su Mengyao and Stone both excitedly gathered around. In particular, Shihao, smelling the aroma of the food, almost drooled directly. "Uncle, your dish smells so good. It's even better than what my mom makes." "Then you have to eat more later." Shihao carried the dishes, and Su Xinghe led the two children to the courtyard where the dining table was placed. At this time, several other parents also came over one after the other. Everyone had made 3 dishes, which were placed on the table. Wu Xiaoxiao's father, Wu Liang, saw Su Xinghe walking with Shihao and said in a strange tone, "You two made 1 dish, but we all did it independently." He thought that Su Xinghe was just taking advantage of Shihao's dish. Shihao's ears turned red when he heard Wu Liang's words, but fortunately it was dark and not easy to see. After everyone had sat down, each parent arranged their dishes. Wu Liang and the 2 fathers had made the most ordinary home-cooked dishes, while the dish Shihao served was full of color, fragrance and taste, and the plate was also very attractive. "Oh, I can't tell. Shihao also has this skill." Before the program was recorded, several parents had met each other, but they didn't really care about Su Xinghe, a newcomer who had just debuted. Only Shihao occasionally chatted with Su Xinghe, so Su Xinghe went to find Shihao. "Ah, this isn't me. Old Stone, you usually don't show off your talents, and I never imagined you had such a good skill." Guan Xian interrupted Shihao directly. Although Guan Xian is a singer, he also likes to race cars in his spare time, and is quite well known in the domestic racing circle. He has had contact with Shihao a few times before. Chapter 51, I know a little bit about it. "This wasn't made by my father, it was made by Uncle Su Xinghe." Shihao spoke directly from the side. "Su what? Su Xinghe made it?" Guan Xian looked at Su Xinghe in surprise, but Su Xinghe didn't show any expression changes. "Are you kidding me? He doesn't even cook, so how could he possibly help you?" Wu Liang also didn't believe that Su Xinghe had made it. After all, Su Xinghe had come empty-handed, and there were no dishes of his on the table. Only Zhang Qian didn't say a word, just silently watching it all. And in front of Zhang Qian were only a few plates of cold dishes. The pianist's hands were all very precious, how could they get dirty with the smoke and fire? Cutting cold dishes was already his biggest limit. Mr. Su's dishes were brought over a long time ago, but they were temporarily kept in an incubator for fear that they would get cold. Host Li Tao awkwardly spoke up. Because he also forgot that Su Xinghe's dish was still in the incubator. "What?" The host's words were like slapping Wu Liang and Guan Xian in the face. At this time, the staff of the program group served Su Xinghe's dish, which was exquisitely arranged like the one Shihao brought over, with all the colors, aromas, and flavors. Seeing these 2 dishes of similar quality, everyone was incredulous. This was indeed cooked by Mr. Su. "I can't cook, and I almost burnt the kitchen down. It was Su Xinghe who helped me," Shihao said. Even the main character said so, what else could the others refute? Good looking doesn't necessarily mean delicious. Although ours doesn't look good, it tastes delicious. Wu Liang found a way out for himself. The best way to deal with this situation was to remain silent. Guan Xian was smarter and just sat there quietly. Everyone's dishes had been served, and it was finally time for dinner. The little kids couldn't wait any longer and were already salivating. Shirtu was even eating mindlessly from a big bowl he found somewhere. Su Mengyao sat next to Shirtu, chewing slowly and carefully. The 2 kids formed a stark contrast. The other 3 cute kids were also enjoying their food, but you could tell which dishes were good and which were not from the amount left on the table. Zhang Qian had only taken 2 bites of the appetizer in front of him, and no one else had touched it since. Wu Liang and Guan Xian had also only eaten the food in front of them, while the food in front of Shihao and Su Xinghe was almost gone. The adults couldn't bring themselves to eat the food made by Su Xinghe, but the children didn't care about that. They just ate whatever tasted good, no matter who made it. Zheng Xian stopped after just a few bites and sat down, waiting for his son Zheng Kai. Guan Xin kept pulling her son Guanyi's sleeve from time to time, signaling him to eat more of the food she had made. Dad, why are you always pulling me? Guan Xin smiled awkwardly and said, Son, you should eat some of the food I cooked too. It's just that your cooking is terrible, and Uncle Su Xingha's is delicious. Guanyi didn't spare his father's face at all, and Wu Liang and Zheng Qian next to him couldn't help but laugh. This kid is really straightforward. Little brat, you shouldn't have spared your father's face. Guan Xin whispered. Dad, don't worry about your bad cooking, we have to accept our losses if we make a bet. Guanyi patted Guan Xin on the shoulder and said in a condescending tone. You. Guan Xin was speechless at her son Guanyi's words. Su Xingha also felt that this father and son were interesting. Little brother, do you also think that my father's cooking is delicious? Then you should eat more. Su Mengyao looked at Guanyi innocently, because he liked his father's cooking, so she thought this little brother was a good person. Only Wu Xiaoxiao took the chopsticks and poked back and forth on the dish, picking the dishes she liked to eat, and the ones she didn't like she just poked aside. Wu Liang, who was sitting nearby watching, didn't stop her either, just pretending not to see. The performances of the cute children at the table were all filmed by the photographer, and everyone's performance here will be broadcast on TV. After dinner, the results of the competition were also announced. Su Xingha won first place without a doubt. Shihao didn't cook, but Su Xingha helped him, so Shihao won second place, Wu Liang third place, Guan Xian fourth place, and Zhang Qian won last place. When she heard this ranking, Zhang Kai looked at her father with some resentment. Seeing this, Zhang Qian said, a gentleman stays away from the kitchen. A man should do what a man should do. How can he stay in the kitchen every day like a woman? Besides, Dad is a pianist. These hands were made for art and must never be stained with the smell of smoke. After saying this, he held up his hands and admired them carefully, as if they were works of art. His words were so arrogant that the few fathers present all sneered at him. I don't think you can play a moving melody with hands that don't have a touch of the common touch. Su Xingha said lightly. No artist in this world is aloof from the common touch. If they really were aloof from the common touch, how would they have human emotions? An artwork without emotions, no matter how perfect, is just an object. Emotions are the pinnacle of art. What do you know? Can you play the piano? I guess you don't even know how to put your fingers on the keys. Hearing Su Xingha's words, Zheng Qian became a little angry. In his opinion, art should not be defiled, and he has been pursuing the most perfect art all his life. I know a little bit. Su Xingha said with a smile. A little bit? If you really know how to play, show us. Zheng Qian's face was cold. The piano is so sacred, how could Su Xingha, who doesn't look like an artist at all, play the piano? There is no piano here, maybe some other time. I think you are afraid to try, so you are making an excuse. I have a piano at home, said a timid middle-aged woman who was watching the scene. You really do? Zheng Qian walked excitedly to the woman. Yes, it belongs to my daughter. She used to learn. The woman was shocked by Zheng Qian. Just so happens, Su Xingha, do you dare to play a song for everyone? The people around them were also urging Su Xingha to perform. The program team also felt that this incident had just added interest to the program, so they also hoped that Su Xingha would perform. He Jiangwo knew that Su Xingha was very good at singing, but he had never heard that Su Xingha could play the piano, and he didn't know if he really could. Okay then. Since everyone is in such a good mood, I don't want to dampen their spirits. Subsequently, the program team followed the middle-aged woman back to her home, and sure enough, there was a piano in the living room. Humph. I'll see how you end this. Zheng Qian looked at Su Xingha proudly. He couldn't say anything else, but when it came to pianos, he dared say that he was second to none. Su Xingha sat in front of the piano, gently stroked the keys with both hands, and slowly closed his eyes. This was a feeling that had nothing to do with time or space. For a moment, it was as if there was only him and the piano in front of him. Chapter 52, in the end, he let him install it. And it looked quite convincing. Zheng Qian looked at Su Xingha with disdain. No one else was optimistic about Su Xingha either. At most, they felt that he could only play a little, but compared to pianists, he was definitely a novice. When the sound of the piano started, the originally noisy room became silent. The brisk and gentle music flowed from Su Xingha's fingertips, as if he were in the warm spring breeze, with the warm sunshine on his face, very pleasant and comfortable. It was just a song called to Alice, and anyone who had learned to play the piano would be able to play it. After the song, the entire audience applauded for Su Xinghe, but Zheng Qian didn't care. With such a big mouth, why don't you play a song? The photographer for the program crew muttered, everyone's performance is in their eyes. Regardless of whether Su Xinghe played this piece well or not, his calm and indifferent temperament alone was enough to outshine this so-called piano artist. I only play the piano in high-class concert halls, not in this dirty little place. The woman who had invited the program crew to her home turned pale when she heard this. She had invited everyone here out of goodwill, and this person had the nerve to call it a dirty place. After finishing the song, Su Xinghe did not stop, but directly picked Su Mengyao up in his arms and whispered a few words in her ear. The voice was very small, and no one knew what Su Xinghe had said. After listening to Su Xinghe's words, Su Mengyao reached out and started pressing the keys of the piano randomly. Su Xinghe then followed the rhythm of Su Mengyao and played along, which stunned everyone. Is this wedding in a dream? Someone who knew the piano song suddenly said. This Wedding in a Dream is also an internationally famous piano song, and Su Xinghe played it in such a way. You have to know that it may not be difficult to play this song, but playing it with a child who doesn't know how to play the piano is not just a matter of skill. Zheng Qian was also shocked and unable to speak. He thought that no one could match him on the piano, but he could not play in the same way as Su Xinghe. Is this called just a little bit? If this is considered just a little bit, then what is one's own? Is it just the tip of the iceberg? In Su Xinghe's piano sound, there is not only a beautiful melody, but also his love for his daughter. It is as if he is preparing a wedding for his daughter. The kind of lingering feelings in a father's heart and the hope that his daughter will be happy are all in this piano sound. Art is only a vehicle for emotions, and emotions are the soul of art. When the song ended, Su Xinghe held his head high, and a tear rolled down the corner of his eye. He could not calm his emotions for a long time. Dad! Su Mengyao looked up just in time to see the tear roll down Su Xinghe's eye. Su Mengyao reached out her soft little hand and gently wiped it away for Su Xinghe. This cry of dad brought Su Xinghe back to the real world. The people surrounding him were all moved by this scene. This is a true artist. I was also moved by his intense emotions. Damn, listening to his music is a bit of a waste of time. He Jiangwo was also in the crowd, and he pulled up his sleeve and wiped his eyes. I miss my daughter so much. The middle-aged woman was already in tears at this point. Su Xinghe's music made her think of the scene of her future daughter marrying someone else, and she was extremely reluctant in her heart. Can you play such a tune? Wu Liang looked at Zheng Qian with some mockery. I can't play it. At this moment, Zheng Qian no longer had the arrogance and haughtiness he had at the beginning. He admitted that Su Xinghe did play very well. Judging from the technique alone, he could not have played the perfect tune without interference. And Su Xinghe not only did it, but also managed to incorporate his emotions into the tune. Trivial skill. Su Xinghe has completely stepped out of that kind of reluctant emotion, and he is as carefree as a celestial being exiled to the world, untainted by the mud. This is the kind of artist who lives above the world. Without comparison, there is no harm. Zheng Qian standing in front of Su Xinghe is like a clown. He flaunts his identity as an artist all the time, but he doesn't know that he has already deviated from the right track. He is just a pseudo-artist living in his own world. This is just a show, so please don't take it personally. Hearing the comments and derogatory remarks about Zheng Qian from those around him, Su Xinghe spoke his mind. It was better not to say anything, but this sentence was like a knife, stabbing Zheng Qian straight in the heart. Not only did he have a poorer understanding of art than Su Xinghe, but he was also a far cry from him in terms of character. Seeing that the situation was a bit awkward, the host Li Tao came out and said, "Okay, that's the end of today's after-dinner entertainment. Please take your children home with you, fathers, because tomorrow there will be even more demanding tasks." As expected of a gold medal host, he can freely control the show in any situation. Hearing the host's words, everyone dispersed. As for this performance, everyone will only remember Su Xinghe's outstanding performance in the future, and will not remember Zheng Qian's various difficulties. However, the knot in Zheng Qian's heart will never be smoothed over. Dad, I feel like you're not happy. On the way home, Zhang Kai asked Zheng Qian carefully. Dad's heart is broken. Zheng Qian looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Dad, I told you it was nothing, but you didn't believe me. Zheng Qian looked down at his son and suddenly felt a sense of deep regret. Why hadn't he thrown him against the wall back then? Why are you looking at me like that, Dad? Zheng Kai saw a murderous gleam in his father's eyes. I'm considering whether to slap the soles of your feet in your face. Hearing Zhang Qian's words, Zheng Kai took off running. He shouted as he ran, I'm going to call Grandpa, and if you hit my grandpa, I'll hit you back. You won't get away with this. Zhang Qian yelled at Zhang Kai's back. Su Xinghe and Shi Hao walked together towards their place. They lived close to each other. Thank you today. Shi Hao sincerely thanked Su Xinghe. It was just a small favor, don't mention it. The two of them chatted as they walked. Yoyo's sister is so happy. Your dad is so handsome, cooks delicious food, and plays the piano. Shi Hao was very envious. Of course. My dad can do all these things, and he can sing and do martial arts and drive a racing car. When he heard that he could drive a racing car, Shi Hao became interested. Brother Su also plays racing cars? A little. Su Xinghe said he could do a little, but Shi Hao didn't really think he could just do a little, because he also said he could play the piano a little, and as a result, he almost broke the pianist Zhang Qian's defenses. I don't have any other strengths, but I'm okay at driving. If Brother Su likes to play, you can go with me someday, and I'll pay for the expenses. Shi Hao meant well, wanting to repay Su Xinghe for his help today. I'll definitely go with Brother Shi someday if I get the chance. Su Xinghe smiled. Chapter 53, Breakfast. When they returned to their room that night, the children were a little uncomfortable. Wu Xiaoxiao snuggled up to Wu Liang's neck and said coquettishly, Daddy, I want to go home. I don't want to sleep here. The house Wu Liang had drawn was a bit simple. Baby, we're participating in a program, so we have to stay here. We can go home the day after tomorrow. Wu Xiaoxiao sat in the corner, dejected, and cried alone. Wu Liang didn't know how to comfort her. This situation was also happening in other families. The best housing conditions turned out to be the ones that Shi Hao drew, with a separate bathroom in the room. Su Xinghe and Su Mengyao returned home, and Su Mengyao was also reluctant to stay here. Dad, are we going to sleep here? Yes, sweetheart, we're going to sleep here for 2 nights. Su Xinghe knelt on the ground and gently helped Su Mengyao take off her shoes, patiently answering Su Mengyao's questions. But it's uncomfortable to sleep here. Su Mengyao looked around the room. There was nowhere to take a bath, there was no soft bed, and even her beloved doll had been taken away by the production team. Daddy, I want my Hello Kitty. Sweetheart, you've grown up now, you have to learn to sleep on your own. When we get home, Hello Kitty will be returned to you. Okay. Su Mengyao pouted, she really wanted it, but she held back and decided to obey the rules of the production team. Dad, I haven't had a bath yet. Su Mengyao prepared to change into her pajamas by herself. That's a problem. Su Xinghe also felt that he should take Su Mengyao to a place to take a bath before going to sleep. When they went to Shi Hao's house before, they saw a bathroom where they could take a bath. Mengyao, shall I take you to Brother Shi's house to take a bath? Su Xinghe picked Su Mengyao up. Okay. Su Mengyao nodded. Su Xinghe put a jacket on Su Mengyao and the two of them walked towards Shi Hao's house together. Fortunately, they had walked past it during the day, otherwise it would have been easy to get lost at night. After wandering around the village for a while, Su Xinghe knocked on Shi Hao's door. Hello, Uncle Shi. In the room, Shi was changing into his pajamas and heard Su Mengyao's voice, so he quickly hid himself under the covers. Don't come in! Shi shouted. But he was too late, as Su Xinghe had already walked in, carrying Su Mengyao. Stone hid under the covers, leaving only his little head showing. Sister Yao Yao, can you wait a moment? I haven't finished getting changed yet, he said. Su Xinghe and Shi Hao both burst out laughing when they heard him. Su Mengyao didn't understand, and said curiously, then just change by yourself. I always change by myself. Su Xinghe took Su Mengyao outside and whispered to her, Brother Shi is a boy, and you are a girl. A boy changing his clothes should not be seen by a girl, and a girl changing her clothes should not be seen by a boy. This is private. Do you remember? Su Mengyao nodded confusedly and said, so when Yoyo changes her clothes, Dad is not allowed to watch, right? That's right. Dad is also a boy. Su Xinghe nodded with a smile. Su Mengyao is a very smart child, and she can learn anything quickly. I remember, Dad. Not long after waiting, Shi Tu said from inside, Uncle, you and little sister Mengyao can come in. Shi Tu was relatively old, so he was also very polite. When Su Xinghe came in again, Su had already changed into his pajamas and was sitting obediently on the bed. "Brother Su, is there something the matter with you coming over so late?" Su asked. "Today, I saw that you have a bathroom at home, so I wanted to bring Yao over to take a bath, but I don't have one there." Upon hearing Su Xingha's words, Su readily agreed and volunteered to help Su Mengyao adjust the water heater. Su Xingha took Su Mengyao to the bathroom door, carefully reminding her to be safe and help her close the door. "Your Yao is really amazing, she can bathe by herself at such a young age. Unlike our stone, who is so big but still needs me to wash him." Hearing Shi pick up his own short, Shi loudly protested. "Dad, don't say it." He said this and directly threw himself into Shi's arms, reaching out to cover Shi's mouth and manually turn off the microphone. Seeing this, Su Xingha also burst out laughing. This is how this father and son get along. Shi does not use his position as a father to discipline his child. The two are like friends, but also respect each other. Okay, Dad won't say it." And Shi really stopped talking about helping Shi take a bath. When Su Mengyao came out after her bath, Su Xingha helped her to dry her hair, as it was still a little cool at night and he didn't want her to catch a cold. Afterwards, Su Xingha rinsed himself off briefly before saying goodbye to Shi and his son and returning to his own house. Now that she was clean, she could go to bed. Su Xingha put Su Mengyao in bed and wanted to kiss her on the cheek. "Oh, Dad, I just took a shower, don't kiss me." Su Mengyao ran away in disgust, then hid under the covers and giggled. Su Xingha pretended to lift her out of bed, and Su Mengyao held onto the covers tightly. The two played around for a while, and Su Mengyao grew sleepy. Su Xingha patted her back and coaxed her to sleep. It had been a long time since he had cuddled Su Mengyao, who slept with her doll every night. Su Mengyao had just fallen asleep when the production team delivered another task. Tomorrow morning, the fathers would go to the village committee courtyard to collect breakfast. There was a limited amount of breakfast, and if they arrived late, they might not get any. Each father received a task from the production team. But this was not a difficult task for Su Xingha, as he was already used to getting up at 6 a.m. every morning. There was no word exchanged throughout the night, and the crowing of roosters in the early morning summoned the sun. Su Xingha had already got up and finished washing up, while Su Mengyao was still lying in bed and hadn't got up. A light mist shrouded the village in the early morning, with plumes of smoke rising from each house. The sound of a few roosters crowing, a few dogs barking, and the clanging of farm women busily cooking all told people that a new day had begun. Su Xingha gently closed the door and went to the courtyard of the village committee to get breakfast. Several other parents were also there, some already up and about, while others were still in bed, sleeping with their children. Everyone had different habits. When he arrived in the courtyard of the village committee, Su Xingha was a little confused. Why was the courtyard so empty? He didn't see any breakfast or the people from the production team. Did I come to the wrong place? Su Xingha couldn't help but doubt himself, but after confirming that he had arrived in the courtyard of the village committee. Just as he was wondering, the program crew arrived with breakfast. It turned out that Su Xingha had arrived too early, and the program crew's breakfast was not yet ready. "You're here too early." He Jiangwo smiled and greeted Su Xingha. "The early bird catches the worm." Su Xingha also smiled and replied. The program crew's breakfast was very generous. Su Xingha took 2 bowls, filled them with millet porridge, took 2 eggs, and loaded up some other side dishes. When Su Xingha walked to the door of the village committee, he saw Zheng Qian walking towards him. This guy also got up early. Not only did he get up early, but his son Zhang Kai also came with him. He was probably the only kid who could get up this early. Since Su Mengyao was still sleeping at home, Su Xingha simply nodded to say hello and then hurried back home. Chapter 54 Learning to Sing. When she returned home, Su Mengyao was rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Dad. I'm here, baby." Su Xingha placed the still steaming breakfast on the table and came to the bed to help Su Mengyao get dressed. After getting dressed, let's go wash our hands and eat breakfast. Su Xingha has been busy at work recently, so he has spent less time taking care of Su Mengyao. Participating in this program is a rare opportunity for him to spend time with her. So Su Xingha is especially attentive, hoping to spend as much time with Su Mengyao as possible during this period of time. "Daddy, what are we having for breakfast?" Su Mengyao thought that Su Xingha had made the breakfast. "Today we are having breakfast prepared by the program crew. After we finish eating, we are going to participate in a game." The program team had already placed the task cards at the door of each family, and Su Xingha happened to see them when he returned. The new task was to teach Menghua to learn to sing the designated song. Okay, then I need to eat a lot. Su Mengyao quickly washed her little hands and then obediently sat down at the table. Dad, this breakfast isn't as delicious as the one you made. After taking a sip of millet porridge, Su Mengyao ate an egg. I know that you like meat, but you shouldn't eat too much of it for breakfast, because it's not good for your health. But Dad, your breakfast isn't greasy either. Su Xinghe prepares milk, eggs, vegetables and sandwiches for Su Mengyao every day, all of which are made by Su Xinghe himself, so of course the taste is extraordinary. When we get home, Dad will cook for you, but for now we have to finish eating, and we shouldn't waste food. I know, Dad, I'll finish eating everything. The two of them have already finished breakfast, but Guan Xian and Guani, father and son, have not yet got up. Dad, are you sure we should lie down for a while longer? Guani asked, lying in Guan Xian's arms. Well, let's sleep for a while longer. But I heard that there is only a limited amount of breakfast, and if we go late, there won't be any left. Guani patted his stomach, following his father's example, and going hungry 9 times out of 10. They won't get up this early. After a long while, Guan Xian got up only after being urged by his son. When the two of them walked to the village committee compound, there was only a little millet porridge and 1 egg left for breakfast. Dad, we seem to be late. Guani said, looking at the messy breakfast. It's not late. We still have some left. You shouldn't eat too much for breakfast, so you can have the congee and Dad can have the egg. Without waiting for her son's consent, Guan Xian peeled the egg and put it in her mouth. Dad. Guani protested loudly, but it didn't affect Guan Xian's speed at all. Seeing Guan Xian's indifferent expression, Guani rolled his eyes and said, You really are my real dad. Guani had no choice but to drink a little millet porridge, which was the only remaining breakfast. After breakfast, the parents are supposed to teach their children to sing. The song the program team gave them was Walking on the Country Road. When they received the task, Guan Xian felt that she must be in control, because she is a singer and Guani also likes to sing and has a certain talent for it. Zheng Xian is a pianist and Wu Liang is an actor, so they can sing a little. The only 2 people who can't sing are Shi Hao and Shi Tu, who are lying on the bed as if nothing had happened. The song was being played on the village radio over and over again. Su Xinghe sat in front of the door, helping Su Mengyao brush her hair, humming the song casually. Su Mengyao hummed along with him. Although Su Xinghe didn't deliberately teach Su Mengyao to sing, Su Mengyao had been learning to sing with Han Tongtong and Han Feifei, so she quickly learned the song. Daddy, do you think I sing well? Su Xinghe ties Su Mengyao's hair into a bun, and a few wisps of hair flutter in the wind and sunlight, making Su Mengyao look like a little angel. It's beautiful. It's even better than Daddy's singing. Encouragement is the approach Su Xinghe most often uses with his daughter, and this is where he differs from many parents. Very often, children need encouragement from their parents. Hee, Daddy, I want to go and play with Brother Shi. Although it was only the first day, Su Mengyao and Shi Hao had already become good friends. Shi Hao was very understanding and took good care of Su Mengyao. Great. Then Daddy will go with you to find Brother Shi Hao. Su Xinghe stood up, closed the door, and led Su Mengyao toward Shi Hao's house. The 2 families lived not far from each other, and on the way there, they met an old man herding goats. The goats bleated, and Su Mengyao, curious, followed suit, her cute appearance making Su Xinghe unable to hold back his laughter. When they arrived at Shi Hao's house, they saw the father and son lounging around on the bed. Brother Shi, why aren't you practicing your singing? Su Mengyao exclaimed. I don't like singing. Shi Hao lazily replied. I can't sing. Shi Hao got up from the bed and found a stool for Su Xinghe and Su Mengyao to sit on. This father and son pair had a good attitude, completely treating this program as a vacation, and they didn't care at all whether they could complete the task or not. But there will be a punishment if the task is not completed. Su Mengyao was very concerned about Shi Tao. Brother Shi, how about I teach you? Su Mengyao climbed next to Shi Tao. Shi Tao hesitated for a moment and said, Okay then. The 2 little cute kids went to the courtyard. Shi Hao moved 2 stools over, and Su Mengyao sang a line, and Shi Hao followed and learned a line. Su Xinghe sat aside and chatted with Shi Hao. The 2 hours passed quickly, and the 5 families came to the location specified by the program team to compete. How is everyone learning? Host Li Tao asked. We've learned it. The 5 little cute kids said in unison. Then you'll have to perform next. The 5 cute kids were all eager to try, and even Shi Tu looked excited. Guan Xan said with a carefree air, our Guani will definitely come in first, after all, his father is a singer. Wu Liang, not far away, snorted at Guan Xan's words. Who says that the child of a singer must be able to sing well? My daughter is the one with the best chance of winning first place. Zheng Kai was not to be outdone. I've learned it very well. I've learned it very well too. Su Mengyao also said in a baby voice. Very well, since everyone is ready, the competition will begin. Which child would like to go first? Just so you know, the result of your competition will determine the ingredients for your lunch. After Li Tao finished speaking, all the cute children scrambled to be the first one to go on stage. In the end, the order of appearance was decided by drawing lots. All 5 children sang, and it was clear that each one had tried their best. They all sang very well, with their innocent and pure voices, and everyone had a great time. In the end, the host Li Tao did not rank the children, because no ranking would be appropriate. The ingredients for lunch could only be divided equally among the 5 families. The 5 children would have to cooperate with each other to get the ingredients, bring them back, and then the 5 fathers would have to cooperate to cook lunch. Chapter 55. So what do you think should be done? Several parents sat in the courtyard waiting for their children to bring back the ingredients. Children are always attracted to new things, and they had to touch and look at the lambs and puppies they saw on the way. It wasn't a very long walk, but it took the 5 children nearly half an hour to get there. When they saw the ingredients, the 5 children had a conflict. Wu Xiaoxiao ran over directly and put the ingredients she liked into her basket. Zheng Kai and Guani tried to stop Wu Xiaoxiao, and the 3 children tugged at each other. Stop fighting! Su Mengyao thought they were fighting. Shirtu was also very anxious and walked up to them to try to pull them apart. This ingredient is mine, you're not allowed to take it. Wu Xiaoxiao is usually spoiled by Wu Liang at home, so she behaves the same way when she's out. Su Mengyao also went up to them, trying to pull them apart, but Wu Xiaoxiao waved her hand and pushed Su Mengyao to the ground. Seeing this, Shirtu pushed Wu Xiaoxiao aside and said sternly, if you don't stop being unreasonable, I'll tell the director. Then he picked Su Mengyao up and took her under his arm. A few cameramen who were following them also went up to them and persuaded the children to part. Wu Xiaoxiao squatted angrily on the side and said, take it all. Take it all. I don't want it anymore. Guani tried to pull Wu Xiaoxiao, but Wu Xiaoxiao shook off Guani's hand. With the mediation of the photographer, in the end, the few cute kids carried the ingredients back together. On the way back, Wu Xiaoxiao never spoke, her eyes tearful, her expression of grievance all over her face. What's wrong, my dear daughter? As soon as they returned to the courtyard, Wu Liang could see at a glance that Wu Xiaoxiao's expression was not right. They bullied me. Wu Xiaoxiao burst into tears as soon as she saw her father. Hearing Wu Xiaoxiao's words, Wu Liang's face darkened. Who bullied? Tell Dad. It looked like he was about to hit someone. He and her. Wu Xiaoxiao pointed at Shirtu and Su Mengyao, and then said that Zheng Kai and Guani also bullied her. Hearing this, Su Xinghe stood up and said, our yo-yo would never bully others. Stone also defended himself, saying, she's lying, we didn't bully her, it was her who wanted to take the ingredients. Zheng Kai and Guani stopped her, and then the 3 of them got into a fight. My sister Yo-Yo and I tried to pull them apart, and she even pushed my sister Yo-Yo to the ground. Stone is older and speaks with clear logic. Su Mengyao also nodded and said, my brother Stone and I were going to pull them apart. Su Xinghe asked the program crew's cameraman about what happened and, after learning that it wasn't Su Mengyao's fault, said, it's just a minor thing, a little tiff between kids. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. He pulled Su Mengyao into his arms and asked her tenderly if she was hurt anywhere. Su Mengyao shook her head to indicate that she was not hurt. However, Wu Liang stood up and said with a cold face, your children bullied my child together, and you say it's not necessary? At this time, Guan Xan, Zheng Qian, and Shihao also felt a little embarrassed. Everyone is a public figure, and this kind of impact is really not good. Su Xinghe also looked at Wu Liang coldly and said, so what do you think should be done? In this program group, Wu Liang has often picked on other people's faults from the beginning, either with sarcasm or cynicism. Su Xinghe has long been unable to stand it, but he has just never lashed out. What do you mean? What do I think should be done? Shouldn't you give an explanation? Seeing Su Xinghe stand up for himself, Wu Liang also turned his spearhead on Su Xinghe. This matter was originally Wu Xiaoxiao's fault. Wu Liang blindly accused others regardless of right and wrong, and the other parents didn't look kindly on him either. Host Li Tao stepped forward to mediate, but Wu Liang shot him down. Don't pretend to be a good person. They bullied my child and they need to give an explanation. Wu Liang would not relent. It is said that normally when he is on the set, he often acts like a diva, and many actors and directors dislike him very much. However, there are not many action actors in China, and Wu Liang is one of the best. Do you want to fight with me? Su Xinghe is not a kind person, and if it were not for others provoking him again and again, he would rarely initiate conflicts with others. Even with people like Hu Lai and Luan, Su Xinghe didn't bother arguing with them. But if someone bullies him, that's not allowed. You think I'm afraid of you? Wu Liang himself knows some kung fu, so naturally he's not afraid of Su Xinghe. He thought to himself, Su Xinghe can play the piano and sing, and he looks weak and gentle. If we fight, I won't lose no matter what. Okay. Since you insist on resolving this way, I will oblige, but I must warn you that if you get hurt, don't blame anyone else. Wu Liang sneered, you should be worrying about yourself. Guan Xin whispered next to him, Su Xinghe is going to suffer now. Wu Liang is one of the best action actors in the industry, and it is said that he even injured an actor during a previous shoot. Su Xinghe paid no attention to this. In his eyes, all action actors are just showmen. With the director's permission, host Li Tao also said, since you two want to use martial arts to make friends and resolve conflicts in this way, I would like to state that this has nothing to do with the show, and you two must not intentionally hurt people or break the law. This conflict was unexpected. The show didn't want to take the blame, but also didn't want to miss such a highly topical event. Su Xinghe nodded, and Wu Liang also agreed with the show's arrangements. In Wu Liang's opinion, Su Xinghe was the one who was going to get beaten up. In fact, Wu Liang had never liked Su Xinghe, because Su Xinghe was too dazzling. Everywhere else, Wu Liang was the one who attracted attention, but here, with Su Xinghe, he became the supporting actor. The program team cleared a space in the middle of the courtyard, and Su Xinghe and Wu Liang walked to the middle. Without waiting for Su Xinghe to react, Wu Liang swung a punch directly. It has to be said, Wu Liang is indeed very fast. Everyone present exclaimed, thinking that Su Xinghe was going to take the punch solidly. But the truth was not as they had imagined. Wu Liang's fist did not even touch Su Xinghe, while Su Xinghe's foot arrived second but was first, and it landed a solid kick on Wu Liang's shin. This kick made Wu Liang feel the terror of Su Xinghe. The pain was as if a car had run over his leg, and it made him feel unsteady on his feet. You. Wu Liang wanted to say something else. Su Xinghe looked at him coldly and said, you asked for it. Wu Liang gritted his teeth and stood up, trying to attack Su Xinghe again, but no matter how hard he swung, he couldn't touch Su Xinghe. Instead, Su Xinghe easily hit him a few times. I never thought that Su Xinghe knew martial arts. Several other parents looked at Su Xinghe in amazement. Luckily I didn't provoke Su Xinghe, I couldn't take those few punches he dealt me. Guan Xin muttered guiltily. Shihao was also very surprised, I never thought that Su Xinghe would be so well-rounded. It's fine that he cooks well and plays the piano, but he can also sing well. Not only can he sing well, but he also knows martial arts. It's really frustrating to compare people. Unlike him, he can only drive. Chapter 56, How did these beans get old? They're not old at all. Wu Liang stood there in a panic, but he couldn't do anything about Su Xinghe. In the end, Li Tao came out and said, I presume you two have already decided the outcome, so let's just leave it at that. If things continue, there will be no way to end it. Li Tao won't let things continue to expand, and Wu Liang also gave in, saying coldly, my skills are inferior to others, but I will always have a chance to get back at you for what happened today. The program had to continue, and under Li Tao's arrangement, the parents were all busy with their own things. The children returned with the ingredients, and each parent needed to prepare lunch for their child. The ingredients were all picked at random, which greatly increased the parents' room for maneuver. Although Wu Liang was beaten up badly by Su Xinghe, it did not affect his next activity. Su Xinghe's techniques were very special, and they only caused Wu Liang pain but did not harm his body. Shihao was holding a handful of string beans, but he was a little confused, because he could only eat them but not cook them. Dad, why don't we ask Uncle Su Xinghe to help? Shihao had eaten Su Xinghe's cooking once before, and now he couldn't get it out of his mind. He had no desire to try his father's cooking at all. I think that's a good idea. Shihao glanced at Su Xinghe, who was busy preparing the meal. At that moment, Wu Liang saw Shihao holding a handful of already picked green beans in his hand, and walked over to him and said, if you can't cook, just give them to me, I'll do it. Wu Liang said this without blushing or flinching, in a completely matter-of-fact manner. He had just seen that Shi Hao wanted to give this to Su Xinghe, but Su Xinghe had just stolen the limelight from him. He didn't want Su Xinghe to steal all the limelight, so he took the initiative to come over and take the string beans from Shi Hao's hands. Hearing Wu Liang's words, Shi Hao was embarrassed to give them to him, and just hesitated a little. What? You don't trust me to do it? He deliberately looked at Su Xinghe as he spoke, and his voice was loud enough for Su Xinghe to hear. If he wants it, just give it to him. Su Xinghe's mouth curled up, and he watched the scene with deep eyes. After taking the beans, Shi Hao still had other ingredients in his hands, but they were all not very good ones. He took them to Su Xinghe and said, "These are all I have left. I can't cook, so I want to partner up with you." He felt a little embarrassed, but Su Xinghe didn't feel any resentment. He just asked him to help wash the vegetables. Su Mengyao and Shi Tu, the two children, were also helping, but they were just getting in the way. Busy times always pass quickly. After an hour, the fathers had all finished cooking lunch. Wu Liang was very satisfied with the food he had cooked, because he had deliberately gone to learn from a local woman the day before, and now he felt that he was only one step away from becoming a master chef. A plate of braised pork and a plate of stir-fried string beans with an attractive color and rich aroma. Wow, Wu Liang, how did you do it? Have you become a culinary god overnight? Guan Xinduan was embarrassed to serve the food she had made. As usual, Zhang Qian only made 2 cold dishes, which Zheng Kai cut and Zhang Qian directed from the side. Last night, I met an old man with a white beard, and he taught me how to cook in my dream. Wu Liang held his head high and enjoyed Guan Xian's flattery. Su Xinghe also placed his dishes on the table, but what he cooked today were some home-style dishes. Although they looked very good, the overall image was not as good as Wu Liang's. The taste of home-style dishes lies in the taste rather than the presentation. Humph, yours aren't very good either. Wu Liang glanced at the dishes made by Su Xinghe, his eyes full of disdain. I thought Su Xinghe was amazing, but he's just so-so. Su Xinghe also ignored Wu Liang, who didn't bother arguing with him. The dishes were served, and the little kids and their dads gathered around. The aroma of the food was so overpowering that it made people's mouths water. Wow, what you guys have cooked today is really good. It looks like our kids are in for a treat. Led by Li Tao, the little kids couldn't wait to taste it. Zheng Kai picked up a string bean, put it in his mouth, and chewed a few times before he couldn't help but spit it out. These beans are too old. I can't even chew them. Hearing Zheng Kai's words, Wu Liang's face changed slightly, but he couldn't lose his temper with a child. Wu Xiaoxiao also took a bite of the string bean, frowned, but swallowed it down anyway. She said, "Where are these beans old? They're not old at all, okay? No matter what, you have to support your father's cooking." Other fathers also tried to take a bite, and sure enough, they found it hard to swallow. These beans are not old at all. Guan Xian wanted to spit them out, but when he saw Wu Liang's murderous glare, he resolutely changed his mind. Because he felt that he could not withstand Wu Liang's punches either. But the others did not give him face. Shi Hao and Zhang Qian took a bite and both turned their heads to spit them out. The string beans were really a waste. Wu Liang's face naturally did not look good. He picked up a bean sprout and put it in his mouth. A bitter taste rushed through his mouth, and the bean sprouts in his mouth were even more chewy like dry firewood. This dish of string beans may not be perfect, but try this braised pork. My braised pork is made with an ancestral secret recipe, using a whole bottle of Huadio wine and no water at all. Wu Liang pushed the plate of braised pork forward and took the plate of stir-fried string beans to the side. No water at all? It won't taste bitter? Su Xinghe's calm voice made the several dads who were about to pick up their food stop in their tracks. How can this be? Wu Liang protested loudly, then picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. Oh! Wu Liang almost spit it out, but he forced it down his throat and said, "It's delicious." However, the other dads all tacitly refrained from trying Wu Liang's dish, and Zhang Qian would rather eat his own cold dish than touch Wu Liang's. Great aunt, you've wronged me. Wu Liang cried out in his heart. After lunch, the game continued. The dads had to help the farmer find his sheep with their children. The first family to finish won, and the final ranking would determine the amount of pocket money they would receive on the next trip, which would be the entire amount of money for the trip. Hearing this, the children all pulled their dads towards the wilderness, afraid of falling behind and not having enough money to eat on the next trip. Dad, we have to win first place. This is what every child says to their father. All the fathers give their children their best support. Su Mengyao takes Su Xinghe's hand and says, "Dad, can we win first place?" Of course we can. Dad believes in you. The father and daughter walk out into the field. There are lots of little lambs on the hillside, but it's not easy to get them to go back to the farmer's house. Lambs! Su Mengyao excitedly pointed at the flock of sheep on the hillside. Ba ba. Before she could even get close, Su Mengyao started bleating like a lamb. She wanted to get close to the sheep in this way. The sheep were busy eating grass and let Su Mengyao get close to them, but it was not so easy to take them home. Chapter 57 Shaun the Sheep. Daddy, these sheep are so cute. Su Mengyao has already approached one of the lambs and is gently stroking its body. The lamb only gives Su Mengyao a glance and continues eating grass. Because you are so well behaved, the lamb will be well behaved when it sees you. Su Xinghe is crouching nearby, guarding Su Mengyao. If danger were to arise, he promises that he would be the first to pick Su Mengyao up and would never let her suffer the slightest harm. Living in the city, Su Mengyao rarely comes into contact with these things close to nature: wildflowers in the mountains, birds in the forest, various poultry and livestock raised in farm households. These things can usually only be seen on TV and in books, and without a real personal experience, it is difficult to truly understand them. If he wasn't so busy at work, Su Xinghe would definitely like to take Su Mengyao outdoors more often to let her experience the world and learn about the various things in nature. Daddy, I really like this little lamb. Can I take it home with me? It's obvious that Su Mengyao really likes it. She has never come into contact with it before. It's so fluffy, just like my doll. Su Mengyao stroked the lamb's belly with her two little hands. The lamb seemed to enjoy Su Mengyao's caress as well, standing there motionless, occasionally bleating in response to Su Mengyao. You can't take it home with you. This is the farmer's lamb. If you take it back, the farmer will miss it. Su Mengyao felt a little sad after hearing this and hesitated for a moment before saying, "But I'll miss it too. Dad, let's give it a name, okay?" Okay. Su Xinghe nodded. Perhaps this would give Su Mengyao a beautiful memory to take away. What should we name it? Su Mengyao tilted her head and thought carefully. Let's call it Shaun. Su Xinghe suggested. Shaun the Sheep. Su Mengyao remembered that there was a Shaun the Sheep in the cartoon she watched. But Shaun the Sheep had a black face, and this one was white. After thinking for a while, Su Mengyao said, "This is Shaun the Sheep." The two of them thus gave the lamb a new name. Dad, let's take Shaun the Sheep home. Su Mengyao had not forgotten her mission, which was to help the farmer take the lamb home. Great! But how can we take it back? Su Xinghe deliberately let Su Mengyao figure it out for herself. Su Mengyao stood up, looked around, and found a stick not far away. Dad, we can use this to drive the lamb back. Su Xinghe smiled without saying anything, but signaled Su Mengyao to try it. Su Mengyao took the small stick and walked over to the lamb, saying, "Shaun, I'm going to take you home." The lamb ignored Su Mengyao and kept eating grass with its head down. Su Mengyao took the stick and tried to hit the lamb, but the lamb bleated and ran away. The lamb simply wouldn't listen to Su Mengyao and wouldn't let Su Mengyao hit it. Daddy, the lamb is naughty. It won't go home with me. Su Mengyao couldn't understand why the lamb didn't listen to her. Su Mengyao, have you ever thought about why the lamb doesn't want to go with you? Because it wants to eat grass. Su Mengyao said after thinking about it. Yes, she wants to eat grass, and you were going to hit it with a stick, so of course it doesn't want to go with you. Just imagine, if Daddy hit you with a small stick, would you still be nice to him? Su Xinghe patiently explained to Su Mengyao. Dad definitely wouldn't hit me with a small stick. Su Mengyao seemed to have thought of something. I see, the lamb doesn't like it when I hit it with a small stick, but if I don't hit it with a stick, it won't want to follow me? Su Mengyao was very confused and didn't know what to do. Su Xinghe walked over to the side and grabbed some long, well-grown weeds with his hands. He gave some to Su Mengyao and said, "Yao Yao, try feeding the lamb these small grasses." Su Mengyao listened to Su Xinghe and held a small handful of grasses close to the lamb's mouth. The lamb looked up at Su Mengyao and then ate the grasses she handed it. It ate them all, Daddy. Su Mengyao quickly withdrew her hand, afraid that the lamb would bite her. Hold these small blades of grass and feed it slowly, then try walking back with it. Sure enough, this time the lamb no longer ran around, but followed Su Mengyao's pace, slowly walking towards the village. The task given by the program crew was to bring back just one lamb. The lambs on the hillside were naturally attached to the farmers, so they were not afraid of getting lost. Dad, it really followed me. Su Mengyao said excitedly. Dad's method is better. At the same time, this made Su Mengyao realize that sometimes violence is not the solution, but rather you need to use your brain to solve things. Dad, how did you come up with such a method to make it come with me? Because Dad is smarter. Su Xinghe walked next to Su Mengyao, protecting her at all times. Well, Dad is the smartest, I could never have come up with such a method. Su Mengyao gave Su Xinghe the biggest affirmation, in her eyes Dad is the most awesome. Su Xinghe, on the other hand, hopes that Su Mengyao can think independently, remain childlike, and be full of love. The other children have also found their sheep, but they are using the same method as Su Mengyao at the beginning, driving the sheep back with a stick. The sheep are running around and not listening to them at all. The fathers are also helping the children drive the sheep, sweating from the effort, but the sheep are not following the route they have set out. Only Su Mengyao and Su Xinghe happily led the lambs back to the village, and Su Mengyao was the first to bring the lambs back to the location designated by the program crew. Dad, we were the first ones back. Su Mengyao excitedly hugged Su Xinghe. Yes, we were the first ones back, and Mengyao has won. Su Xinghe also excitedly hugged Su Mengyao, and the two of them celebrated their victory. Providing children with emotional value at the right time is more important than giving them any rewards. Emotional resonance allows children to feel the importance their parents attach to them, which in turn makes the relationship between the child and parents even closer. Dad, let's go get some grass for the lamb to eat. After the excitement died down, Su Mengyao did not forget her good friend, the lamb Sean. Great! Then let's go get some together, shall we? The main thing is companionship. Su Xinghe took Su Mengyao to the place next to the grass. Yo-yo, stand here and wait for Daddy. Daddy will go get some grass for you. This place is a bit dangerous, so Su Xinghe decides to get the grass himself and then give it to Su Mengyao. Daddy, you have to be careful. Su Mengyao knows that this place is dangerous and carefully reminds her father. Don't worry, baby, Daddy will be very careful. Su Xinghe quickly gathers a large handful of weeds, which the two take back to give to Sean the sheep. Chapter 58, Dad, when are you getting married? When the two returned to the venue designated by the program crew, the other groups of doting fathers and adorable children also returned one after another. However, they all looked rather disheveled, especially Shihao and Shi, who had surprisingly walked back holding the lambs forcibly. You guys are amazing. Su Mengyao looked at Shi and Shihao in amazement when she saw them. How did you bring the lamb back? Why don't I see any dirt on you? There will be some dirt on someone else's lamb, but Su Xinghe and Su Mengyao are clean. The other fathers were also curious. They tried every method, but none of them could make the lamb behave. Wu Liang even tried to pull it back by force, but unfortunately, he had never pulled a lamb before and almost got gored by its mother. So we took the grass the lamb liked to eat, walked while feeding it, and it followed us back. Su Mengyao demonstrated by holding the grass she had just picked back, and sure enough, the lamb obediently followed Su Mengyao. The other cute kids were stunned. How come we didn't think of such a good solution? My dad taught me, he said to bring the lamb home in a way it liked. Su Mengyao saw the envious glances from the other kids like friends, and she was even more proud that she had a very smart dad. There was no doubt that Su Mengyao had completed the task best and won first place, while Shihao, who had returned last, was also undoubtedly last. Li Tao announced that Su Mengyao and Su Xinghe would receive 150 yuan for their next trip, and the other families would receive 30 yuan less each, in descending order of ranking. Dad, are we going to starve to death? Shihao couldn't believe his ears. How could they survive on 30 yuan for 2 days? He usually spends tens of yuan on a meal at KFC. I don't think so. Shihao wasn't sure either. 30 yuan for 2 days was indeed a bit difficult for the two of them, and they didn't know where the next trip would take them. Okay, that's it for today's tasks. In the evening, we'll have a campfire party, so everyone needs to be there on time. The bonfire party is considered the final event of this personal journey. Everyone is just having fun together, without any tasks. Since it is a party, there will definitely be performances. Every dad has prepared a program. Su Xinghe also sang a song. Guan Xian, who is also a singer, also sang a song. Originally, he felt that he was a professional singer and was finally able to show off for once. However, after Su Xinghe took the stage, he felt that his limelight was gone again. Wu Liang performed a set of combinations, fighting vigorously, but everyone simply couldn't forget the way he was abused by Su Xinghe. Zheng Qian remained aloof, disdainful of such a program. Art should of course be in the palace, how could it be in such a vulgar place? Finally, Zheng Kai performed a stand-up comedy routine. This son is really difficult to be. Sure Hao and Sure Tu performed a double act. It had to be said that this father and son were a real pair of treasures. Sure Hao performed in front, with exaggerated and funny expressions, while Sure Tu hid behind him and dubbed his lines. The two of them worked together in perfect harmony, and they had the audience in stitches. Happy times are always short, and it's soon time for us to say goodbye. We'll return everyone's belongings now, and may joy be with you always. The next episode will be even more exciting. The staff of the program team also performed a program together, and this episode of the program ended in joy. Su Mengyao was ecstatic as she hugged her Hello Kitty doll. Bibi, you finally returned to me. She named the doll Bibi because she is Daddy's baby, and together they are baby. In the evening, Su Xingha received a call from Yi Jiangwo, who wanted Su Xingha to help write a theme song for the program, which Su Xingha did not refuse. Okay, I'll send it to you when I'm done. I haven't checked my phone in the past 2 days, but I've received a lot of messages. Among them, Lin Xiaoqi has sent him dozens of WeChat messages. Recently, all the staff in the various departments of the studio have been recruited, and he has also received endorsements for several products. Su Xingha had previously explained that endorsements require strict control of the products, and there is no need to accept everything. Lin Xiaoqi also followed Su Xingha's instructions and only accepted the endorsement of 2 of these products. Moreover, he only accepted these 2 products after he had personally experienced the samples and found them to be good. Thinking about Lin Xiaoqi's long, slender and straight legs, Su Xingha felt a surge of passion in his heart. This is something I shouldn't be thinking about. Su Xingha quickly adjusted his thoughts and replied, I'll talk about endorsing products when I get back. Arrange scouts to discover some amateurs with high plasticity. Our studio is not just a stage for me alone. We will turn it into a star dream factory, so that more talented people can shine. Su Xingha set his sights on the entire entertainment industry from the very beginning. This is not just his world, it's everyone's world. Okay, brother Su, I will take care of it as soon as possible. Lin Xiaoqi said to take care of it as soon as possible, which means it can be taken care of very soon. Su Xingha knows Lin Xiaoqi's work ability too well. After replying to Lin Xiaoqi's message, he replied to Xiao Ying's message. Tomorrow is the recording of the program The Voice of the People, so Su Xingha has to fly to Hangzhou early tomorrow morning. He hasn't seen the sisters Han Tongtong and Han Feifei for a few days, and he wonders how their practice is going. Su Xingha swore that he definitely did not want to see the twins. Men are like that. Unless they are hung on the wall, they will never be faithful. Su Xingha sometimes really wants to, but reality doesn't allow it. As a father, he can't relax at any time. He has to be a good father in his children's world. Daddy, can we go home tomorrow? Su Mengyao was still awake, hugging her doll. We're going to Hangzhou tomorrow to visit Xiao Ying. Su Mengyao is a little excited to see Xiao Ying. She turns over and faces Su Xingha and asks, Dad, when are you going to get a wife? Everyone else has a wife, but you don't. Aren't you worried? I'm worried for you. Su Mengyao's words strike right at the heart of the matter. Su Xingha thinks to himself, don't you know why I don't want a wife? How dare you ask me? But Su Xingha said with a smile, Dad has you, that's enough. Which time traveler is as miserable as me? Not only do I have to be the one to take over the family business, I also have to remarry. Just thinking about it makes me tear up. But whenever he looks at Su Mengyao's porcelain doll-like face, he feels that he has not lost out. Who wouldn't want such a cute daughter? So it is also very important to play the role of a good father. Chapter 59, Undercurrents. It was already early autumn, and unlike the capital, Hangzhou was still hot and restless. Upon arriving at the hotel, Su Xingha went straight to the practice room. Han Tongtong and Han Feifei were wearing tight yoga pants and they were actually practicing dance. My idea is that tomorrow on stage they will combine singing and dancing to create something new. Each episode is dry and boring, and the audience is getting tired of it. Xiao Ying explained from the side. That's a good idea. Su Xingha nodded, as the idea coincided with his own. The sisters Han Tongtong and Han Feifei had perfect faces and figures, and if they participated in the show in the form of singing and dancing, it would highlight their advantages even more. Seeing that the two of them were practicing so hard, Su Xingha was also gratified. These two sisters knew where their goals were and also knew how to cherish opportunities. This opportunity to perform on stage would determine whether they could enter this circle or not. I miss you both so much. Su Mengyao said in a baby voice, hugging her Hello Kitty doll. Han Tongtong and Han Feifei also paused their exercises and came over to Su Mengyao. The two of them took Su Mengyao up in their arms, one on each side. "We miss you too, sister," they said, and kissed Su Mengyao on the cheek. Su Mengyao giggled, covering her little face to stop them from kissing her. "No, sister. I haven't washed my face yet," Su Mengyao shouted. After a while of playing, Su Xinghe said, "You guys continue practicing. I'll take Yaya back to eat something and take a break. I took a flight from the capital to Hangzhou in the morning, and I haven't had breakfast yet, so I'm a bit tired." After eating something at the hotel restaurant, Su Xinghe took Su Mengyao back to the room. Su Mengyao played by herself for a while before falling asleep on the bed. Su Xinghe opened his phone's Weibo app and saw that there were a lot of discussions about him on the trending list. After Lin Xiaoqi had posted the original version and manuscript of the song The Difficult Sutra, Su Xinghe had stopped paying attention to the matter, not knowing that it had already become a huge controversy. Now many people supported Su Xinghe, thinking that he was the original singer of the song. In the office of the Dingxing Group, Lin Feng sat there, looking at the comments on Weibo, and couldn't help but want to throw his phone again. This is already the third phone he has broken, and if he breaks it again, he won't be able to afford to buy another one. So he resisted the urge, threw the phone on the table, and put his hands on his head. He couldn't understand why he had worked so hard to suppress Su Xinghe, but Su Xinghe's reputation continued to grow despite the heavy pressure. Did his own little goal just help Su Xinghe achieve success? Chen Dingsheng, the boss of Dingsheng Group, was furious when he heard about the incident. He called Lin Feng to his office. "Have you gone crazy? You spent 100 million yuan on a song? And you let someone else take the credit. Now the internet is full of negative comments about our company." Lin Feng stood in Chen Dingsheng's office, head down, not daring to make a sound. "You're no longer in charge of artists. Go to the logistics department." Chen Dingsheng waved his hand, and he would no longer reuse someone who had caused irreversible damage to the company. Lin Feng wanted to speak up and explain, but Chen Dingsheng had already left, giving him no chance to speak. Meanwhile, singers from across the music industry were standing in the same camp, as Su Xinghe had threatened their living space. Even Guan Xin, who had just finished the show Go Daddy, received a WeChat message. 100 singers had joined forces to create a plan and release new songs simultaneously, competing for the top song charts on online platforms. Such an event was unprecedented and would be hard to come by for centuries. No one has ever had such influence before. Hundreds of singers releasing new songs at the same time is like 100 schools of thought contending with each other, 100 flowers blooming, and it's all because of Su Xinghe alone. This is good news for Guan Xin, because the fact that he received this message proves that he has a certain degree of influence. Otherwise, why would he receive such a message? The fear of the program team being dominated by Su Xinghe is still in the back of his mind. He could not sing against Su Xinghe alone, but there were hundreds of singers in the music industry, so he could not be outshone by all of them. Guan Xin decisively agreed. If he could release a new song that would hit the charts, his appearance fee would rise, and he could ask He Jiangwo for more. Of course, Su Xinghe did not know any of this yet, and he was still preparing for tomorrow's show. Chang Yifei and Shui Zilin are now lacking in enthusiasm. They no longer have any hope of winning the show. They had originally thought that the song given to them by Dingsheng Group would help them improve their ranking, but no one expected that after Su Xinghe's version came out, his version would become the source of ridicule and spoofs, which made him even more negative about himself. He is now completely unable to be as confident and sunny as he was at the beginning. Shui Zilin's situation is not much better, because his song has not stirred up a single ripple on the internet. "Teacher, is it still necessary for us to participate in this program?" Chang Yifei and Shui Zilin sat in the lounge, where Hu Lai and Luan were also present. "Yifei, we still have to participate in the program. This Su Xinghe won't be able to jump around for long." He also received the message that 100 singers had joined forces to create a plan. Now Su Xinghe has made the entire music industry united against him. Even if he is a god, he will fall from his pedestal. Okay. Hearing Hu Lei say this, Chang Yifei had to brace himself and prepare for the next performance. There was no doubt that during the recording of the program, the fans were looking forward to the performance of the sisters Han Tongtong and Han Feifei, and they had no interest in Chang Yifei and Shui Zilin at all. It turned out that the original die-hard fans had now switched to the sisters. The votes for the two of them were also rising slowly, while the votes for Han Tongtong and Han Feifei were skyrocketing. This summer, talent defeated capital, and Su Xinghe has successfully carved out his own niche in the world of capital. Not only did he become popular, but newcomers Han Tongtong and Han Feifei also became famous. Recently, Xiao Ying's studio has received many endorsement invitations, and music companies also want the sisters to release songs. They even want to sign Han Tongtong and Han Feifei to their own companies, but Xiao Ying has rejected them all. She already has other arrangements for the sisters. In this program, Han Tongtong and Han Feifei are already the seeded players for the championship, and Su Xinghe has nothing to worry about in this regard, and needs to focus more on his own studio. I wonder how Lao Ma's player is doing. He has written a lot of songs now, and he can't sing all of them by himself, so he needs to train a group of new singers to let the world know what real music is and what is classic. There are really too many songs from launching that are widely sung and enduring.